world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426 Tragic. The moment the power of the evil god was activated, Lin Ming was like a beast lurking in the abyss, leaping out, and his aura completely burst out. Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear in his hand, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and cracks like spider web spread out. He swung his spear, sweeping up countless white marble fragments. These stone fragments, blown away by the strong airflow, rotated at high speed. If a warrior with weak cultivation was touched by a piece, his body would be pierced with a bloody hole. After the aura of the second level of the evil god's power burst out, all the warriors in the audience, including the innate elders, felt the pressure of this sharp edge, forcing them to circulate their true energy to resist. Xiangshengxiu's purple crystal sword slashed down, and the purple crystal on the sword edge had condensed to 9 feet long. A 4-foot long sword turned into a 9-foot giant sword. Break. Xiangshengxiu slashed down with his sword. Crack. The sword energy and the spear light intertwined, and the energy intertwined into a terrifying true energy storm. The true essence tore the earth apart. A large amount of rubble was thrown into the air, and huge waves rose on the lake. In such a violent impact, Lin Ming's body was blown away like a leaf. Puff puff puff. Lin Ming was thrown out of the main island and landed on the lake. At the moment he was about to fall into the water, Lin Ming waved his sleeves, and a breeze blew up, bouncing his body back into the air. Lin Ming stepped on the crest of the wave and retreated several steps before he stood firm. The violent impact just now made his face pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His explosive power is strong, but after all, the gap in cultivation is too big, and his foundation is weak. The huge impact just now, Lin Ming's body has been tempered by the true essence, but it is fine. But the meridians all over his body can't withstand such an impact, and he suffered some minor injuries. Xiangshengxiu was pushed back more than 10 feet by the true essence aftermath. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Ming injured, but before he could finish his breath, Xiangshengxiu's expression suddenly froze. A tiny purple and red light and shadow, only a few inches long, came out from the aftermath of the Kijin like a venomous snake at an astonishing speed, and pierced directly into Xiangshengxiu's chest. Xiangshengxiu raised his sword and chopped it down, but at this time, his old strength had just been exhausted, and his new strength had not yet been generated. The true energy in his body was completely disordered, and he could not bring up a decent attack at all. Bang! The tiny light and shadow knocked away Xiangshengxiu's sword and still pierced into Xiangshengxiu's chest, bringing out a burst of blood. At that moment, Xiangshengxiu only felt that all the blood in his body was leaking and rushing towards the tiny light and shadow. Xiangshengxiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared wildly, punching his left chest. The 7th level of the ultimate true energy of the Hehuan divine art burst out crazily, and finally bounced the tiny light and shadow out of his body. Swish! The light and shadow turned into a 3-inch steel needle with dragon and snake patterns engraved on it. It flew back to Lin Ming's hand, sank into his fingertips, and disappeared. Xiangshengxiu's chest was stained with blood, his face was pale, and his eyes like a beast stared at Lin Ming. His eyes were red with anger. The terrifying and strange steel needle. It was able to break such a powerful true energy storm, but it was not destroyed. It still pierced Xiangshengxiu's chest, seriously injured him, and also brought out a wisp of blood. The blood of a warrior is so precious. Although Xiangshengxiu did not plan to attack Xuanden, he cherished his life very much. Blood directly affects lifespan. If blood is lost, lifespan will also be lost. Xiangshengxiu is injured. And it's not light. It's unbelievable. A master of the highest innate ability was actually injured by a junior and even lost blood. Everyone watching the battle on the island in the distance was terrified. For a 2nd grade sect warrior, Xiangshengxiu was already a dominant figure in the Kixuan area. Although there is still an old monster named Xuanden in the Kixuan area, it is said that the old monster is about to die, and he has been secluded in the back mountain for many years. There are even rumors that he is already in seclusion. After ignoring this old monster named Zuanden, Bao Xiangxiu has already represented the top figure in the Kixuan area in the minds of many warriors. But now, he was injured by a junior. The late postnatal is so powerful, when Lin Ming enters the innate, what will happen? The Huanzhong warriors present were already silent, staring at Lin Ming on the stage with blood on his mouth, and they were all afraid. It was too scary. What exactly was that steel needle? They seemed to have seen a tiny light and shadow attack Aang Boyan before, but they didn't have time to see it clearly, and they just thought it was a flying needle type hidden weapon. Some warriors practice hidden weapons and sneak attacks. Sneak attacks are not orthodox martial arts, and ultimately not their own strength, so they are despised by warriors. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. It is impossible for a treasure to enter the warrior's body and merge with the warrior, so there is only one possibility, that is, it is a virtual weapon of pure energy. What on earth is it? How can it have such a strong power? The warriors present had limited vision and did not know Lei Ling at all. They did not understand what the evil god steel needle in Lin Ming's hand was. Lin Ming stroked the evil god steel needle in his hand. Because it was stained with Aang Xiangxiu's blood, the red snake coiled on the evil god steel needle became more and more bright red. This is the horror of the blood destroying evil thunder. Once it gets into the body, it will suck your blood like a leech. If you can't shake it out in the first time, it can suck your blood dry in one breath. It's a pity that Aang Xiangxiu is still a deep cultivation after all. It only took a moment to shake out the evil god steel needle. Otherwise, if it was delayed a little, Bao Xiangxiu would suffer greater losses. In the distance, Bao Xiangxiu looked at Lin Ming with murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Ming, I held back everywhere, but you actually damaged my blood and essence. Holding back everywhere? Did you hold back? Lin Ming asked rudely. Bao Xiangxiu even used the 7th level of Hehuan divine art. If he had not activated the power of the evil god, he would definitely not be able to resist. Even so, Lin Ming relied on his strong defense, after tempering his marrow, and fought with injuries in exchange for injuries. He calculated that Aang Xiangxiu's old strength was exhausted, and his new strength had not yet been generated, so he attacked him. Otherwise, Lin Ming would not have been able to gain an advantage in the previous fight. This Lin Ming is too arrogant. The disciples of the Hehuan sect clenched their fists. Lin Ming did not take their Hehuan sect seriously at all. Good. Very good. Aang Xiangxiu was furious. Who? The purple flames wrapped Aang Xiangxiu's whole body in it. This time, not only his long sword, but also his body was covered with purple crystals. The 3-move agreement had long been completely abandoned by Aang Xiangxiu. He only wanted to severely injure Lin Ming to vent his hatred. Go to hell. Aang Xiangxiu slashed with his sword, and the space around Lin Ming suddenly tightened and collapsed. Lin Ming looked normal, and the purple spear in his hand whipped down fiercely like a whip. The spear shaft was bent because of the speed, and the spear tip cut through the air, and the sharp whistling sound pierced the eardrum. Bang! The spear and sword collided with each other, and the strange vibration force was actually transmitted into Aang Xiangxiu's body through the purple crystal sword, causing Aang Xiangxiu's whole body to twitch slightly. This kid, such a weird attack method. Aang Xiangxiu was shocked, but although this vibration force was strange, it could be barely dissolved after being transmitted into his body. The moves between the two became more and more intense, and the wanton spear light and sword energy intertwined. Lin Ming's spear moves were integrated with the artistic conception of wind. The shadow of the spear turned into wind, and the wind was the shadow of the spear, covering the sky and the earth, without any gaps. Boom boom boom. The storm formed by the condensation of the true essence completely shattered the ground. The lake water around the main island was attracted by the strong wind, and thick water columns sprang up. More than a dozen water columns soared up, like water dragons hanging in the air, and were drawn into the whirlwind one after another. The warriors around were already stunned. Such a terrifying fight scene, let alone a head-on confrontation. Even if they just took a few steps closer, they might be entangled in the true essence storm and shattered to pieces. Blood flame slash. After the sword was slashed, Bao Xiangxiu's momentum suddenly changed. He was shrouded in blood mist, as if a surging blood tide was rushing out. The fierce collision of the true essence formed a whistling whirlwind, sweeping up countless white marble fragments on the ground, like tearing up waste paper. Bang bang bang. The rock fragments had just flown up, but were swept up by the King Kang true essence released by Lin Ming, and exploded into white fine sand. Lin Ming thrust out a spear, using attack as defense. He had to finish the battle within a few dozen breaths, otherwise the evil god's power would be exhausted. Want to trade injuries for injuries? Dream on. The long sword in his hand suddenly accelerated. Yang Shengxiu's attack speed was obviously faster than Lin Ming's. He slashed at Lin Ming's chest with a sword. At this time, Yang Shengxiu, who had become crazy because of the loss of blood essence, also fought desperately. Catcher. The spear and sword crossed. Yang Shengxiu's sword was blocked by Lin Ming for a small part, but most of the sword energy still slashed on Lin Ming's chest, tearing his clothes and spurting blood. The smile on Yang Shengxiu's face froze in an instant, before he could show it. Lin Ming didn't care about the serious injury on his chest at all, and still slashed at Yang Shengxiu with a spear. What? Nothing? Yang Shengxiu's sword was old, and there was no room for blocking. The purple spear slashed at him like a guillotine, and directly pulled Yang Shengxiu away. Boom. Yang Shengxiu was beaten directly into the ground, and a big pit appeared on the already broken ground. Yang Shengxiu's mouth was full of blood, several ribs were broken, his internal organs were shattered, and his face was as pale as wax paper. The battle was more brutal than imagined. The warriors present were all dumbfounded, using their bodies to resist Yang Shengxiu's sword energy and counterattack at the same time. How strong was Lin Ming's defense? A shot pulled Yang Shengxiu into the ground. Yang Shengxiu was such a person, but he was beaten into the ground by a junior. Fighting to this extent was too terrifying. Lin Ming's situation was not very good. Relying on the strong defense of 65% of marrow tempering, he endured Yang Shengxiu's sword energy, but his meridians were still damaged in many places, and his chest was also stained red with blood. The power of the evil god only had about 10 breaths left. Seeing Yang Shengxiu stand up, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and rushed out in one step. The thunder spirit and fire spirit on the purple spear met, and the thunder and fire killed. Yang Shengxiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he held the sword with both hands. All the purple crystals gathered on the sword body, and he summoned the ultimate power of the 7th level of Heho and divine art, and slashed at Lin Ming with the sword. Boom. At that moment, a bloody sun seemed to rise out of thin air in the center of the square, and Yang Shengxiu's body was thrown out like a light straw. Chapter 427 Bloodstained Sandstone. Boom. Yang Shengxiu fell into the rubble, stirring up countless smoke and dust. The flames of the explosion dissipated, the aftermath of the true essence subsided, the entire valley was quiet, the wild waves on the lake also calmed down, the entire main island's buildings were completely razed to the ground was covered with broken stones and tiles, a ruin. A drop of bright blood dripped from the cold tip of the purple Zuan spear, dripping on the ruins and shattering. In this silent square, the sound seemed clearer than ever before. Lin Ming just stood in the ruins, covered in blood. This blood was Yang Shengxiu's, and also Lin Ming's own. At this time, Lin Ming looked like a demon crawling out of the Shura battlefield. The surrounding warriors looked at Lin Ming with fear in their eyes. Even the extremely innate Yang Shengxiu came out to stop him, but was beaten by Lin Ming to the point of life and death. Yang Ming sighed. Facing such a Lin Ming, he was already somewhat numb. As for Liu Zuan and other geniuses of the sect who grew up with the halo since childhood, they all had complicated expressions. Everyone knew that there was always someone better than you, but no one was willing to really admit that there were frogs in the well. But now, after seeing the world outside the well, they realized that the sky was much wider than they had imagined. Yang Shengxiu was still lying on the ruins of the main island. Half of his body was buried in the rubble, and he was already unconscious. The visual impact of the unconscious Yang Shengxiu was very strong compared to the blood-covered Lin Ming standing beside him. The strong visual impact and the murderous aura in the air made thousands of spectators around dare not speak. The whole square was terribly silent, and the air was so oppressive that it seemed to have solidified. More and more blood dripped onto the ruins, breaking into pieces drop by drop, like blooming red plums. Lin Ming's body shook twice. Bang! The purple spear hit the ground heavily. Lin Ming supported himself with a spear and finally stood firm. He had consumed too much of his true energy and was seriously injured. He could not stand steadily. He has reached his limit. Gao Bosu narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ming, breathing a sigh of relief. No matter how strong you are, since you have reached your limit, there is nothing to be afraid of. Lion Zan, the 5 elders of the Hehuan sect, and our Yang Shengxiu, it is a miracle that he can stand up until now. Don't be afraid of him. Gao Guang used his true energy to transmit the sound to the other elders on the main island. Lin Ming was obviously close to his limit. Lin Ming held the purple spear and slowly walked towards Aang Boyan. The tip of the spear flashed with cold light, and Aang Boyan's younger brother, Aang Bosu, was standing in front of Aang Boyan at this time. What? This kid, in this situation, wants to kill my brother. Is he crazy? He is courting death. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, Aang Bosu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He really wanted to kill Lin Ming immediately, but in this situation, he didn't have the courage. Lin Ming, if you come one step closer, I will kill you with my sword. Aang Bosu shouted with a sullen face. He circulated his true energy to the extreme, and beside him, Aang Guang also drew his sword, ready to fight at any time. Lin Ming had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't hear anything, and walked straight towards Aang Boyan. Aang Baksu's mouth twitched, and Aang Guang said, Baksu, the 3 of us attack together. Although we dare not kill him, we can seriously injure him, and damage his blood essence and meridians. Shenhuang Island will not say anything. After all, Lin Ming attacked first, and he was the first to damage Boyan and the Master's blood essence. It is only natural for us to damage his blood essence and meridians. Shenhuang Island has no reason to get angry. Yes, at this time, Shenhuang Island needs the whole world to unite and face the South China Sea Demon Realm together. We must not dare to bully others by taking advantage of our power. Otherwise, the alliance will be scattered, and Shenhuang Island will suffer heavy losses. We will damage Lin Ming's blood essence today, and make him pay for his tyranny. Aang Baksu showed a hideous smile. This arrogant idiot, who has been injured like this, actually wants to kill my brother. If he knows better and stops here, I will not be able to find an excuse to hurt him. Now, go to hell. Attack. Aang Guang shouted, and Aang Baksu rushed out first, with the long sword in his hand going straight for Lin Ming's right arm. Cut off your arm. Aang Baksu's mouth curled up with a hideous arc, and the long sword whistled, but Lin Ming staggered and moved forward. Aang Baksu was determined to win with this sword. Although the arm could be reattached after being broken, the sequelae were inevitable. Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, Qin Xingsu uncovered her mouth and screamed. Qin Ziya's face changed drastically, and the long zither in the Zumi ring appeared in her hand in an instant. However, Qin Ziya was just a beginner in the innate realm. Facing the 3 senior innate masters and even Aang Guang, who was at the peak of the middle innate realm, the role Qin Ziya could play was really limited. Thousands of people around were all staring with wide eyes. Although Aang Baksu's behavior of taking advantage of others' misfortune was despised by others, this was indeed the best time to attack. Lin Ming was exhausted. How could he block it? Die. Aang Baksu's long sword had already chopped down with a blazing purple flame. In a flash, Lin Ming's eyes condensed, and between his eyebrows, the phoenix flame mark suddenly burned fiercely. Phoenix true blood, rebirth from the ashes. Ah! The loud sound of the phoenix's cry rushed straight into the sky. From the center of Lin Ming's eyebrows, a mighty flame burst out. The phoenix's true blood was injected into Lin Ming's blood vessels, and his blood boiled. The phoenix is immortal, and so is its blood. It has the effect of rebirth from the ashes and rebirth from the brink of death. Generally, warriors burn their blood essence to gain powerful strength, but once the blood essence is burned, it is gone. However, the phoenix's true blood can be reborn from the ashes, and even if it is burned, it will not be reduced by a single cent. This is the heaven-defying effect of the phoenix's true blood. With the injection of the phoenix's true blood, Lin Ming's injuries were restored by half in just a blink of an eye. The true essence, that was almost exhausted, also surged with the burning of the phoenix's true blood. Lin Ming's eyes were cold, like the cold stars of the underworld, and the cold light pierced people's hearts. When Aang Bosu's body subconsciously stagnated, when he met Lin Ming's gaze, he felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast. He felt cold all over, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. However, it was too late. Lin Ming shook the purple Zuan spear in his hand, and the falling starfire burned fiercely. With the blessing of the phoenix's true blood, the flame became even darker purple. Go to hell. Lin Ming spat out these two words coldly, like a cold wind from the abyss. He stabbed out with a spear, and the flames whistled, and the atmosphere trembled. The blazing flames condensed into a phoenix phantom, rushing straight towards Aang Bosu. The divine phoenix is in the sky. This was a killing move that Lin Ming had only gained when he practiced the third level of the Suzaku Forbidden God record in the divine phoenix secret realm. Naturally, its power was not as strong as the thunder and fire kill, but it was more than enough to deal with Aang Bosu, who was only in the early stage of the innate realm. What? How is it possible? Seeing Lin Ming, who was originally exhausted, suddenly burst out, Aang Bosu was panicked and unbelievable. However, at this critical moment, Aang Bosu could no longer think about the reason. The blazing flames swept over, and Aang Bosu's face changed drastically. He shouted and slashed at the fire phoenix with a sword. Bang! In just a moment, the purple flame on Aang Bosu's sword was swallowed by the fire phoenix, and then the fire phoenix rushed towards Aang Bosu. Seeing the fire phoenix swallowing him, Aang Bosu roared wildly and urged his body protection to the extreme. Chi-chi-chi. There was only a sound like molten iron pouring on ice. Aang Bosu's body protection essence melted in an instant, and the flames swallowed his body, and his skin and flesh rolled up. Aang Bosu screamed in despair. At the same time, Lin Ming stabbed Aang Bosu's stanchion with a spear. With a twist of the spear, Aang Bosu's stanchion was shattered and died on the spot. The surrounding warriors were in a dead silence. The sudden change made them completely unable to react. How could it be possible? Lin Ming, who was already at the end of his strength, suddenly jumped up and killed Aang Bosu in an instant. The light of the Sumeru ring flashed, and Lin Ming unceremoniously put Aang Bosu's body into the Sumeru ring. Aang Bosu's own Sumeru ring was collected separately by Lin Ming, because he could not enter the small world, killing Aang Bosu with one shot. At this time, Aang Wang and another elder had only used half of their moves. Seeing this amazing scene, they unconsciously stagnated their moves and most of their power dissipated out of thin air. Lin Ming didn't care about these. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly took a step forward and shot Aang Wang. Aang Wang had already consumed a lot of true energy in the previous battle. He was said to be at the peak of the middle stage of the innate, but in fact his current strength was not as good as that of an ordinary middle stage of the innate. His face changed drastically. He realized that Lin Ming was absolutely murderous at this time. This shot was definitely not a competition or a deterrent, but a fatal shot. If you can't stop it, you will die. At that moment, cold sweat flowed down Aang Wang's body. At this moment, purple light flashed beside him, and the elder of the Hehuan sect who had come with him to kill, turned around and ran away without saying a word. There were not many disciples of the Hehuan sect who were loyal. No matter when, their own lives were naturally put first. Seeing that Lin Ming had locked his target on Aang Wang, the elder ran away on the spot. Compared with his life, face was insignificant. Damn it. Aang Wang cursed in his heart, but at this time, he had to face Lin Ming's gun. Too much. Aang Wang's sword turned from bottom to top and slanted Lin Ming's purple spear. However, the moment the spear and sword intersected, Aang Wang felt a strange vibration force spread throughout his body along the long sword, causing his arm to shake, and the long sword almost slipped out of his hand. Aang Wang was shocked, but at this moment, Lin Ming swept over with a spear. The cold purple spear was carrying a rolling flame. Bang! Aang Wang chopped down with a sword, breaking the flames on the purple spear. However, at this time, a wisp of purple fire essence was caught in the flames and fell silently on Aang Wang's chest. Puff! The falling starfire drilled into Aang Wang's body like a poisonous snake. Dash. Chapter 428 Auspicious Omens from Heaven. The corrosive fire essence of falling stars penetrated into Aang Wang's lower abdomen, crossed his dantian, and shot out from his back. Gao Yangguang grabbed the shaft of the purple Zuan spear with one hand, looked at the charred blood hole in his lower abdomen, his lips trembling, his face full of disbelief. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him blankly, trying to grab something, but his pupils quickly became scattered and lost their spirit. Kneeling on his knees, Gao Yangguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell softly. So far, the 7 leaders and elders of the Hehuan sect who were present were either dead, seriously injured, or escaped. Now there is no one left. The entire main island was empty, and our Ming also retreated to the small island. Only Lin Ming and his group were still on the main island. With his own strength, he fought against the 7 elders of the Hehuan sect and finally beat them to death. Such a strong deterrent force made all the surrounding warriors hold their breath and dare not say a word. Lin Ming dragged the purple spear to Ao Yangboyan. Ao Yangboyan was only breathing his last breath at this time. He looked at Lin Ming. His eyes had lost their spirit. The cold light of the purple spear flashed, and with a light puff sound, a blood hole appeared in Ao Yangboyan's lower abdomen, bringing up a burst of blood rain. The warriors of the surrounding small sects all had their eyelids twitching slightly, and they felt weak in their hearts. Just now, there was a grand and lively banquet. Ao Yangboyan, who was so proud of his breakthrough, was now killed like a chicken and a dog. This huge contrast made people more and more awed. Lin Ming put away Ao Yangboyan's body. He wanted to verify one thing, whether the blood essence of the innate warrior could open the magic cube again. Lin Ming, are you okay? Qin Xingxuan came up to him at the first time, holding Lin Ming's body, with a worried look on his face. Lin Ming looked too terrible, with injuries all over his body, and his true essence was seriously overdrawn. I'm fine. Lin Ming showed a smile that made Qin Xingxuan feel slightly relieved, and then said, let's go home. Master, Gao Yangboyan is dead. In the back mountain of Qixuan Valley, Shi Zhongshan stood outside a cave with his hands hanging down, with a respectful look on his face. As the master of Qixuan Valley, there is only one person who can make Shi Zhongshan respectful, and that is the great elder of Qixuan Valley, Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan is now over 500 years old, and has been stuck in the early stage of Zuandan. He doesn't have much time left. Recently, he has been in seclusion. Jiang Huan did this not to break through the early stage of Zuandan. He knew that his life was exhausted, and breaking through was already a luxury for him. Jiang Huan was just using this way of seclusion to delay the consumption of his vitality, hoping to linger until the day when Jiang Boyan broke through to the innate extreme. Only with a super strong man can the stability of Qixuan Valley's status be guaranteed. So over the years, no matter what happened, Jiang Huan rarely left his cave, so that there were rumors in the small sects that Jiang Huan was in seclusion. I know. Jiang Huan said slowly, his voice sounded like he was about to die. In fact, Jiang Huan got the news when Lin Ming rushed into the 7 Profound Valley, and he was very clear about the whole process. Shi Zhongshan hesitated for a moment and said, should I go and negotiate with Lin Ming? Although the Sword Sect and the Hehuan Sect had many conflicts, and were even opposed in many aspects, they were still a sect after all. Lin Ming killed people in the Hehuan Sect one after another, and their Sword Sect would lose face. If it got out, people would say that the 7 Profound Valley was killed by a kid under the age of 20, but they didn't dare to say a word. Jiang Huan said, it's useless for you to go. Since Lin Ming will come to the 7 Profound Valley, he must have something to rely on. If it's true as you said, Lin Ming does have a reason to take revenge. Gao Yangboyan doesn't want to sit and wait for death. He thought he could rely on the support of the Hehuan sect and pay some price to get rid of Lin Ming. But he didn't expect that he seriously underestimated Lin Ming's strength. In fact, not only him, but also me, didn't expect that Lin Ming's strength has become so strong. Shi Zhongshan listened silently and didn't say anything. He knew Lin Ming's character a little bit. Even if he went, he would only lose face. It's better not to go. What's more, there is a vermilion bird sitting under Lin Ming. Although the vermilion bird represents the divine Phoenix Island and will not rashly attack the 7 Profound Valley, it is a deterrent after all. After thinking about it, Shi Zhongshan sighed and didn't plan to care about it. Let Lin Ming and the Hehuan sect settle this matter by themselves. At the main peak of the Hehuan sect, with a high-pitched phoenix cry, the vermilion bird soared into the sky. No one tried to stop Lin Ming. In the eyes of the surrounding warriors, Lin Ming had attacked the Hehuan sect openly this time and killed several elders in a row. However, no one from the other 6 sects of the 7 Profound Valley stepped forward and allowed Lin Ming to leave in such a swagger. The banquet naturally could not continue. The warriors of the small sects made excuses to leave. After the 7 elders were beaten to a pulp by Lin Ming alone, the person with the highest status at the scene became Yang Ming. The surrounding warriors said goodbye to Yang Ming one after another. Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. He had never dreamed that this Hehuan sect banquet would have such an outcome. Yang Ming was too lazy to think about Lin Ming. He was destined to be from a different world from Lin Ming. In this way, he would not chase after Lin Ming as a target. He would just treat Lin Ming as if he did not exist. The wind whistled. Lin Ming, Qin Xingxue and Qin Ziya stood on the vermilion bird and had already left the range of the 7 Profound Valley. Lin Ming said, "Palace Master Qin, what are your plans for the future?" Qin Ziya thought for a while and said, "Qin will still stay in the 7 Profound Valley in the future. There have always been many conflicts between the Qin sect and the Hehuan sect. Although I have offended the Hehuan sect this time, I'm not completely helpless. Palace Master Qin, don't you plan to change to another sect, such as joining the Shenhuang Island?" Shenhuang Island, forget it. I have to practice as other in this life, and I can only be in the Qin sect. Shenhuang Island is not suitable for me. Lin Ming nodded. Qin Ziya was right. He had been practicing the zither for half his life, and it was impossible for him to switch to other techniques. So, I can only say goodbye to Master Qin. This time I was trapped in the Divine Phoenix secret realm, and Xingxue was all taken care of by Master Qin. Such kindness, Lin Ming will remember it in his heart. Qin Ziya laughed. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to step into the Xianshan realm. Speaking of kindness, you have been more kind to me. This time, I didn't actually play any role in helping Miss Qin. Being able to do my part can also be regarded as understanding my thoughts. For some upright warriors in the Qin sect and the Sword sect, they always feel uncomfortable when they owe others a favor. Only when they repay a favor will they feel comfortable. So generally these people are unwilling to owe others a favor. Lin Ming, let's part here. Take care," Qin Ziya said, waving his sleeves, and jumped off the vermilion bird. He was dressed in white and soon disappeared in the strong wind in the sky. Lin Ming bowed to Qin Ziya's disappearing figure and said, "Take care, Master Qin." "Lin Ming, where are we going?" Qin Xingxue stood beside Lin Ming, ready to follow Lin Ming to the ends of the earth. "Go home first, then go to Shenhuang Island. From now on, you will practice on Shenhuang Island." "Well, I'll listen to you." Qin Xingxue bit her lip and said. At this time, she felt extremely relieved. With Lin Ming here, she didn't have to worry about anything. The distance between Qixuan Valley and Xianan country is hundreds of thousands of miles, and the transmission of information is quite slow. It takes a lot of true essence stones to open a sound transmission array, and it also consumes the service life of the array itself. Under normal circumstances, the new master of Qixuan Wu Mansion, as Aang Boyan's apprentice, only reports to Aang Boyan once a month. Now that Aang Boyan is dead, no one cares about the chess pieces he left in Xianan country. In fact, apart from Aang Boyan, not many people knew that Yang Zhen and the Cloaked Man were Aang Boyan's men. This kind of people were of a lower level, and the elders of the Hehuan sect would not pay attention to them. The news that Lin Ming had picked the Hehuan sect alone could not be concealed. However, before those second-grade disciples of small sects who brought the news returned to the sect, Lin Ming had already rushed back to Xianan country. With the extreme speed of Suzaku and the use of the teleportation array twice along the way, it only took Lin Ming one day and one night to return to Xianan country. During this day, Qin Xingxue's anxiety fell into Lin Ming's eyes. The lives of the whole family of the Qin family were in danger, so Qin Xingxue was of course anxious. This was an ordinary morning in Xianan city. The sun had just risen, and there was still a faint morning mist in the city. Early farmers carried hoes to work on the ridges outside the city, and merchants and hawkers carried poles to sell their goods. At this moment, a red light flashed across the sky. From a distance, it seemed that a flame was burning in the air. The flame was originally very small, but it was expanding at an astonishing speed. People soon saw that it was not a flame, but a firebird. People stopped their work and stared at the sky. With a loud phoenix cry coming from the horizon, the huge vermilion bird spread its wings with a wingspan of 10 feet and crossed the blue sky. The residents of Xianan City were stunned. Phoenix. Oh my god, it's a phoenix. Is this a dream? For ordinary people, the phoenix is a legend that exists in mythological books. Legend has it that only when the world is well governed and the emperor has great virtue will the phoenix appear in the world. This is the so-called auspicious sign from heaven. Phoenix, it's flying towards the palace. Someone said this, and people suddenly realized that the newly enthroned monarch must be virtuous. Thinking of this, people knelt on the ground and worshipped the phoenix in the sky. At this time, in the palace of Xianan Kingdom, Yang Zhen was attending the morning court. Within 30 days of the monarch's accession to the throne, he would summon representatives of the people from all provinces in the world to read the people's memorials. Under the hall, hundreds of representatives from all provinces were kneeling, while Yang Zhen was sitting upright in the hall. At this moment, a report came from a duck-like voice. A eunuch ran into the hall in a panic, shouting with joy on his face, "Your Majesty, great joy, auspicious signs from heaven, auspicious signs from heaven." Chapter 429, Changes. All the civil and military officials in the court looked over, and the representatives of the people also looked at the fat middle-aged eunuch jumping into the hall like a meatball with a look of surprise. Attracting so many people's attention and reporting such a big happy event, the middle-aged eunuch seemed to see that the official position was waving to him. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged eunuch said, "Your Majesty, the auspicious signs from heaven, the country is in great order, and the phoenix is coming." Huh? Phoenix? Yang Zhen was shocked, and then said happily, "Really?" Before he finished asking the question, he heard a high-pitched phoenix cry above his head. All the civil and military officials in the hall were shocked. No way, the phoenix flew over their heads. A group of people walked out of the hall quickly, and they couldn't believe their eyes. A huge phoenix with a wingspan of 10 feet was suspended in the air, and on the back of the phoenix, there were several immortals standing. The sound of wind and flames whistled, and such a great auspicious sign appeared in front of everyone, making their eyes widen. This is a scene that only exists in legends. Yang Zhen was overjoyed. He had seized the throne, forced his father to abdicate, and put his brother under house arrest. After all, it was not a glorious thing. Now that the phoenix had descended, it was really a timely help and a vindication for him. He was about to ask the two immortals on the phoenix to salute and introduce themselves, but at this moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Looking at the young man and woman on the back of the phoenix, the expression on Yang Zhen's face changed from joy to disbelief, and then to deep fear. Lin Ming. Kinzingson. Lin Ming moved his feet and slowly fell from the sky on the wind. His imposing aura emanated, and the huge phoenix behind him was burning with blazing flames. Such a strong visual impact made people unable to help but worship him. Yang Zhen was already frightened and terrified. How could it be possible? Didn't Lin Ming die a long time ago? Lin. Lord Lin. Yang Zhen stammered, "So you are still alive." I'm very excited to see you again." Yang Zhen was sweating all over, and sweat dripped along his fingertips while he spoke. Around Yang Zhen, a few ministers who had attended Lin Ming's Qinggan banquet recognized Lin Ming. They had high status in Xianan country, and had heard a lot about Lin Ming. They also deeply understood what Lin Ming's identity was. Lin Ming looked at Yang Zhen with a sarcastic look on his face, excited. "Yang Zhen, why do I see you seem to be shaking?" When Lin Ming said this, the people in the audience, including most of the civil and military officials, were stunned. They did not recognize Lin Ming. Lin Ming's world was too far away from ordinary people. In their minds, the emperor was the sky, unattainable. Who is this person? He called the emperor by his name, and the emperor was obviously afraid of him. In recent days, the Great Purge launched after Yang Zhen ascended the throne has made all the civil and military officials of the court feel insecure. Even the Grand Marshal Qianxue was placed under house arrest. Who dares to oppose Yang Zhen? Just a word from Yang Zhen could lead to the execution of the whole family. Such a cold-blooded and murderous king, but now, he is actually sweating all over? Lord Lin, spare my life, I was confused. It was the new governor of the 7 Xuanwu prefecture who instigated me. It was Yang Boyan who forced me to do this. I have served you like a slave. I can testify against Yang Boyan. Please give me a chance. In the past year, Yang Zen's cultivation has actually improved to the legend stage, and he can use the true essence to transmit sound. Lin Ming sneered. Yang Boyan has been killed by me. If you want to testify against him, go to hell and testify. What? Yang Zen was stunned for a moment. Yang Boyan was killed by Lin Ming? Snap. A green light flashed, and Yang Zen's expression was forever frozen in this moment of dullness. A beam of King Kang true essence shot into his heart, and his heart was directly shattered, and he died on the spot. Plop. Yang Zen fell to the ground. After his heart exploded, blood flowed out of Yang Zen's nostrils and mouth. Emperor, Your Majesty. The middle-aged eunuch was frightened and pale on the spot. With Yang Zen's sudden death, chaos suddenly broke out outside the palace. The people present were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and trembled. As for the civil and military officials, they were also at a loss. In a moment, the emperor was killed in front of everyone present. Some ministers who knew the inside story saw this scene and were terrified. They understood one thing: the world was about to change. Yang Lin would ascend the throne, Qin Zhao would be a high official again, and those executioners who helped Yang Zen in this purge would be liquidated one by one, and even their entire families might be wiped out. This is the cruelty of power struggle, but in the face of absolute power, any power struggle seems pale and powerless. After Lin Ming killed Yang Lin, he didn't say a word. He ignored the chaotic court, jumped on the phoenix, and flew directly to the 7 Zuanwu mansion. The 7 Zuanwu mansion is on the Dazhao mountain outside Xianan City, only more than 10 miles away. With the speed of Suzaku, it only takes a blink of an eye to get there. As his perception spread, Lin Ming instantly found the new lord of the 7th profound martial mansion that Yang Zen had mentioned, because he was the only one in the entire martial mansion who was half a step innate. Boom. The hall shook violently, and the cloaked man who was originally in seclusion was suddenly startled and jumped out of the quiet room. Who is it? Dare to break into my 7th profound martial mansion? The cloaked man was furious, and then he saw the huge vermilion bird in the air and Lin Ming and Qin Zhengxuan standing on the vermilion bird. Not only did the cloaked man see Lin Ming, but many disciples of the 7th profound martial mansion also saw it. It was hard not to see such a big vermilion bird flying into the 7th profound martial mansion. At the beginning, the students who entered the 7th profound martial mansion with Lin Ming had not graduated yet. When they saw Lin Ming on the back of the vermilion bird, they were all stunned for a while. That person seems to be Senior Brother Lin. To the disciples of the 7th profound martial mansion, Lin Ming is definitely a legendary existence. He has only been in the 7th profound martial mansion for half a year, and he has won the first place in the 7th profound valley general sect martial competition. A result like a myth. Afterwards, it was even heard that he was selected by a certain large sect and became the top disciple of that sect. There is no doubt that Lin Ming will become a Xianshan in the future. For the disciples of the 7 profound martial houses, Xianshan masters are legendary figures. Many new disciples have heard of Lin Ming's name before entering the 7 profound martial houses and dream of becoming as strong as Lin Ming one day. It really looks a bit like him. The one behind him is Senior Sister Qin. How is this possible? Didn't Senior Brother Lin say that he has fallen? And what are they riding? Phoenix? Senior Brother Lin's cultivation is. Several teenagers in the Zhang training stage widened their eyes, but found that they could not see Lin Ming's cultivation clearly. The one who can make the Zhang training stage warriors unable to see the cultivation clearly must be at least in the late stage of condensing veins or the peak of condensing veins. Has Senior Brother Lin already broken through to the peak of condensed veins? That's impossible. As expected of Senior Brother Lin, he is really amazing. He has reached the peak of condensed veins at the age of 17. He will definitely become a congenital one in the future. I wonder what Senior Brother Lin is doing at the 7 profound martial palace this time. Is there anything he wants to discuss with the palace master? Will the next 7 profound martial palace general sect martial competition begin? The young disciples present were extremely excited when they mentioned the general sect martial competition. Beside those warriors, who were talking excitedly, Wang Yanfeng stared at Lin Ming in the air, silent. Not the peak of condensed veins, but the late stage of the acquired realm. Wang Yanfeng took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Not long ago, he and Lin Ming participated in the 7 Profound Martial Palace assessment together. At that time, they had a fierce competition for the first place, but now, the gap is as big as heaven and earth. Who are you, and why are you here? The cloaked man's face changed. He traveled all year round, and did not participate in the general sect martial competition. He did not know Lin Ming at all. Although Lin Ming's cultivation was not as good as his, he felt faintly that the young man in front of him was very scary. Are you the new lord of the 7 Xuanwu palaces? Lin Ming asked expressionlessly. The cloaked man frowned. He felt that Lin Ming had bad intentions, but he couldn't deny it. He nodded and said, I am. Really? Lin Ming sneered. He learned from Qin Zixun that Yang Zhen was able to ascend the throne and launch a purge with the support of the new lord. Qin Zixun had to surrender because of him. Then, you deserve to die. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and a flash of purple lightning passed by. HMPH. The cloaked man, who had been fully alert and had expected Lin Ming to have bad intentions, snorted coldly, unsheathed his long sword, and purple flames rolled all over his body. He chopped down the purple lightning with a sword. The moment the long sword touched the purple lightning, the purple flames attached to the sword were blasted away by the power of thunder. Hiss! The purple electric light, which was only the length of a finger, sank into the cloaked man's body, and his internal organs exploded instantly. The cloaked man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell headfirst from the roof of the hall. Bang! The cloaked man fell heavily to the ground, and blood splattered all over the ground. At that moment, all the disciples of the 7 Xuanwu mansion were dumbfounded. They looked at the dead cloaked man in disbelief, their eyes wide open. What happened? Lin Ming killed the new mansion master in an instant? The purple light flashed just now, although the speed was extremely fast, but it left an after image on the irises of everyone present, and the cloaked man swung his sword, obviously counter-attacking, but in just a moment, the cloaked man died. The new mansion master, who was half a step innate, and not much weaker than the previous mansion master Qin Zixun, was killed in an instant. Question mark? How is this possible? And, why did Lin Ming do this? The entire 7 Xuanwu mansion was in chaos. Wang Yanfeng also had no idea what was going on. At this moment, he felt a white light flying towards him, like a porcelain bottle. He subconsciously reached out to catch it, and when he turned his hand over, he saw that it was a bottle of elixir. A voice sounded in Wang Yanfeng's ear, elixir used by warriors in the condensation vein stage. The 7 Mysterious Valley will soon send a new palace master. See you later. The voice stopped here, and Lin Ming jumped onto the back of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird soared into the sky and soon disappeared in the vast sea of clouds. Wang Yanfeng held the elixir in his hand, and looked at the vermilion bird, that had already hidden in the clouds of the Great Zhao Mountain in the distance. He was a little absent-minded for a while. Lin Ming, do you have a relationship with that young man? Qin Zixun asked on the back of the vermilion bird. Not really, it's just that his heart to fight is firm, so I just helped him by the way. Lin Ming said casually. If there are no resources, it would be too difficult to practice martial arts to a very high level by yourself. Wang Yanfeng is pretty good in terms of talent and martial arts heart. It's a pity that he wasted time because of lack of resources. Lin Ming, where should I go next? To your house. Lin Ming said with a smile. He had no chance to study the Rubik's Cube during the rush. Going to Qin's house would allow him to calm down and verify his guess about the Rubik's Cube. Chapter 430 Open the Rubik's Cube again. Xian'an City, Marshal's Mansion. The Marshal's Mansion, which had been surrounded by the army for more than a month, and where even servants were not allowed to go out, was crowded with people today. Within a quarter of an hour after Yang Zhen's death, the ministers who realized that the situation had changed lifted Qin Zixun's house arrest. There is no doubt that Crown Prince Yanglin will make a comeback, and Qin Zixun will also be in a high position again, and his status will even be more terrifying than before. At this time, anyone who doesn't flatter him is a fool. Qin Zixun was surrounded by many officials, and returned to the Marshal's mansion. The gong led the way and the clean water paved the way. Even Qin Zixun's followers were treated with great courtesy. Those princes and nobles did not dare to put on airs in front of them. They kept calling him little brother and master for fear of losing respect. Especially those princes and nobles who had previously sided with Yang Zhen were all terrified and wanted to cut open their chests and take out their hearts for Qinzhou to see. You know, in a power struggle, the victorious party is most likely to carry out a bloody purge. Those who had previously surrendered to Yang Zhen might have been purged. In this case, how could they not be afraid? They wished they could worship Qinzhou as their own father. A group of princes and nobles surrounded Qinzhou and entered the Qin mansion. Then, they saw the huge vermilion bird that landed in the large courtyard. The gorgeous red feathers, the blazing flames, and the powerful aura that was emitted from it made the Adam's apples of the princes and nobles twitch a few times, and they were silent for a while. Master, Lord Lin has brought the young lady and is waiting for you in the backyard. A middle-aged housekeeper came up to greet him. Xingxun. Qinzhou was startled, and his heart was filled with emotion. He thought he would never see his granddaughter again, but he didn't expect that the situation would change so drastically overnight. Qinzhou followed the housekeeper to the backyard, and these princes and nobles were naturally left here, but they also knew that Lin Ming was such a person. How could he come to see them? At Lin Ming's level, the nobility and royal power in the secular world are nothing but floating clouds and dust to him, and are completely meaningless. So these people naturally sat down in the front hall at the invitation of the housekeeper, and began to drink tea and chat. Grandpa. As soon as Qinzhou entered the back hall, Xingxun cried and threw herself into Qinzhou's arms. After worrying about Grandpa for more than a month, Xingxun couldn't suppress her emotions and tears flowed down like beads from a string. Grandpa is fine. Qinzhou patted Xingxun on the back. Living to Qinzhou's age, and having seen many storms, there are few things in the world that can make Qinzhou sad or happy. The only thing that Qinzhou cares about is the inheritance of the Qin family, as well as his children and grandchildren. Qinzhou looked at Xingxun with a look of love in his eyes. It was a blessing from heaven that he could have such an outstanding granddaughter. Turning his gaze to Lin Ming, Qinzhou's expression was very complicated as he looked at this outstanding young man in front of him. Gratitude, emotion, relief, all these were intertwined together. Qinzhou didn't even know how to address Lin Ming. He had received news before that the new master of the Seven Profound Martial Palace was killed by Lin Ming in one move. He watched Lin Ming grow from a poor boy to a person that even the master of the Seven Profound Valley had to show respect to. At this level, Qinzhou could no longer understand it. He naturally hoped to facilitate the marriage of Xingxun and Lin Ming, but this kind of thing was no longer something he could ask about. He no longer had the ability to arrange his granddaughter's life. Marshal Qin, please talk to Xingxun. I'll go out first. Lin Ming bowed as a junior and left the room. Outside the room, the middle-aged housekeeper was waiting. Lord Lin, someone wants to see you. See me? Didn't I say I won't see anyone? Lin Ming didn't want to see the princes and nobles of Xianan City. They were just giving gifts and flattering him. He had no interest in these things. She said it was your old friend. Old friend? Lin Ming first thought of Lan Yunyu. However, when he actually saw her, he was slightly startled. A girl wearing a white dress, well dressed, and looking a little weak was waiting respectfully in the side hall. It turned out to be Beijing Gan. At the beginning, Beijing Gan and Mirangzi were known as the Seven Profound Pride, and they were also the focus of the Seven Profound Martial Palace. However, Lin Ming didn't have much contact with Beijing Gan. He only made a few treasure inscriptions for her. Lin Ming didn't have a deep memory of Beijing Gan. He almost forgot about this girl. Seeing Lin Ming coming in, Beijing Gan smiled slightly and bowed. Master Lin. Calling Lin Master made Lin Ming feel a little at a loss. Lin Ming said, just be casual. We were disciples from the same sect before. Well, then I'll call you Brother Lin. Beijing Gan smiled. Speaking of which, I entered the 7th Profound Martial Palace earlier than Brother Lin. At the beginning, I felt that Brother Lin had unlimited potential, but I didn't expect that Brother Lin would reach this level a few years later. Beijing Gan couldn't help but sigh. When Lin Ming first rushed into the 10,000 killing formation, his ranking was much lower than hers, but now, even the palace master of the 7th Profound Martial Palace was killed instantly by Lin Ming. It was just like a dream. Well, I got some opportunities by chance. I'm just lucky. Luck is also a part of genius. Beijing Guyan shook his head, and then his expression straightened up, with a strange look in his eyes. Brother Lin, can I ask you something? Please go ahead. Beijing Guyan hesitated for a moment, and whispered, a year and a half ago. Did you kill her? Only a few people in Xianan City, such as Yang Zhen and the Cloaked Man, knew about the feud between Lin Ming and Ouyang Boyan. No one else knew about it. People didn't even know how Yang Zhen got involved with the Cloaked Man. They just guessed that there was a big shot from the Seven Profound Valley behind Yang Zhen, but no one knew who it was. Beijing Guyan naturally didn't know, but some clues could be found, such as Lin Ming settled his parents. Before leaving Xianan country, the new lord of the house came from the Hehuan sect. Ouyang Boyan had been to Xianan country, and after the news of Lin Ming's death came, Yang Zhen attacked the Qin house. Beijing Guyan connected this series of things together, and came up with such an association, so she came to ask Lin Ming for clarification. At this point, Lin Ming naturally had nothing to hide, and he nodded. I killed Ouyang Boyan. After hearing Lin Ming's words, Beijing Guyan breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes slightly, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She had resolved a matter that had been weighing on her heart for more than a year, but she was faintly a little disappointed, as if she had done something, but got a result that actually had no meaning, which made her feel a little tired. When he opened his eyes again, Beijing Guyan's eyes regained their spirit. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Ming shook his head. There's nothing to thank me for. I killed him because he wanted to kill me first. Everyone has their own ambitions. In fact, the Hehuan sect is not that scary for female disciples. If they can let go of their female reserve and arrogance, they can get what they want in the Hehuan sect. Many female disciples with average talents but some looks, for the sake of youth and wealth, are desperately trying to squeeze into the Hehuan sect. Lin Ming sighed, took out a pair of pill bottles from the Zumi ring, and said, Senior Sister Bei, I'll give you one of these medicine bottles, and if you can see Lan Yunaiu, please give the other bottle to her for me. These medicines are mild in nature, and can be taken without any scruples. They can ensure that you can enter the condensation vein stage. Beijing Guyan's talent was only good in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. As a warrior, she naturally dreamed of breaking through the condensation vein stage as soon as possible. But now, looking at the pair of medicine bottles, Beijing Guyan didn't feel any joy in her heart, as if after experiencing some things, she no longer had any pursuit for these. After hesitating for a while, Beijing Guyan still quietly put away the pair of pill bottles and whispered, Miss Lan has been running her cloth shop in the north of the city for the past year. This time Brother Lin is back, she may also know. Beijing Guyan's implication was that Lan Yunai didn't want to see Lin Ming. Now that things have changed, there is no point in seeing him, and it will only increase the embarrassment. Lin Ming was silent, sighing in his heart. Maybe a peaceful life is more suitable for Lan Yunai. Giving away this pill bottle also settled the last cause and effect, and from then on, this relationship completely disappeared. After saying goodbye to Beijing Guyan, Lin Ming returned to his room alone. He had already told the housekeeper that no one should disturb him, including not to send food. Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial spirit and sat there for 3 or 4 hours. After opening his eyes, it was already night. Lin Ming stood up and took out a small bottle from the Zumi ring. Inside the bottle was a red liquid, which was the essence and blood extracted from Ouyang Boyan and Ouyang Baksu. It has been nearly 2 years since Lin Ming used the essence and blood of an acquired master to accidentally open the magic cube. In 2 years, Lin Ming's strength has reached the innate extreme. I wonder if the essence and blood of an innate master can open the magic cube again. Lin Ming couldn't wait to verify this guess. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lin Ming said to himself in a self-deprecating tone, my mind is in a mess again. This state of mind is not suitable for opening the Rubik's Cube. The more valuable the treasure, the more it needs to be treated with inaction and fearlessness. Otherwise, if it is aroused by greed, it may reveal all kinds of mental flaws. Lin Ming is not extremely eager for the inheritance contained in the Rubik's Cube. What he wants most is to explore the secrets of the Rubik's Cube itself. How did it come about? Where did it come from? What does it want to guide him to do? Lin Ming always feels that the Rubik's Cube is spiritual, but it seems to be standing at the highest point of the world, looking at everything with an almost indifferent attitude, including Lin Ming himself. It is said that the world is not benevolent and treats all things as straw dogs. For the Rubik's Cube, there is no such thing as benevolence or inhumanity. It just exists indifferently, allowing the world to change. Calming down again, Lin Ming took off his clothes, revealing the strange symbol on Lin Ming's left chest. The pattern is exactly a mysterious inscription on the Rubik's Cube. Chapter 431 Demon Emperor. Lin Ming took a deep breath, washed his hands and face, and burned incense, adjusting his mentality to a level where he was not disturbed at all. Then, he poured all his blood essence into his chest. The red blood essence remained, and there was no change at first. After a few breaths, there was only a kai 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 sound, and the blood essence, as if corroded by something, emitted a wisp of green smoke. A trace of burning pain came, and Lin Ming frowned slightly. He calmed down and released his perception to feel the energy fluctuations of the magic cube in his chest, hoping to detect some clues. This magic cube, after sleeping in Lin Ming's heart, seemed to have disappeared. If it did not appear on its own, Lin Ming would never be able to sense it. This time, when the magic cube absorbed the blood essence, Lin Ming finally detected its existence. However, next, Lin Ming only felt that the sea of spirit shook, and all the perceptions he released were sucked into the magic cube in reverse. The suction was so strong that Lin Ming had no time and no ability to resist. The next moment, Lin Ming's consciousness came to a dark space, vast and boundless, like a dark starry sky. He was very familiar with this space. It was the Rubik's Cube space. Around Lin Ming, there was a hazy mist floating, and between the mist, there were many bright spots of light, slowly rotating around a 1-foot-sized ball of light in the center, like stars in the sky. Sure enough, I'm here again. The second time the Rubik's Cube was opened, it was the blood essence of an acquired warrior. The third time was the innate, and the fourth time might be the Zuandan. Lin Ming was sure that even the blood essence of a Zuandan master would not have much effect on the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube was probably just telling itself in this way that it needed the blood essence of a stronger person. The ball of light in the center of the soul fragment still flashed a soft milky white light, and the countless soul fragments around it were crystal clear and shining. Although he came to the Rubik's Cube space, Lin Ming still felt a little disappointed. He was still confused about the Rubik's Cube. When his perception was connected to those soul fragments, Lin Ming suddenly let out a soft "A." He found that as his soul power continued to grow stronger, he could already vaguely sense the aura emanating from the soul fragments. Some fragments had a gentle aura, some had a domineering aura, and some had a faint bloody aura. This should be related to the nature of the cultivation method they practiced. These auras were intermittent, and Lin Ming could only roughly confirm a little bit. Looking all the way, Lin Ming was extremely cautious. He did not dare to guarantee that these soul fragments were definitely ownerless souls. There might be some, among which there were indelible spiritual imprints. If this kind of soul was selected, it would be bad. These gods were powerful figures in their lifetime. Even if there were only a few soul fragments left, it was not something Lin Ming could resist. Lin Ming fought for a long time in the magic cube space. He did not dare to release his perception rashly, but just kept calm and passively felt. At a certain moment, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a light red soul fragment in front of him that was passing slowly at a slow speed. This fragment was only the size of a little fingernail, and the rosy crystal light flickered. The fragment slowly rotated, casting a faint red light on the track it passed. Lin Ming was stunned. This feeling seemed to be when Lin Ming fought with Lei Mu Bei. He had felt a similar breath. The Nether Emperor. The ancient magic scroll. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, took a step forward, and released a wisp of true energy to lock the soul fragment. Looking at the soul fragment in his hand entangled by the true energy, Lin Ming could clearly feel the bloody aura contained in it. Thinking of the scene when he swallowed the magic heart crystal and saw the Nether Emperor pointing his giant axe to the sky and stepping on the ground, as well as the boundless demons, Lin Ming suddenly felt an inexplicable impulse in his heart. What would happen if he swallowed this soul fragment? Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming finally reached out and touched the red soul fragment. Swish. The soul fragment turned into a stream of light and instantly sank into Lin Ming's body. Now, Lin Ming's strength has become much stronger, but this soul fragment is also more powerful than before. The chaotic information poured into Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was shaken, and a messy picture appeared in his mind. Among them, he saw the various demons he saw in the ancient Phoenix Hall. War, blood, battlefield. The strong man who waved his hand and caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless corpses turned into ashes, and the yellow sand stained with blood. Faintly, Lin Ming saw a city made of huge rocks. The buildings in the city were rough and bold, but full of powerful beauty. The residents in this city were the demons that Lin Ming had seen before. Some of them were more than 10 feet tall, and some could even reach 2 feet tall. Troll? These two words echoed in Lin Ming's mind. When Lin Ming sorted out the chaotic and fragmented memories, he finally understood that the image of this demon was actually just a race like humans. The image of man with chains wrapped around his body, boar-like fangs on his face, and long, flaming red hair that was scattered wantonly was not unique to the Nether Emperor, but a race, the Trolls. So that's how it is. The Nether Emperor was not a human. When I devoured the demon heart crystal, I saw him holding a giant axe and slaughtering demons. It was most likely in the place where the trolls gathered. And the red demon I saw in the last trial in the Phoenix secret realm was also a type of troll. The doubts that had been bothering Lin Ming's mind suddenly became clear. No wonder I could feel the blood inheritance similar to that of the Nether Emperor in Lei Mu Bay, and even feel the difference of this light red soul fragment. It turns out that this is not human blood at all, so it is so special. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming exited the magic cube space, pushed the door, and walked out to see the bright moon in the sky. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. The dew was heavy at night, and the cold wind blew on his face. Lin Ming was a little more awake. He rubbed his forehead, and felt a dull pain in his head, as if he had been sleeping for too long and his mind was not clear. Enduring this pain, and examining the memories in his mind, Lin Ming was suddenly shocked. This is the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. Lin Ming was stunned. The scene in his mind was a blood-red fierce halberd that was a full foot long, with a handle as thick as a child's arm. This powerful man in the god realm was actually the first owner of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. Lin Ming's face was full of disbelief. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd left endless legends. It is said that it is at least a mid-grade treasure of the heavenly rank, and may even be of a higher grade. It has existed for 70,000 to 80,000 years. The first owner has long been untraceable, and its successive owners, including the powerful men who were crowned as emperors, were killed by this fierce halberd because of the so-called lack of luck. Even the Nether Emperor was included. Lin Ming subconsciously took out the set of ancient magic scrolls left by Lei Mu Bei from the Zumi ring. After reading it, he burst into laughter and tears. This ancient magic scroll was actually the technique created by the great master of the divine realm holding the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd before ascending to the divine realm. Such a coincidence can only be said to be God's will. However, it is probably because of these vague connections that Lin Ming can feel the familiar breath on a blood-red soul fragment. I didn't expect that among the 10,000 divine realm masters who besieged Qianxue Holy Land, there was an ascender from Xianan continent. The first owner of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, a powerful emperor from Xianan continent 80,000 years ago, nicknamed the Demon Emperor. He once founded a 6th grade sect, and existed for 16,000 years. Demon Emperor. The one who dares to call himself this is probably the first person in the magic way. The memory is incomplete. Lin Ming sorted it out for a long time, but it was only some fragments of information. The complicated scene made him completely confused. Digesting these memories bit by bit, most of the memories in the Demon Emperor's soul fragment are about images, including the wars he participated in, the people he killed, and all kinds of corpses and blood. This Demon Emperor is really bloodthirsty. Lin Ming sighed. Although the soul fragment is much larger than the previous two, there are very few memories about the skills in it. Even if there are some, they are completely incomplete. When Lin Ming sorted out half of the memories in the soul fragment, he suddenly felt shocked. This is Great Wilderness Halberd technique. A set of halberd techniques? Lin Ming's heart was moved. The spear and the halberd are actually similar in nature. The spear technique can be used on the halberd, and the halberd technique can also be used on the spear. Lin Ming is now in need of a set of spear techniques. When he fought with the masters of Jinzhang Mountain, his shortcomings in spear techniques were fully reflected. If it were not for the spear power given by the blood of the real dragon, Lin Ming would definitely lose in a spear technique battle with Xiaokai. Most of the trolls use long weapons. Most humans use swords and knives, but the trolls, perhaps because of their height, are used to using long-handled weapons. For example, the Nether Emperor uses a long-handled giant axe and a blood halberd, Lei Mu Bei uses a halberd, and the Demon Emperor also uses a halberd. The headache gradually faded, and Lin Ming concentrated on reading the contents of the Great Wilderness Halberd art. As he read, he felt mixed emotions. The good news was that the Great Wilderness Halberd art was one of the Demon Emperor's ultimate magic arts, which not only included the halberd art, but also the skills, and was extremely powerful. The ancient magic scroll that Lei Mu Bei learned was only a small part of the Great Wilderness Halberd art. The worry was that practicing the Great Wilderness Halberd art was not an easy task, and it required constant killing, sucking the enemy's blood, and accumulating one's own murderous aura. Killing. Lin Ming frowned. He had not killed many people in the years of practicing martial arts, and each one of them had a way to die. When the Demon Emperor was practicing the Great Wilderness Halberd art, he was bloodthirsty and used it to perfect his skills. However, Lin Ming could not do such a thing. He would not kill innocent people. This magic martial arts seems to be two kinds of killing and lust. The Nether Emperor had both, but the Demon Emperor 80,000 years ago took the killing path. Killing path. Do I have to take this path too? To explain, I have to go to the Shanghai annual meeting on the 29th, 30th, and 31st of the month. I have no manuscripts saved, so I can only type in the hotel. However, the hotel is occupied by 2 people, which may be affected. I will try to keep a lot of chapters. I don't know what the situation is now, and I dare not say that I will die. I will try to squeeze out time. In addition, I recommend a light-hearted urban novel with a trampling style. It is written by Feng Xiaoyu, a top-notch genius. It is written by an old author. The previous book performed well. The new book number is 2,491,014. It is currently on the new book list. You can go and take a look. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 430 To return to Shenhuang Island. In the autumn, Xianan City was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. In September, Crown Prince Yanglin ascended the throne. The coronation ceremony lasted for 7 days. Those officials who had been removed from office in the Great Purge were reappointed, and some were sent to Beijing, and some were promoted. As for those officials, who were originally Yang Zhen's direct lineage, some were demoted and some were exiled. Even though Yanglin was kind-hearted, he would gradually show his ruthless side after becoming the emperor. In mid-September, Lin Ming returned to Qingsang City with Qinzingsun. Yanglin had sent people to bring back Lin Ming's parents. Yanglin knew that this time he could save his life and finally ascend the throne, all thanks to Lin Ming. It can be said that he was given a second life. However, he could not repay this favor. What he could give Lin Ming was only the power and money in the secular world, which meant nothing to Lin Ming. However, Yanglin was also a smooth-talking person. He could not give Lin Ming anything, so he issued an edict to enthrone Lin Ming's parents. Lin Ming's father was conferred the title of Duke of Lu, with a fief of 500 li, and this Lu state included the scope of Qingsang City, which means that Qingsang City would be the fief of the Lin family in the future. Lin Ming's mother was conferred the title of first-class imperial concubine, and even Lin Xiaodong was conferred the title of first-class viscount. These titles were extraordinary. Although neither the duke nor the imperial concubine had any official power, the duke's status was second only to that of the prince and the county prince, and he was the top figure in the aristocratic circle. The title could be inherited. Once it was conferred, it would not be removed, unless there was a serious crime. Therefore, the court would not confer titles easily, except for the conferring of dukes and titles to meritorious officials during the founding of the country. In times of peace and prosperity, the court would be very careful in conferring titles. It was a pipe dream to want to be conferred the title of duke in one step. You should know that the lord of Qianxue city was only a viscount, with a fief of 30 li and a fief of 1,000 households. As for the several big families in Qianxue city, except for the Zhu family who got the noble status without even a fiefdom, because their daughter married into the royal concubine, the other family heads did not even have the second-class baron. They were real commoners, and at most could be considered as gentry and wealthy people. There was an insurmountable gap between commoners and nobles. Nobles represented honor. Although big merchants were rich and powerful, they were all speculators in the eyes of commoners. In terms of social status, they were not as good as the great nobles. Therefore, for Lin Ming's parents, being able to be a noble and become a legendary figure like a duke or a first-class imperial edict was definitely a great event that brought honor to the family. Seeing his parents happy, Lin Ming was also very pleased. He did not expect that just a small title in the secular world could make his parents so happy. The last time Lin Ming came back, he gave his parents a precious elixir that could extend their lifespan by nearly 100 years, but it did not make his parents so happy. Lin Ming's mother touched the imperial edict again and again, smiling from ear to ear. She said that she would ask the craftsman to make a sandalwood box to seal the imperial edict. She also said that she would be proud to meet her ancestors in the underworld. This idea made Lin Ming laugh and cry. Lin's mother was happily nagging when suddenly a baby girl's cry came from the west wing. This baby was Lin Ming's sister. This time, Lin Ming was trapped in the Phoenix secret realm for a year. Under the protection of Qinzhiya, Lin Ming's parents never knew about Lin Ming's death from beginning to end. They lived happily for a year and gave Lin Ming a sister. Speaking of which, this was still the credit of Lin Ming's elixir. The couple, who had worked hard for half their lives, became younger and younger. The wrinkles on their skin disappeared, and their health was getting better and better. Now the couple looked no different from people in their early 30s. Lin Ming's sister was only a few months old and was still breastfeeding. She was named Lin Xiaoj. The little girl had a pair of unusually large eyes, and she was not shy. When she saw Lin Ming, she stared at him with her bright and black eyes. Lin Ming liked it very much and took out a soul-nourishing jade pendant from his zumi ring and hung it around Lin Xiaoj's neck. This little life came at the right time. Lin Ming was worried that his parents would be lonely after he left, but with Xiaoj around, that wouldn't be the case. If he had a younger brother in the future, he could inherit the title. As for Xiaoj, she might marry into the palace and become the queen in the future, which was also very likely. Then his parents shouldn't have any regrets, right? Lin Ming didn't intend to tell his parents what had happened in the past year, but the couple had been home for a long time, so they still learned about what had happened. After hearing the news, Lin's mother was terrified, especially when she knew that Lin Ming would soon leave Xianan country again, and it was very likely that he would leave for a long time. Lin's mother's originally extremely happy mood was immediately diluted, and she didn't speak for a long time. She didn't know what Lin Ming would experience when he went out, but there was no doubt that it was very dangerous, and she couldn't be happy without seeing her son for several years. The only person who could make Lin's mother smile was Qin Xingxuan. Although Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan were only friends, in Lin's mother's opinion, Lin Ming bringing Qin Xingxuan home meant meeting his parents-in-law. She was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. She had a good family background, was well educated, and was beautiful. Lin's mother asked several times in an indirect way when they could get married and have a grandson. This made Lin Ming laugh and cry. It would be more reliable to expect Xiaoj to have a grandson when he grows up than to expect him to have a grandson. Warriors travel around and have no place to live. It is impossible for them to take care of their children. This is also the reason why most warriors give birth very late. Generally, only when their potential is exhausted and their realm is stable will they consider having children. Among the Xuandan masters, there are many who have children over the age of 100. After living quietly at home for half a month, Lin Ming rarely practiced during this period. He spent most of his time accompanying his parents and occasionally playing with Xiaoj. Only in the dead of night, Lin Ming would comprehend the great wilderness halberd art left by the demon emperor. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that this set of skills was extremely profound, but it was also difficult to practice. The day of separation finally arrived. Lin Ming was going back to Shenhuang Island, and Qin Xingxuan would accompany him. The relationship between him and the Seven Profound Valley was over. The next day, early in the morning, the autumn wind was bleak, the leaves were withered and yellow, and above the blue sky, a row of migratory geese flew silently to the south. Lin Ming stood under the wide wings of the fire scale, and his clothes were rustling in the wind of fire. Behind Lin Ming, Lin's mother covered her mouth, and couldn't help crying. Lin's father also sighed. He was proud to have such a son, but it was destined that this son would not be by their side, otherwise he would never fly high. Dad, Mom, take care. Lin Ming knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, then jumped onto the fire scale. The fire scale spread its wings and took Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan with it, soaring into the sky. The vermilion bird spread its wings and flew high, the wind whistled, and the flames dyed the sky red. The road of the strong is destined to be lonely, and the long lifespan makes it impossible to grow old with relatives. This is also the reason why many powerful people, such as the witch god in southern Xinjiang, still come down to earth to settle their karma after so many years. Lin Ming, shall we fly directly to Shenhuang Island? Qin Xingxuan asked on the back of the vermilion bird. Yes, go directly to Shenhuang Island. Transition chapter, settle the karma, and a new plot is about to begin. Today in Shanghai, the second chapter may be late. Chapter 433, no choice. Shenhuang Island, Suzaku Hall and the Back Mountain. Mu Qianxue, the third elder of Shenhuang Island, strode out of Suzaku Hall, his face gloomy, as if water was about to drip out. Third elder. A pair of maids outside the Suzaku Hall bowed to Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue just snorted and didn't bother to pay attention. After walking 10 feet in front of the hall, Mu Qianxue waved his sleeves and took off into the air. Although the square in front of the Suzaku Hall did not have a clear ban on flying like the mountain gate, the Suzaku Hall was Mu Yuhuang's bedroom and the highest power of the Suzaku branch. Most people would walk outside the square before flying, but Mu Qianxue was completely too lazy to pay attention to these rules at this time. The conversation with Mu Yuhuang just now made Mu Qianxue very unhappy. The engagement ceremony of the saint, which was almost on the agenda, was postponed by Mu Yuhuang with an excuse and extended indefinitely. A flame of sound transmission ignited in front of Mu Qianxue. The person who called him was the great elder Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue frowned. His relationship with the great elder was not so good. The power struggle within Shenhuang Island was complicated. As the third elder, Mu Qianxue represented the interests of a faction, and Mu Qianxue also represented a faction. There were naturally many conflicts of interest between the two factions, which led to the unfriendly relationship between Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue. This was inevitable. Mu Qianxue hesitated for a moment, and then flew to the Fire Spirit Palace, where the Great Elder was. Haha, Brother Qianxue, how are you? Outside the Fire Spirit Palace, the Great Elder was wearing a bright red robe, and waiting outside with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Brother Qianxue, I'm fine. Mu Qianxue landed from the escape light, and clasped his fists. Are you okay? I'm afraid, not so good. The Great Elder said with a smile. Mu Qianxue frowned, and did not refute anything. Brother Qianxue, I know you are working hard for Qingshu's marriage, but forgive me for being blunt, it's better for you to give up this idea. Can't you see that Mu Yuhuang has already planned to marry Mu Qianxue to Lin Ming? And seeing the close relationship between Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming, she is most likely willing to agree to this marriage. Qingshu should make some plans. Mu Qianxue's words were harsh. Mu Qianxue frowned. Of course he knew what Mu Qianxue said, but he just didn't want to accept the fact. What do you want to say? Mu Qianxue asked straight to the point. He knew that the Great Elder had called him here this time, not just to scold him. Mu Qianxue smiled and said, Brother Qianxue is a wise man. We did have some minor disagreements before. However, we are both surnamed Mu after all. In the past 3000 years of inheritance of Shenhuang Island, many non-surname disciples have joined, but they have only become non-surname elders, and few have been promoted. However, I'm afraid that Lin Ming will become more than an elder in the future. Lin Ming's status is becoming more and more important. If he marries Mu Qianxue in the future, he may even become the island master of Shenhuang Island. Mu Qianxue said, in the past 3000 years, there has never been a non-surname island master. This is equivalent to handing Shenhuang Island to someone else. The elders will never agree. Who can guarantee that the outsider is not harboring evil intentions? Shenhuang Island is called a sect, but in fact it attaches great importance to blood inheritance. Most of the people on the island are surnamed Mu, which is similar to the form of a family. A family will not hand over the position of the head of the family to a non-surname person, so the elders of Shenhuang Island will not accept a non-surname person as the island master. That may not be the case. Mu Fengxian is very optimistic about Lin Ming, and Mu Yuhuang also trusts Lin Ming very much. Moreover, Lin Ming's potential is too terrifying. Brother Yanzhou may not know this yet. This time, Lin Ming went to the Hehuan sect of the Seven Profound Valley alone, fought against 7 or 8 elders of the Hehuan sect, and even defeated the Hehuan sect's extremely innate master. What? Mu Yanzhou's face changed. You said that Lin Ming, with his late acquired cultivation, defeated an extremely innate master? Yes. This is definitely a talent that only the powerful emperors have, so I said, it is not impossible for Lin Ming to become the owner of Shenhuang Island in the future, or even control the entire Shenhuang Island. By then, there will be no place for us. Mu Yanzhou's face looked extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, in that case, I have nothing more to say. Lin Ming's rise is unstoppable. I will persuade King Shu to give up this idea and just practice hard. If you are not as talented as others, you can only accept your fate. Although we will be controlled by others in the future, which may cause our Mu Yanzhou lineage to slowly decline, we can still survive, which is worse than being destroyed by others. I think Brother Chihuo must be unable to do anything about Lin Ming. Such a person will be extremely terrifying when he grows up. If you offend him now, you will die miserably in the future. Mu Qianxue said disdainfully, Brother Yanzhou, you still want to protect yourself? We have already offended him. That's just Brother Qianxue who offended him. Now Brother Qianxue is at loggerheads with the Lord of Yuhuang Island. I, Mu Yanzhou, don't have the courage. If I can't fight for power, I will just obey others. Brother Qianxue, don't think of dragging me down with you. Mu Qianxue suddenly sneered twice. Brother Yanzhou is too naive. I guess Brother Yanzhou doesn't know why Lin Ming went to the Hehuan sect of the Seven Profound Valley. Mu Yanzhou paused slightly, snorted lightly and did not answer. He knew nothing about Lin Ming and our Angboyan. To Shenhuang Island, the little thing that happened in Xianan country was like a fight between ants. It would not attract the attention of Shenhuang Island at all, not to mention that Shenhuang Island is still busy with war. Mu Qianxue smiled and said, a few months ago, the news of Lin Ming's death reached the Kixuan area. In order to vent his hatred, one of Lin Ming's enemies took revenge on the Lin family and killed a girl who had a close relationship with Lin Ming. I only found out about this recently. This enemy of Lin Ming was from the Hehuan sect of the Kixuan Valley. That's why Lin Ming went to the Hehuan sect and killed several people. They were all elders of the Hehuan sect and innate masters. So what? It seems that Brother Yanzhou really doesn't know. Brother Yanzhou, think about it. After Lin Ming's death, Lin Ming's relatives and friends were forced to that extent. How could they not ask for help from my Shenhuang Island? They knew the relationship between Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue. Unfortunately, Mu Qianxue was with his grandson Mu Qianxue at the time. As a result, for some unknown reason, his grandson seemed to have withheld the letter, and even withheld several letters, and did not give them to Mu Qianxue, which led to the girl who had a close relationship with Lin Ming almost dying. Mu Qianxue spoke slowly and steadily, and Mu Yanzhou's face changed. Mu Qianxue would not speak nonsense. This was most likely true, and he knew Mu Qianxue's character very well. He would probably do such a thing. Mu Yanzhou's eyebrows twitched, and he stared at the elder with a burning look, and said coldly, did you arrange someone here? If the elder had not arranged an undercover among his own people, he would not have known such a trivial matter. Haha, brother Yan Zuo, don't speak so harshly. You should think about how to deal with Lin Ming's anger. As far as I know, Lin Ming will take revenge, if he has a grudge. Just look at the tragic scene of the Hehuan sect. When Lin Ming returns to Shenhuang Island this time, he will definitely investigate this matter. At the beginning, Ling Sun thought that Lin Ming was dead, so he was very casual when doing this matter, and it was not very clean. If Lin Ming investigates, it will not be difficult to find out. With Lin Ming's current ability, of course, he can't do anything to Qianxue. But when Lin Ming achieves Zuandan in the future, can brother Yan Zuo still protect Qianxue? At that time, Qianxue may. Mu Qianxue shook his head and Mu Yanzuo's face was as dark as water. Mu Qianxue was the most outstanding person in his lineage. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, he will definitely become an elder. That is, he will take over his current position. The position of elder is extremely important. If a sect does not even have an elder, then it has no say in the sect's higher level officials. The result can only be getting weaker and weaker, and eventually slowly decline and die, and even can't even survive. If it was a normal conflict, Mu Yanzuo could still apologize, but if it was Mu Yanzuo himself, he would probably not let it go. Mu Yanzuo's face changed several times, and he used his true essence to transmit his voice and asked, Brother Qianxue, do you have a way? In Mu Yanzuo's opinion, with Lin Ming's current talent and strength, plus the support of Mu Fengxian, even if he joined forces with Mu Qianxue, it would be difficult for him to pose a threat to Lin Ming. Brother Yanzuo, don't worry, there is always a way. Brother Yanzuo, you should go back to the Fire Spirit Palace with me and make a long-term plan. How about it? Mu Yanzuo nodded. He had no choice. On an island 1,000 miles away from Shenhuang Island, there are rugged reefs and surging waves. A team of Shenhuang Island disciples were conducting daily patrols. At noon, the innate disciple who led the team suddenly saw a ray of fire in the sky in the distance. He had excellent eyesight and immediately identified that it was a vermilion bird. And it was an adult vermilion bird. There were only a few adult vermilion birds on Shenhuang Island. Those who could travel on vermilion birds were likely to be elders. The disciple immediately lit a sound transmission talisman. In the center of the island, in an elegant little building, Mu Qianxue was watering the flowers. These days, Mu Qianxue was in a good mood, and in her spare time, she would fiddle with some flowers and plants. Mu Qianxue stood in the yard, silently watching Mu Qianxue watering the flowers. These days, Mu Qianxue's attitude towards him was obviously much better, but this change in attitude did not make Mu Qianxue happy. Ever since he learned that Lin Ming was still alive, Mu Qianxue's face was very bad. Not only was Lin Ming alive, but his cultivation had reached the late stage of the acquired realm. At the age of 17, the late stage of the acquired realm had already surpassed Mu Qianxue at the time. This gave Mu Qianxue a deep sense of crisis. At this rate, it would probably take only a few years for Lin Ming's strength to surpass his. By then, he really would not have any advantage at all. These few years were his last chance. Mu Qianxue had asked his grandfather to make a final effort. Although the possibility was not great, there was always a little hope. After all, he had a great advantage over Lin Ming. That was his last name, Mu. At this moment, a flash of fire lit up in front of Mu Qianxue's eyes. Someone is coming here on the Vermilion Bird. Chapter 434 I will pay. At this time of war, most of the people who would come here on the Suzaku were elders. Could it be that there is news from Grandpa? Mu Qianxue felt a little worried when he thought of this. The elders of the Seven Mysterious Valley were all old stubborn people with conservative ideas. They might not be willing to let Lin Ming intervene in the power center in the future. He was not without hope. When Mu Qianxue was daydreaming, a high-pitched phoenix cry came from the sky. The speed of an adult Suzaku was extremely fast. In the few breaths that Mu Qianxue received the sound transmission, it had already flown over the island. Mu Qianxue was slightly startled, put down the flower pot in his hand, and looked up at the Suzaku in the sky. The Suzaku landed, and the strong wind blew the grass and trees crooked. On the back of the Suzaku stood a pair of men and women. The young man had a handsome face, a smile on his face, and a gentle look, but he also contained a fierce will. The girl standing behind him had a pretty face, but her expression was a little restrained. It was Lin Ming and Qin Xingsun. Lin Ming did not return to Shenhuang Island directly. Instead, when he passed the South China Sea teleportation array, he asked the disciples guarding the array, and went to find Mu Qianxue first. Lin Ming always had a special feeling of intimacy with Mu Qianxue. In a sense, Lin Ming was willing to help Shenhuang Island, mostly because of Mu Qianxue. When Lin Ming came out of the Shenhuang secret realm, if he was not in a hurry to save Qin Xingsun, he would definitely have seen Mu Qianxue first. Seeing Lin Ming appear, the smile that Mu Qianxue had been brewing on his face froze instantly. Lin Ming. It was him. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming with a smile on his face, and felt like he had eaten a fly. However, now was not the time to tear his face apart. He could only put away the disgust in his heart, and try his best to put on a relatively calm expression. Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. His expression was normal, but there was an unconcealable joy in his eyes. Sister Pastor. Lin Ming jumped down from the back of Suzaku. Qin Xingsun also got down from Suzaku carefully, and stood behind Lin Ming in a proper manner. She was still reserved. She had heard that Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue had a close relationship. As Qin Xingsun came down, Mu Qianxue's eyes also fell on Qin Xingsun. She looked at her for a few breaths, until she saw that Qin Xingsun was a little uneasy. At this time, Mu Qianxue smiled slightly and said, "Is this Miss Qin? I heard about Miss Qin before. This time the Qin family was in trouble, because of my negligence. I'm so lucky to see that Miss Qin is fine. Your Highness, you are too polite." Qin Xingsun bowed respectfully. It was the first time she met Mu Qianxue. She had heard that the saint of Shenhuang Island was a fairy on earth. When she saw her today, Qin Xingsun couldn't help but feel a little inferior. No matter her status or strength, she could not compare with Mu Qianxue at all. This also made Qin Xingsun's aura inevitably weaker. This is. Lin Ming turned his gaze to Mu Qianxue. "My name is Mu Qianxue. I have long heard of you, junior brother. Nice to meet you." Mu Qianxue clasped his fists. His voice was inaudible. "So it's senior brother Qianxue." Lin Ming politely returned the greeting, and at this moment, Mu Qianxue's true essence transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ears. "Be careful of Mu Qianxue. For some reason, he may be hostile to you." "Huh? I don't think I have offended him." Lin Ming was slightly startled. "This?" Mu Qianxue didn't know how to start, and said vaguely, "Anyway, be careful." "I know." Lin Ming remembered it in his heart. "Junior brother Lin, you have been in the Divine Phoenix secret realm for so long this time, I guess there must be another opportunity?" Mu Qianxue asked indifferently. "Well, there is some opportunity, so it has been delayed for a long time, which makes everyone worried." "Worry?" Mu Qianxue sneered in his heart. "I'm worried about you not dying." Mu Qianxue thought so, and turned his head away. He was afraid that, if he looked at Lin Ming again, he would not be able to suppress the disgust in his heart. Mu Qianxue took over Lin Ming's words and said, 10 months is indeed a long time. Fortunately, we got out in time, and didn't cause a tragedy." Mu Qianxue said this, and turned her eyes to Qin Xingsun. "Miss Qin, in fact, when the Qin family was in trouble, you could have informed me in a letter. If I knew, I would definitely help. Miss Qin, there is no need to be so polite." "Well." Qin Xingsun frowned slightly. She naturally knew that Qin Xia had written a letter to Mu Qianxue. From Mu Qianxue's tone, she didn't know anything at all. Seeing the other party's sincere expression, it didn't seem to be fake. Qin Xingsun bit her lip and didn't know what to say. At this time, Lin Ming said, "Miss Mu, when the Qin family was in trouble, one of my elders once wrote 2 letters to Miss Mu, but they were all ignored, and there was no news." When these words came out, Mu Qianxue's eyebrows jumped, and his heart was weak, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face, and stood aside with a normal look. Mu Qianxue frowned slightly. "I wrote 2 letters, but they were never heard from." "Yes. Maybe, the letters were lost in the war." Mu Qianxue said thoughtfully, glancing at Mu Qianxue from the corner of her eye. "Is that so?" Lin Ming didn't quite believe Mu Qianxue's conclusion. The letters were sent through the teleportation array, which was not particularly affected by the war. Moreover, 2 letters in a row were all lost, which was a bit unreasonable. That should be the case. Mu Qianxue said this, but at the same time, she used the true essence to transmit down to Lin Ming. I will investigate this matter. Junior brother Lin, don't worry about it. I will give junior brother Lin an explanation. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Mu Qianxue used the true essence to transmit sound at this time. There was no doubt that she was only guarding against one person, that is, Mu Qianxue. Lin Ming was puzzled. Did I offend Mu Qianxue? This? Mu Qianxue was speechless. How could she say this? Did she tell Lin Ming that Mu Qianxue's elders intended to let Mu Qianxue marry her, which caused his jealousy? Doesn't that clearly imply that Master Yu Huang intends to facilitate her marriage with Lin Ming? Thinking of the issue of marriage, Mu Qianxue's heart was a little confused. Her personality tended to be independent, and she did not yearn for love between men and women. Her energy was mainly focused on pursuing higher martial arts, including her feelings for Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue herself could not explain it clearly. From the initial curiosity of meeting Lin Ming to the later admiration, if nothing unexpected happened, the two should have become friends and confidants. However, because of the ambiguous experience in Thunder Mountain, this confidant relationship was added with a bit of confusion. Mu Qianxue has been with Mu Yu Huang since she was a child. She has rarely come into contact with men since she was a child, let alone being touched by a man. Mu Qianxue had to admit that when she learned of Lin Ming's death, she was extremely sad and felt like she was being drained. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue unconsciously shifted her gaze to Qin Xingsun, wanting to ask Lin Ming something, but in the end she said nothing. When Lin Ming learned that the letter might have been withheld, his face darkened. No matter who did it, he would never let it go if he knew about it. Lin Ming, let's go back to Shenhuang Island together. The headmaster must be waiting anxiously. Okay. Shenhuang Island, Suzaku Hall. The door of the elders meeting room is made of 1000-year-old Paulownia wood. In the meeting hall, there is a 10-meter long table and 10 Paulownia wood chairs. The surrounding potted plants are all fire crane flowers. It takes 9 years for the flower buds to bloom, and 9 years for the flowers to bloom. After blooming, they can absorb the essence of fire. It is also a rare fire-type spiritual plant. In addition, the fire crane flowers are beautiful, so they are used as room decorations by Shenhuang Island. Mu Yu Huang sat at the head of the chair. Mu Qianxue sat beside Mu Yu Huang, and there were 7 or 8 people sitting sparsely on the wooden chairs around. Lin Ming had only seen one of these 7 or 8 people before, and that was Mu Qianxue, the master of Qianxue. Next to Mu Qianxue was an old woman in red. Her eyebrows were more than a foot long, and her hair and beard were all red. She looked a bit similar to the old ancestor Kai Yan whom he had met before. Lin Ming's soul power was strong now, and he could faintly feel that her cultivation was in the middle stage of Zuanden. On Shenhuang Island, most elders were in the early stage of Zuanden, and the middle stage of Zuanden was considered a very good strength. Seeing Lin Ming looking over, the long-browed elder smiled friendly, nodded, and stopped talking. Lin Ming smiled back. This time at the elders meeting, Lin Ming tried his best to suppress his breath, to show respect and humility. Apart from the old lady with long eyebrows, the rest of the group were mostly women. When they saw Lin Ming, their expressions varied. Some were appreciative, some smiled faintly and nodded, but there were also a few who completely ignored Lin Ming and did not ask. The Council of Elders is the highest authority on Shenhuang Island. These elders are naturally the real power figures on Shenhuang Island. As long as 4 or 5 of them unite, it will be enough to put pressure on Mu Yu Huang. Mu Qianxue was very friendly to Lin Ming. After sitting down, he looked up and down at Lin Ming, surprised by the deep fluctuation of his true essence. It was hard to imagine that this was the fluctuation of the true essence of a postnatal warrior. However, after probing Lin Ming's danshan, the true essence obviously did not condense into a cyclone, but was a scattered mass, and indeed failed to step into the innate realm. Lin Ming, you must have benefited a lot in the Shenhuang secret realm this time. Mu Qianxue said with a smile. Well, my disciple was lucky and got some opportunities, so I was delayed for a long time. Great, if you can grow up earlier, Shenhuang Island will have a new fighting force. Mu Qianxue laughed, but he was just talking casually. In this war between Shenhuang Island and the South Sea Demon Realm, Mu Qianxue didn't think Lin Ming could play any role. In this level of battle, even a Zhu and an early stage strongman would play a very limited role. Lin Ming has only a few cultivations. The elders arrived one after another. There were nearly 20 elders left in Shenhuang Island from the Suzaku sect and the Qingluan sect. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and an old man with a height of more than 8 feet and a broad frame walked in. Behind this old man was a thin old man, holding a 1,000-year-old phoenix wood cane, with a calm look. These two people were the great elder Mu Qianxue and the third elder Mu Qianxue of the Suzaku branch of Shenhuang Island. Mu Qianxue looked around the whole place, and finally landed on Lin Ming. He smiled at Lin Ming, and walked straight to his seat. Mu Yuhang looked at the two old guys indifferently as they sat down on their seats, and said calmly, "There are 3 things to do in this elders meeting. The first is to announce a new appointment, the second is to discuss the battle plan for the South Sea Demon Realm in the next month, and the last one is to let Lin Ming describe his experience in the Shenhuang Secret Realm." The Shenhuang Secret Realm is very important to Shenhuang Island, but Shenhuang Island knows very little about it. Every time a disciple enters the Shenhuang Secret Realm and comes back, he will compile what he saw and heard in the Shenhuang Secret Realm into information for reference. Lin Ming was trapped in the Shenhuang Secret Realm for nearly a year this time, and the information he obtained was naturally of great significance, which could greatly deepen Shenhuang Island's understanding of the Shenhuang Secret Realm. So Mu Yuhang specially convened an elders meeting to let Lin Ming describe it. Of course, this elders meeting also has another meaning, which is to let the elders affirm Lin Ming's value. First of all, regarding the new appointment, I propose to appoint Lin Ming as a new Suzaku envoy. What do you think? The Suzaku envoy of Shenhuang Island is an appointment for the innate disciples. In rare cases, it will be appointed to the acquired disciples. To put it bluntly, the Suzaku envoy is the candidate for the future elder. Appointing the Suzaku envoy not only allows one to hold real power, but also enjoys very rich resources. Mu Yuhang's words were equivalent to pre-booking Lin Ming as an elder. In response, nearly half of the elders reacted calmly. This was already expected. Everyone could see that Mu Yuhang valued Lin Ming. However, a considerable number of elders frowned slightly. If Lin Ming was just an elder of a foreign surname without real power, similar to the nature of a guest official, it would not be a big deal. But now, with the importance that Mu Yuhang and Mu Fengxian attached to Lin Ming, plus Lin Ming's talent, it might not be as simple as becoming an elder of a foreign surname. As a sect similar to a family, the elders surnamed Mu were unwilling to hand over power to outsiders. 4,000 years ago, there was an incident where an elder with power from outsiders betrayed Shenhuang Island, which caused Shenhuang Island to suffer heavy losses. With Lin Ming's talent, he will only have more power in the future. This is equivalent to handing the entire Shenhuang Island to Lin Ming. It is hard to say what kind of character Lin Ming has. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. After a few breaths, the great elder slowly stood up and said, "I have no objection to the sect leader appointing Lin Ming as a Suzaku envoy, but I have one thing I want to ask Lin Ming." Mu Yuhang's face was indifferent. She had always had a very bad relationship with Mu Qianxue. "What is it?" The great elder stood up, glanced at Lin Ming with a smile, and said slowly, "As far as I know, Lin Ming was trapped in the Divine Phoenix secret realm this time. After the news of his death was announced, your enemies retaliated against your relatives and friends, and forced a girl who had a close relationship with you into a desperate situation. By the time you broke through the Divine Phoenix secret realm and rushed to rescue her, the girl's blood was exhausted, and she was dead. So, you used 10 drops of Suzaku's blood as a price to exchange blood for the girl, and saved her life. This girl has a medium-level talent of the 6th rank, and has reached the condensed vein stage. Apart from her beautiful appearance, she has no other strengths, and has nothing to do with my Divine Phoenix Island. Is this true?" The elder's words were extremely vicious. In a sentence, apart from her beautiful appearance, she had no other advantages. This implied that Lin Ming was just coveting Qin Xingxian's beauty, so he took out 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood to save her. After these words were spoken, the expressions of all the elders changed, and their eyes were all fixed on Lin Ming. For a moment, more than a dozen eyes, each of which was a Zuandan master, were all focused on one person. The pressure can be imagined. Even Mu Yuhuang frowned. If this was true, Lin Ming's actions would arouse public anger. Vermilion bird's blood was so precious. 1 or 2 drops of blood essence created a Zuandan master. Many disciples of Shenhuang Island, including the elders, dreamed of getting a drop of Suzaku blood essence and cultivating the Suzaku forbidden god record to the core elm. However, Suzaku blood essence was extremely limited. Mu Yuhuang was under pressure to give all of it to Lin Ming, which had caused dissatisfaction among many elders. If Lin Ming wasted 10 drops of Suzaku blood essence in one breath, just for personal love and to save a girl's life, it would inevitably cause the anger of the elders. This would touch their reverse scales. Even Mu Yuhuang was so partial to Lin Ming that he was extremely dissatisfied with his behavior. Everyone was waiting for Lin Ming's answer. For a while, the atmosphere was terribly quiet. The air seemed to be condensed into substance. All the elders, including the long-browed old woman who was very friendly to Lin Ming before, glared at Lin Ming. Only the great elder still had a faint smile on his face and looked at Lin Ming calmly. Facing such tremendous pressure, Lin Ming's expression remained calm. He looked around the room, was silent for a few breaths, and said in a deep voice, "What the great elder said is true." As soon as these words came out, the whole room suddenly exploded. Several elders who were originally skeptical about Lin Ming's character stood up suddenly. "Lin Ming, you are so bold. Who gave you the power? But you actually wasted 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood for your own personal feelings. 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood in exchange for a beautiful woman. Lin Ming, you really opened my eyes. Today, you can use 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood to exchange for a woman's life. One day, when you become the powerful elder of Shenhuang Island, will you give the entire Shenhuang Island as a gift to the Pope of the demon cult? As far as I know, the current Pope of the South China Sea demon realm is a stunning woman." The old woman with long eyebrows was extremely disappointed with Lin Ming. "That's great. My grandson only needs 2 drops of Suzaku blood to practice the core part of the Suzaku forbidden god record. I begged for it, but couldn't get it. I didn't expect you. You actually used Suzaku blood to save a waste," an old woman said in a shrill voice. Her words were extremely harsh. In the eyes of this elder, a 6th grade talent without Suzaku blood is not a waste, but hundreds of such people are definitely not worth a drop of Suzaku blood. Using half a drop on her is a waste. All the elders present were almost one-sidedly questioning. Mu Qianxue sighed lightly. She was the only one who understood Lin Ming. She could only say that Lin Ming was too sentimental. However, his actions this time were really hard to convince the crowd. Lin Ming let the elders talk until someone directly called Qin Xingxuan a waste. Then Lin Ming raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "I will compensate Shenhuang Island for these 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood." "Compensation? Ha ha ha." The elder laughed wantonly. "This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood are equivalent to 10 Zuandan masters. What can you use to compensate? Thanks to AAA 999 AAA for the 50,000 reds, I have become another master of Wuji. Thanks to Chinayakan and Royang Fubuki for the 10,000 again. Thank you very much. This chapter is 5,000 words. Chapter 435 Blood Red Jade Slip. After hearing Lin Ming's offer to pay 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood, not only the great elder Mu Qianxue, but the other elders also thought it was ridiculous. An old woman in red snorted coldly and said, "Every drop of vermilion bird's blood is inestimable. I want to see what you are going to pay with." This old woman in red was the one who said that Lin Ming used vermilion bird's blood to save a waste. Shenhuang Island gave you vermilion bird's blood, not for you to use as a favor, let alone to please women. What qualifications do you have to do this? The old woman in red spoke aggressively, and a momentum emanated wantonly, directly oppressing Lin Ming. If her grandson had not lacked vermilion bird's blood, he would definitely have been able to break through Zuandan, which made the old woman in red particularly angry. In addition to Lin Ming's words, she actually used her momentum to oppress Lin Ming directly in the elders meeting. The momentum of a powerful person in the middle stage of Zuandan can be used to oppress a postnatal master, and it can directly oppress him to death. The old woman in red knew that Lin Ming was not an ordinary acquired master. If she oppressed him, at most he would be embarrassed, but no one would die. Therefore, she had no intention of holding back at all, and she was fully motivated. Seeing this, Mu Yuhang's face changed. She wanted to stop him, but she put her hand down, after raising it halfway. Lin Ming's behavior this time was too hateful. She could not withstand the public anger and defend Lin Ming. Moreover, even Mu Yuhang herself was very dissatisfied with Lin Ming's behavior. The elder smiled without leaving any trace, waiting to see Lin Ming's embarrassment. However, Lin Ming sat firmly on his seat. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, his expression was calm, and he did not even frown, as if he treated the old woman in red as a The old woman in red was shocked. She was fully motivated to oppress a junior, but was completely ignored. How is this possible? Question mark. You know, even if they are elders in the same Zuandan realm, a Zuandan middle stage oppressing a Zuandan early stage will never let the other party so easily. She thought that Lin Ming would be overwhelmed, sweating profusely, and at most he would grit his teeth to hold on, but she didn't expect that the other party would simply treat her as if she didn't exist. How could she save her face? Unable to get off the stage, the old woman in red circulated her true energy and pushed her aura to the extreme. Even the flamingo flowers beside her were blown into disarray by her aura, but Lin Ming just looked at her with an indifferent expression, not moved at all. All the elders in the audience were shocked. The old woman in red was also a person who ranked high among the many elders present. Lin Ming was strong, but definitely not to this extent. How could this be possible? Lin Ming stood up calmly, stared at the old woman, and said word by word, "Lin did use the blood of the vermilion bad to save a girl. This girl was forced into a desperate situation because of Lin, and was alone and helpless. Not to mention that she is an old friend of Lin, and had done Lin Ming a favor. Even if it was not the case, Lin would not sit idly by. Could it be that in your opinion, the relationship between people is simply to use and be used, and the value of everyone should be measured by whether the other party is useful to oneself?" Lin Ming's words were aggressive. While speaking, the ancient phoenix blood contained in his brows naturally emanated, and an aura that made everyone present palpitate spread out. The old woman in red was the first to be affected. Her aura paused, and her heart jumped. At that moment just now, she didn't know why, but she had a shudder from the bottom of her heart, which seemed to be the suppression from the blood. An incredible scene happened. The aura of the old woman in red was like white snow under the scorching sun. It dissipated in a few breaths. The eyes of all the elders looked at Lin Ming with a change of expression. Lin Ming stood calmly in front of the conference table and said calmly, "Shenhuang Island treats me well. There is one thing that I originally planned to give to Shenhuang Island for free. However, since everyone here is so fussy, then I will use the custom of Shenhuang Island to exchange this thing for Shenhuang Island. Great Elder, if I remember correctly, according to the rules of Shenhuang Island, after entering the Shenhuang secret realm, the treasures obtained belong to the individual and can also be exchanged for resources of equal value with Shenhuang Island. Not bad, right? Not bad." Mu Qianxue's eyelids twitched slightly. Thinking of the scene where Lin Ming easily broke the aura of the elders just now, he was still shocked. In that case, then, in addition to the conversion of these 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood, the remaining part of what I handed over will be discussed later. What? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. In addition to the conversion of these 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood, the remaining part will be discussed later. Question mark? From what Lin Ming said, what he was going to take out was actually worth more than 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood. The elder's face was as gloomy as water. "Lin Ming, I want to see what you can take out. Then please have a look at this thing, master," Lin Ming said, and took out a blood-colored jade slip from the Zumi ring. This jade slip was twice as large as an ordinary jade slip. It was covered with blood-colored lines, and looked extremely mysterious. Jade slip. Gangfa? The elders present were shocked, and the elder Mu Qianxue stared at the jade slip with a change of expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. This jade slip was obviously brought out from the divine phoenix secret realm. What could it be? Gangfa? Martial arts? Mu Yuhang looked at Lin Ming deeply, holding the jade slip in her hand. She felt as if she was holding a ball of flames that had been burning since ancient times. The jade slip exuded a mysterious and simple aura, which was definitely not an ordinary thing. Mu Qianxue, who was beside Mu Yuhuang, looked at the jade slip, and then looked at Lin Ming. With an inexplicable throbbing in her heart, she silently waited for the results of Mu Yuhuang's investigation. The perception extended to the jade slip, and Mu Yuhuang's heart jumped. The jade slip was originally the first level of Suzaku Forbidden God record. Could it be? Mu Yuhuang suddenly realized a possibility. The jade slip that Lin Ming brought out might have made up for some of the missing parts of Suzaku Forbidden God record. If so, the value of this set of jade slips would be unimaginable. Silently looking down, when Mu Yuhuang scanned the 5th level of Suzaku Forbidden God record and saw the 6th level, she took a deep breath. Her eyes became flickering, and her breathing became a little rapid. With Mu Yuhuang's understanding of the Suzaku Forbidden God record, he could easily distinguish the authenticity of this set of skills. The Suzaku Forbidden God record that the founder of Shenhuang Island obtained only had the first 5 levels of skills. Even if so much was missing, the Suzaku Forbidden God record was still no less than the skills of the 5th grade sects, or even the Holy Land. It was just that the cultivation restriction required the Suzaku bloodline, so it was not coveted by the 5th grade sects. The higher the level of the skills, the more terrifying its power. The first 6 levels of the Suzaku Forbidden God record were definitely the top skills that could cultivate the powerful emperor. In other words, if they had this set of skills, their Shenhuang Island might become a holy land. This was definitely not something that could be compared with a few drops of Suzaku blood, not even dozens or hundreds of drops. However, at this moment, something even more unbelievable happened to Mu Yuhuang. After the 6th level of the Suzaku Forbidden God record, there was the 7th level of the Suzaku Forbidden God record. Oh my. The 7th level. Mu Yuhuang's palm actually began to tremble slightly. This scene fell into the eyes of the elders present. Their faces changed slightly. Could the jade slip brought back by Lin Ming make Mu Yuhuang lose his composure like this? After reading the 7th level of the technique in one breath, Mu Yuhuang's heartbeat almost stopped instantly. After the 7th level of the technique, it was surprisingly the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. The 8th level. Mu Yuhuang's heart was in turmoil. She couldn't imagine what the power of the 8th level of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record would be. With trembling fingers, Mu Yuhuang supported the table with one hand and looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. Master, what exactly is that jade slip? The old woman in red who had argued with Lin Ming before couldn't help asking when she saw Mu Yuhuang lose his composure like this. Mu Yuhuang put down the jade slip and closed her eyes involuntarily to calm down. After a long time, she handed the jade slip out and said, "Read it yourself." When she took the jade slip, the old woman in red had already had a vague guess in her heart. There was probably only one situation that could make Mu Yuhuang lose his composure to this extent. After a glance, the old woman in red was shocked. It was indeed so. However, as she continued to read, the expression on her face became more and more stunned and shocked. In the end, she was completely stunned. Although she had been mentally prepared, she never thought that this Suzaku Forbidden God record had reached the 8th level. Lin Ming actually obtained the first 8 levels of the Suzaku Forbidden God record from the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm. What is it? The surrounding elders asked one after another. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. The old woman in red looked at Lin Ming deeply when she said this. She paused for a few breaths before she spoke word by word. The first 8 layers of the technique. What? The first 8 layers? All the elders were shocked. When they saw Mu Yuhuang lose control like this, they had already guessed it in their hearts. But when they heard the news from the old woman in red, they realized that they had greatly underestimated the horror of this jade slip. The third elder, Mu Qianxue, was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Ming with more awe in his heart. The founder of Shenhuang Island got a great opportunity from the Shenhuang Secret Realm and took out the first 5 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record and founded Shenhuang Island. Now, what will happen if Lin Ming takes out the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record from the Shenhuang Secret Realm? He couldn't imagine. The first elder also had a gloomy face. He looked at the blood-red jade slip in Mu Yuhuang's hand, clenched his fist tightly, and didn't know what he was thinking. The other elders had different expressions. They were of course delighted and excited to have the first 5 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. You know, most of them have practiced the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record to the 5th level, but they are still stuck in the early and middle stages of the Zuanden. There is no other way to break through. They can only consolidate the first 5 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record over and over again, so that their own skills can be more refined and break through. This is because they don't have the 6th level of skills. This chapter was coded on the high-speed train. There is another chapter, which will probably be around 12 o'clock. When I go home to eat and rest for a while, I have a lot to say to everyone. This month's monthly ticket has won. Thank you all. A new January is about to begin. Chapter 436, Collecting Treasures. If there is the 6th level of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, directly practicing the 6th level, even if the foundation is a little worse, it is definitely much faster than repeatedly consolidating and repairing the first 5 levels of practice. Anyway, these elders have never expected to become powerful people, so what does it matter if the foundation is a little worse? Being able to reach the late stage of Zuanden and the extreme of Zuanden is already the biggest goal of their lives. Thinking of this, their eyes became eager, and some people regretted the dispute with Lin Ming just now. After all, the Vermilion Bird Essence blood was fought for the younger generation. If they can break through, their strength will be further improved, and they can live another 200 or 300 years. The younger generation's affairs will seem insignificant. 10 drops of Vermilion Bird Essence blood are simply insignificant compared to the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ming at the same time, and their eyes were eager. According to the rules of Shenhuang Island, the things obtained by the trialists in Shenhuang Secret Realm have full control over them. They can not only exchange the things with the sect, but also exchange them with the elders, as long as both parties are satisfied with the price. Of course, these elders did not expect to keep the blood red jade slip for themselves. They just wanted to get a sneak peek. After all, there is only one jade slip, but there are more than 10 elders of Suzaku sect left on the island. If an elder comprehends it for 1 or 2 months, 1 or 2 years will pass. The elders who glared at Lin Ming before seemed to have completely forgotten the embarrassing scene just now. A white-haired old woman asked, "Nephew Lin, what are you going to exchange the jade slip for with the sect? I have a 900-year-old fire sunflower here. I wonder if Nephew Lin is interested?" Another elder said. When he said this, everyone else looked down on him. 900-year-old fire sunflower. How dare you take out such a thing? As the atmosphere became more and more heated, the face of the great elder Mu Qianxue became more and more ugly. Of course, he was extremely eager for the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, but how could Lin Ming give it to him? Gritting his teeth, Mu Qianxue said, "Lin Ming, what do you want in exchange?" Lin Ming smiled slightly. "I said before that I originally planned to give this thing to Shenhuang Island for free, but now I have changed my mind. I will lend this jade slip to Shenhuang Island for 100 days. I think it is enough to pay for the value of these 10 drops of Vermilion Bird's blood." What? Mu Qianxue's face sank. Lin Ming actually only lent the jade slip of Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record to Shenhuang Island for 100 days. Comprehending the jade slip is an extremely slow process. It is not surprising that 1 or 2 months will pass after a comprehension. Lin Ming lent it out for 100 days, which is only enough for 3 people to consult at most. But then again, if the elders present knew that they could exchange 3 drops of Vermilion Bird's blood for a month's time to comprehend the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record before Lin Ming got the blood red jade slip, they would definitely flock to it. But now that Lin Ming has taken the jade slip back, these elders have already regarded it as meat in the bowl. 10 drops of Vermilion Bird's blood only exchanged for 100 days of viewing time. How could they agree? Lin Ming's expression was normal, and he said slowly, "I haven't finished what I said. Apart from these 100 days, if there are elders who want to comprehend the rest of the time, it is also possible. Just negotiate the price separately, and both parties will be satisfied." Negotiate the price separately? As soon as these words came out, the elders present almost cursed. Lin Ming's move was too black-hearted. He didn't exchange the jade slip, but rented it out. Collect the treasure. From now on, any elder who wants to comprehend the technique must pay a big price. The Great Elder snorted coldly, "You are dreaming. This Divine Phoenix secret realm originally belonged to my Divine Phoenix Island. The jade slip you took out from the Divine Phoenix secret realm, my Divine Phoenix Island paid a price in exchange. We have done our utmost, but you are actually asking for more, trying to make money here." Lin Ming smiled coldly. "As far as I know, the Divine Phoenix secret realm was originally a trial site left by the ancient Phoenix clan, and the current disciples of the Divine Phoenix Island are not the people of the ancient Phoenix clan. On the contrary, when I entered the Divine Phoenix secret realm this time, I was recognized by the guarding hall spirit of the ancient Phoenix Hall, and that's why I was granted the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. It's hard to say who this Divine Phoenix secret realm belongs to, right? Taking a step back, even if the Divine Phoenix secret realm belongs to the Divine Phoenix Island, then I want to ask, when the Great Elder was young, he also entered the Divine Phoenix secret realm. I wonder what the Great Elder got?" Lin Ming spoke calmly, but his words were sharp and pointed, especially the last question, which made the Elder's face turn red. Although he had a chance, when he entered the Divine Phoenix secret realm, it was nothing compared to the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. The first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record have been placed in the ancient Phoenix Hall for 3,000 years, and guarded by the Hall Spirit. Anyone who has the ability can take it away. If Lin had not been recognized by the Hall Spirit by chance, it would be a fool's dream to take the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. The Elder said that the Divine Phoenix secret realm belongs to the Divine Phoenix Island, so I wonder if any of the Elder's disciples can enter the ancient Phoenix Hall and take out the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. Lin Ming's words refuted Mu Qianxue speechless. The other elders were also silent, but they still looked at Lin Ming, obviously unwilling to give up. Lin Ming sneered in his heart, and in front of these elders, he pushed the red jade slip of Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record to Mu Qianxue. "Master, I'm still busy with cultivation, so this set of exercises will be kept by Master for the time being, and the price of each rental can be negotiated on behalf of the disciple. How about it?" Lin Ming knew in his heart that the significance of this jade slip was too great for Shenhuang Island. Although according to the regulations of Shenhuang Island, the jade slip should be controlled by Lin Ming, it is really unlikely to enforce this rule when it involves such a huge interest. So Lin Ming had already planned to hand over the jade slip to Mu Qianxue for processing, and let Mu Qianxue negotiate the price, and he would take a part of it, which was already quite considerable. Moreover, this was equivalent to giving Mu Qianxue a huge favor. Mu Qianxue controlled the power to distribute the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, which was equivalent to strangling the throats of the elders present. Who would dare to oppose Mu Qianxue? As for the Great Elder who wanted to stir up trouble, it was just an egg hitting a stone. Mu Qianxue had the jade slip in hand, so the Great Elder couldn't form an alliance with other elders. No one would offend Mu Qianxue at this time. Moreover, if the Great Elder wanted to practice the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, he would first need the consent of Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming. Whenever Mu Qianxue thought of this, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Chapter 437 Marriage. Lin Ming, what exactly did you experience after entering the Divine Phoenix secret realm? Can you tell the elders? Mu Qianxue held the jade slip in his hand and said gently. Mu Qianxue was in a good mood. Originally, Lin Ming's background was a big problem, but now, after Lin Ming took out this jade slip, no one could question Lin Ming. If you want to question, you must first compare who has made the greater contribution to the Divine Phoenix Island. Okay, there is nothing to hide about the experience in the Divine Phoenix secret realm. It doesn't matter if you tell these people. Besides, they can only see it, but not eat it. Lin Ming immediately told the elders present the whole process of his participation in the final battle general trial. 10 months of experience, 6 trials, except for hiding the experience of obtaining the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming said everything else that could be said. The elders present were silent. The final battle general trial? There is also a king level trial. In other words, what they participated in before were just the trials of small soldiers. The elders present were all powerful enough to shake the Shenhuang state with a stomp of their feet. but in the ancient Phoenix clan, they were just small soldiers. This made them feel psychologically unacceptable. They had obtained the Shenhuang secret realm and thought they had obtained a huge treasure. However, they now knew that they had only developed a tiny bit. The rewards for the war general trial were already so rich, so what about the king trial? Unimaginable. How difficult were your 6 trials? An elder couldn't help asking. Her grandson was just 12 years old and had been designated as a personal disciple. He was very talented. Maybe there was a glimmer of hope that he could take the war general trial. Then, although she knew that the hope was slim, people would always have a lucky mentality. Lin Ming said, in the 6th trial, I faced an opponent with the ultimate innate cultivation. He was not weak among the ultimate innate masters. At that time, I was at the late stage of acquired cultivation. The late stage of acquired cultivation against the ultimate innate. The female elder sighed dejectedly. She had given up the idea of fighting a battle that spanned more than a realm. Lin Ming, you just said there is a king level trial? Mu Yuhang asked. Yes. If you can pass the king level trial, you can get the complete practice of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. Then can you participate next time? Mu Yuhang's eyes became eager. Every disciple can enter the Shenhuang secret realm twice, but Lin Ming only entered once. Lin Ming shook his head, not much hope. When he left the Shenhuang secret realm, he asked the temple spirit. The age limit for the king level trial is more relaxed, and you can be under 30 years old. However, his blood concentration is still not enough. As for the 9th level of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, it actually has no meaning to the elders present. That requires the blood of the ancient phoenix, and even Lin Ming himself is probably not qualified to practice it. Not to mention the 9th level, even the 8th and 7th levels, the elders present here can't even think of practicing it. The 6th level is enough for them to practice. If it weren't for the fact that the jade slip couldn't be cut, let alone copied, Lin Ming wouldn't even bother to hand over the last 2 levels of skills. Everyone, the content of this elders meeting is of great importance. Please keep it strictly confidential. Before you leave, I have to inconvenience you a little bit. Mu Yuhang said, and took out a scroll from the Zumi ring. The scroll was red all over, as if it was stained with blood. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's a matter of great importance. If the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record are spread out, Shenhuang Island may suffer a disaster. Everyone, please sign your name on the scroll. The blood-colored scroll that Mu Yuhang took out was called the Blood Seal Contract. It was a contract based on blood inheritance. Everyone present, as long as they are direct descendants of Shenhuang Island and have the blood of the Vermilion Bird or the Bloluan, will be restricted after signing the contract. If they violate it, their blood will melt. The skills of everyone present are all based on the blood of the Vermilion Bird or the Bloluan. Once the blood melts, the skills will be lost. This scroll was created by the founder of Shenhuang Island. Only her own descendants will be restricted. As for the blood inoculated after birth, it is not within the scope of this restriction. This is also the reason why the elders of Shenhuang Island trust the Mu disciples more and exclude disciples of other surnames. Seeing Mu Yuhang's blood seal contract, the corner of the elder's mouth twitched. This blood seal contract was actually prepared for him. To put it bluntly, Mu Yuhang just didn't trust him. To break through the restrictions of this blood seal contract, one must reach the extreme level of Zuanden. However, among the elders present, except for Mu Yuhang himself who had a glimmer of hope, the rest of them didn't even think about it. Unless there is a major breakthrough in the last 3 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. But the last 3 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record are in the hands of Mu Yuhang. Whoever she wants to give it to will get it. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes became more gloomy. Mu Yuhang was the first to cut his wrist and write his name in blood. After the 3 words Mu Yuhang fell on the blood seal scroll, they actually burned themselves. After a few breaths, they turned into a vermilion bird pattern and were imprinted on the blood seal scroll. In the middle of the vermilion bird pattern, there was a seal character Mu. Next was Mu Qianxue, who also wrote his name calmly. It was Mu Qianxue's turn. Great Elder, please. Mu Yuhang said coldly. Mu Qianxue snorted coldly, scratched his finger with his long nails, and signed his name with a wave of his sleeves. After Mu Qianxue, the second elder and the third elder signed their names on the blood seal contract one after another. From now on, no matter who leaked the news that Shenhuang Island had obtained the third level of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record in any way, they would be attacked by the blood seal scroll, and their blood would be melted, and their skills would be lost. The only one who did not sign was Lin Ming. It would be useless for him to sign, and he had no reason to leak the news. He took out the jade slip of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record himself. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Mu Yuhuang glanced at the blood seal scroll and calmly put it away. Now, let's discuss the war against the South China Sea Demon Realm in recent months. At this point, a ball of fire flashed in front of Mu Yuhuang's eyes. It was the light of the sound transmission talisman. After hearing this, Mu Yuhuang's heart moved. Jua, Lin Ming, the ancestor wants to see you too. You go now. Mu Qianxue's heart jumped. Mu Fengxian wants to see them too. For some reason, a possibility came to her mind. Could it be? Well, okay. Lin Ming got up and left with Mu Qianxue. Along the way, Mu Qianxue felt a little flustered. Walking along the bamboo forest path to the end, it was the Kizu Pavilion where Mu Fengxian lived in seclusion. Lin Ming, come in. Yes, master. This was the second time Lin Ming set foot in Mu Fengxian's residence. The furnishings in the bamboo house had not changed at all compared to the last time. There were still a few quaint rattan chairs, wooden tables, and bamboo floors that creaked when you walked on them. After Lin Ming entered the residence, Mu Fengxian did not speak, but just smiled and looked at Lin Ming. This look lasted for half an incense stick of time, until Lin Ming couldn't help it anymore. He opened his mouth and asked tentatively, Grandmaster, what do you want to talk to me about? Mu Fengxian laughed. I have heard the content of your meeting. It is very easy to set up a short distance sound transmission array in the meeting room of the Elders Council, so that the voice of the Elders Council can be heard simultaneously. Although Mu Fengxian has gradually faded out of the management of Shenhuang Island, she still cares about major meetings involving Shenhuang's secret realm. This time you brought back the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, which is a great favor to my Shenhuang Island. Grandmaster, you are too polite. Lin Ming's attitude was very humble. If others treated him with courtesy, he would naturally return the favor. If others excluded and suppressed him, he would not mind slapping them back hard. Mu Fengxian smiled, then changed the subject and said, Lin Ming, the reward you got from entering the Divine Phoenix secret realm this time is not just the first 8 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, right? When Mu Fengxian said this, her eyes slowly shifted to the faint flame-shaped scar between Lin Ming's eyebrows. As soon as she entered the room, Mu Fengxian felt a strong, powerful, and ancient blood aura on Lin Ming. This aura was obviously different from the blood of the Vermilion Bird. Before entering the Divine Phoenix secret realm, Lin Ming did not have it. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, this time when I entered the Divine Phoenix secret realm, I was lucky enough to get some opportunities related to blood. It's true. Mu Fengxian's eyes lit up, and she was filled with emotion. Lin Ming's rise was unstoppable. As long as he didn't die, he would become a powerful emperor. I just don't know if the Divine Phoenix Island has the luck to become a holy land. Lin Ming, I want to ask you something, and you need to answer me seriously. Mu Fengxian's voice became serious. Master, please tell me. Actually, I had this idea originally, but I thought you were still young, so I put it aside. But now, I still think it's better to explain it directly, so as to avoid any accidents and misunderstandings in the future, which would backfire. Mu Fengxian paused here, looked at Lin Ming deeply, and then said word by word, I want to ask you, are you willing to marry Qianxue? Mu Fengxian's last sentence was clear and pleasant to the ears. Lin Ming's body stiffened after hearing it. Marry Qianxue? It's not too late for a warrior to get married after 100 years. I don't need you to get married now. I just want to ask you a question earlier, so as not to delay it for too long and cause misunderstandings. Mu Fengxian observed Lin Ming's expression while speaking slowly. She valued this marriage very much. Lin Ming's identity and status are becoming more and more important, but Lin Ming is not a member of the Mu family after all. Even Mu Fengson has doubts in this regard. After all, Lin Ming has only joined Shenhuang Island for more than a year. Although he has a good character, how much sense of belonging does Shenhuang Island have to Lin Ming? Chapter 438, The Way of Killing on the Battlefield. The blood of the Vermilion Bad was originally a favor to Lin Ming, but now that Lin Ming has entered the Divine Phoenix secret realm, he has taken out the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, which has repaid this favor dozens of times. Now it is not Lin Ming who owes the Divine Phoenix Island a favor, but the Divine Phoenix Island owes Lin Ming. In this way, how much sense of belonging does the Divine Phoenix Island have left to Lin Ming? If he leaves, no one can say anything, so why should Lin Ming stay in the Divine Phoenix Island and even raise the Divine Phoenix Island to the level of a holy land? Originally, Mu Fengson thought that Lin Ming and Qianxue had a close relationship and wanted to let it develop naturally and did not want to bring it up so early, but this time, Lin Ming fought all the way to the Blood Evil Island and saved a girl named Qin Xingsun, which forced Mu Fengson to ask about it early. After all, this experience of saving a girl at all costs will most likely move the girl and make her like Lin Ming. The two have been together for a long time, and the girl has taken the initiative to show her affection. Under the meticulous care, it is not uncommon for the two to be unable to hold back and be together. Mu Fengson could see that there was something beyond friendship between Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue, but the problem was that it was impossible to expect Mu Qianxue to do something similar to Qin Xingsun and pursue Lin Ming. If this continued, maybe in a few years, Lin Ming might marry Qin Xingsun. What would Mu Qianxue do then? Lin Ming was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Of course, Lin Ming had feelings for Mu Qianxue, but he didn't want to consider marriage now. In the future, he didn't know where he would go. Neither the Southern Sky region nor the Xianan continent would be the place where he would stop. Once the marriage was arranged, there would be an extra responsibility. In the future, he would go on adventures and even risk his life. If there was an extra bond, he would probably have concerns. Lin Ming thought for a long time and said, "Master, I don't want to consider marriage before I'm 40. 40 was the time Lin Ming gave himself. He thought that more than 20 years was enough to change many things. By then, he would at least have the power to change the Xianan continent." Mu Fengson groaned for a moment. Lin Ming's answer was evasive and obviously could not satisfy her. Suddenly, she had an idea and smiled. "Okay, I won't ask you that. Let me ask you another question. Maybe you don't know that the third elder of the Suzaku sect has been proposing to me these days. He wants his grandson Mu Qianxue to marry Qianxue. He wants to get engaged this year and sleep together 10 years later. What do you think?" Lin Ming's voice froze, and he stared at Mu Fengson in a daze. The third elder wanted to propose to Mu Fengson, but Mu Fengson asked him instead. Thinking of the encounter with Mu Qianxue on the island a few days ago, the hostility of the other party towards him, and Mu Qianxue's embarrassed expression at that time, Lin Ming suddenly understood. That's it. Mu Qianxue regarded him as a love rival. No wonder Mu Qianxue was embarrassed to explain the reason, and then he had to use the true essence to transmit sound to guard against Mu Qianxue. Thinking of the embarrassment of Mu Qianxue's blushing cheeks at that time, Lin Ming's heart was inexplicably moved, and a faint warmth and sweetness surged in his heart, which reminded Lin Ming of the ambiguous night at the foot of Thunder Mountain, including the later time when Mu Qianxue came to the Seven Mysterious Valley and took him to forge a spear, and all kinds of precious materials were taken out without hesitation. Scenes flashed through his mind, and then he thought that 10 years later, Mu Qianxue finally accepted a marriage that he didn't like and was forced to sleep with Mu Qianxue, the man who might have almost killed Qin Xingsun. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt a blockage in his heart. He looked up and saw Mu Fengson looking at him with a smile. That smile looked like a fox. Mu Fengson had lived for so many years, so naturally she was old and smart. From Lin Ming's expression, he could roughly guess something. "You are still pretending to be serious with me. I will really arrange the marriage between Qianxue and Mu Qianxue. Let's see if you can still pretend." "Lin Ming, what do you think?" Mu Fengson asked again without any grace, and the smile on her face became even bigger. Seeing the mischievous smile on Mu Fengson's face, Lin Ming was speechless. "Grandmaster, please don't tease your disciple. Tease. How could I tease you with Qianxue's lifelong event? I'm really asking you. If you are willing, I will arrange the marriage between Qianxue and Qianxue. This time, when Mu Fengxian spoke again, Lin Ming calmed down and said, I don't want to. Mu Fengxian let out a long sigh and a loving smile appeared on her face. It's enough for you to say this. You said before that you would not consider marriage before the age of 40. I agree. In fact, it is not too late for a warrior to talk about marriage after the age of 100. You are determined to become a warrior, and so is Jua. This is the best. Unless you are practicing dual cultivation. Otherwise the premature ejaculation of Yuan Yin and Yuan Jing is not a good thing for men and women. Having said this, Mu Fengxian paused and said, are you planning to let the girl you brought this time enter Shenhuang Island as well? Yes. Lin Ming said frankly. Well, yes. But the girl's talent is only average. She had the opportunity to practice the vermilion bird forbidden god record by transplanting the vermilion bird's blood essence. You should know what the vermilion bird's blood essence means to other disciples. 10 drops of the vermilion bird's blood essence are what many disciples dream of. But now, you have used it on a girl with ordinary talent. Of course, those disciples dare not oppose you, but they may inevitably be hostile to Qin Xingxuan's words. Mu Fengxian's words stopped there, but Lin Ming could imagine that women's jealousy is stronger than men's. Where there are many women, intrigue is so serious. If Qin Xingxuan becomes an inner disciple and gets stuck among a bunch of girls, she may be isolated. Different surnames, ordinary qualifications, but taking up 10 drops of vermilion bird's blood essence may become the reason for Qin Xingxuan to be isolated. At that time, arguments such as relying on men to get to the top may spread. With Qin Xingxuan's thin face, she may not be able to withstand these discussions behind her. No matter how strong his deterrence is, he can't control what those girls say in private. Mu Fengxian said, how about this? Let the girl you brought be a maid disciple and follow Jua. You know Jua's temperament and she will never treat her unfairly. As for the skills and resources, she will be treated as a core disciple. Mu Fengxian said this with a smile on her face. It was best to let Qin Xingxuan follow Mu Qianxue, so as to avoid any problems with Lin Ming. Moreover, after being with Mu Qianxue and getting to know each other, she would probably be embarrassed to compete with Mu Qianxue. Lin Ming didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, that's good. Then how about you and Jua fight together in the battle of the South China Sea Demon Realm this time? Mu Fengxian planned to let Lin Ming go out to gain some experience. Being with Mu Qianxue would be convenient for protection and promote the relationship between the two. However, Lin Ming said, Grandmaster, I want to participate in the war in the South China Sea by myself, and I don't want anyone to accompany me. Alone. Mu Fengxian was a little surprised, and then shook her head and said, I can't do it alone. It's too dangerous, and if you are recognized, and your whereabouts are known to the South China Sea Demon Realm, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Ming said, I will be careful about this. I know a set of disguise techniques that can hide my appearance. Unless the strength is much stronger than me, it will not be seen. As for those masters in the middle and late stages of Xuanden, they will not appear in small-scale battles at will. Even if they appear, they may not recognize me. In the battle between the two sides, Xuanden masters did not attack many times. Even if they did, they would fight with people of the same level. They often fought to the point of darkness, but in fact, they rarely fell. The real main force of the war is still the innate masters. Lin Ming has already planned to go to the South China Sea Demon Realm to participate in this war. He now needs a set of spear techniques, but Lin Ming has only a few spear techniques now, and the power is poor. Only this Great Wilderness Halberd technique is the most suitable. The Great Wilderness Halberd art is a magic technique that follows the path of killing. To practice it, one needs to kill. In this case, only the South China Sea battlefield is the most suitable. However, if he follows Mu Qianxue and accepts the protection of the Xuanden master, there will be few opportunities for real close combat. He will only participate in some small-scale battles without any danger. This is not what Lin Ming wants. He wants to really go deep into the front line of the battle. Seeing that Lin Ming still insisted, Mu Fengxian frowned slightly. Directly participating in the front line of the war, although the strength grows quickly, the danger also increases exponentially. Have you decided? Yes. Okay. Mu Qianxue sighed and took out a small porcelain bottle and a brocade bag from the Zumi ring. This is a red blood pill, 2 Huang pills, and a escape talisman. Use them when you encounter danger. Don't be stubborn. The most important thing is to come back alive. Lin Ming took the Huang pill, red blood pill, escape talisman, and a jade slip describing how to use them. After taking this red blood pill, one can greatly improve his strength in a short period of time. There are many similar pills, but most of them have serious side effects. However, this red blood pill only has a small amount of side effects on the body. After using it, one will be weak for a long time, which also makes the price of red blood pill high. As for Huang pill, it is a life-saving medicine. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as it does not hurt the soul, Huang pill can be used to recover in a short period of time. Even the injury to the meridians can be cured, and the depleted true essence can be quickly restored. Compared with the red blood pill, Huang pill is more precious, and it is often not available even with true essence stone. The last escape talisman is the most expensive of the 3 items. Lin Ming took the escape talisman and saw a lot of ancient patterns on it. It turned out to be an ancient formation. Ancient formation talisman? Lin Ming was stunned. Once this escape talisman is activated, it can teleport oneself to a place hundreds of miles away. It is a life-saving weapon. There is no doubt that this thing was obtained from the ancient ruins. With the current level of Qianxue continent, it is impossible to make it. Using one will reduce one, which is extremely precious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Death. Lin Ming silently accepted the 3 things. Mu Qianxue treated him very well. Whether it was out of sincerity, or because she valued his future value, in short, she helped him a lot. He really needed the 3 things she took out at this time. Thank you, Master. I will come back alive. Mu Qianxue sighed softly. She had known Lin Ming's character for a long time. Back then in Thunder Mountain, he dared to enter the Dragon Cave with the cultivation of the bone tempering stage, let alone now. But speaking of it, if it weren't for his character, he would not have been able to get to this point at the age of only 17. If he insisted on restricting him for safety reasons, it would instead imprison Lin Ming's potential. A dragon tied by chains cannot soar into the sky. Lin Ming, you take care of yourself. Yes. Lin Ming responded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said, Grandmaster, I have something to ask you. What is it? Disciple has discovered that first grade families and sects have condensing vein stage warriors as elders. Second grade sects have acquired warriors as elders. Third grade sects have innate warriors as elders. And fourth grade sects have Zuundan stage warriors as elders. The strength division corresponding to each grade is very standard. According to this standard, 5th grade sects should have emperor sealed powerhouses as elders. But in fact, disciples have discovered that 5th grade sects do not seem to be much different from 4th grade sects. Only the top 5th grade sects, or even 6th grade sects, may have a few rare emperor sealed powerhouses. Lin Ming has always had this doubt in his heart. The incomplete memories of the 3 God Realm powerhouses he inherited, some fragmented memory fragments, did not have a clear division of realm and strength. Coupled with the difference between the situations in the God Realm and the Qianxue continent, Lin Ming has always had this question. Mu Yuhuang said, indeed, because the gap between Zuundan and Fenghuang is too big. To become Fenghuang from Zuundan, one has to go through the stage of life-death, which is extremely dangerous. Any failure will result in no remains. And the elders of the truly powerful 5th grade sects are mostly stuck in the period of life-death. Life-death. Lin Ming was stunned. This was the first time he heard of this term. Mu Qianxue said, the so-called Fenghuang is just a title. It is not a realm. The realm of Fenghuang is Shenhe. Since ancient times, most of the strong men who can be crowned as emperors are in the Shenhe realm. Most? Lin Ming's heart moved. Yes, there are still a few who have not reached the Sea of Gods, and are in the realm of life and death. but because of their extremely strong personal strength, they are also called sealed emperors. What exactly is the so-called life and death? Mu Qianxue said, from the extreme of Zuandan to the sealed emperor, it is said that there is only one step, but in fact this step is a world away. There are two realms after the innate, Zuandan and Sea of Gods. The so-called Zuandan warriors, the true essence condenses into a pill in the Danshan. If one day, the pill can be broken into a sea, and the entire Danshan becomes an ocean, this is the Sea of Gods realm. The powerful people in the Sea of Gods realm, that is, the sealed emperors, break the Zuandan before the age of 30, reach the extreme of Zuandan before the age of 50, and are crowned emperors before the age of 100. It takes a full 50 years to go from the extreme of Zuandan to the Sea of Gods, because to reach the extreme of Zuandan and enter the Sea of Gods, one has to experience several life and death, and every life and death is in danger of death. It's like a top level beast has to go through a thunder tribulation. Every time a warrior dies, not only does his tan break, but his body also breaks and transforms, completely transforming himself. This is why the strongest warriors who have reached the highest level of Zuandan can only live for 800 years, while the mighty warriors of the Sea of Gods can live for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Lin Ming was shocked by Mu Qianxue's words. That's right, a 1,000-year-old sect and a 10,000-year-old holy land can exist for 10,000 years, because some powerful emperors can live for tens of thousands of years in one breath. With a powerful emperor guarding the Holy Land can last for 10,000 years. The witch gods and demon emperors who ascended to the divine realm before could live for tens of thousands of years. Has the master ever experienced a death? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Mu Qianxue nodded slowly. I have experienced a fatality. The pain and desperation when I was on the verge of death are unforgettable and will never be forgotten. At this point, Mu Qianxue sighed. Every fatality was a shattering of the body and bones, breaking of meridians, and even tearing of the soul. The pain was unimaginable. Moreover, during the fatality process, the consciousness seemed to be always between life and death, and the concept of time was lost, which made people crazy. Mu Qianxue only experienced a fatality once and almost died because of it. She thought it was unlikely that she would experience another fatality, so she decided to stay in Zuandanjiji for life and not to impact the illusory Shenhe realm. Lin Ming asked, then how many times did the founder of Shenhuang Island die? 3 times. The founder failed to condense the pill during the 3rd death and died in the death. It takes great courage to impact the Sea of Gods with the Zuandan. After several deaths, very few can survive and step into the Sea of Gods. In fact, most Zuandan masters choose to be like me, doing nothing all their lives, and turn into yellow earth after hundreds of years. Mu Qianxue laughed self-deprecatingly when she said this. A Zuandan warrior with an unstable foundation, who rashly dies after reaching the innate extreme, is tantamount to suicide. Even if the foundation is solid, the possibility of death is not small. Therefore, to become a powerful emperor, not only must you have enough talent, but you also need great luck. From Zuandan to the Sea of Gods, the difference in realm is 10 times the difference in lifespan. This temptation is too great. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the founder of Shenhuang Island died in the death. With such a great opportunity, he still died in the death. It can be seen how difficult it is to step into the Sea of Gods. No wonder there are only a dozen or so well-known powerful emperors in the entire Xianan continent. Even if those unknown ones are included, there will probably be no more than 100 people. Lin Ming could not help but ask, Grandmaster, from the extreme of Zuandan to the realm of Shenhe, how many times do you have to experience life-death? It varies from person to person. Some people only need 4 or 5 times, but some people need 7 or 8 times, or even the legendary 9 times of life-death. Every time you die, it is a test of life and death. Every time you experience a life-death, your true essence will be more condensed, your vitality will be stronger, and your meridians will be more resilient. Therefore, the more times you experience life-death, the stronger you will be. I have said before that some great beings have already been crowned emperors during the life-death period. They are warriors who have experienced too many lives. Once such people achieve the Shenhe, their strength will be extremely terrifying. But even so, most warriors hope to have only 4 lives and achieve the Shenhe as soon as possible. As for the 9 lives, it makes people feel terrified just thinking about it. I understand. Thank you, Grandmaster. Well, sooner or later you will experience the life-death realm. My lifespan is running out. My only wish is to live to see the day when you become a crowned emperor. Mu Qianxue said this with a loving smile on her face. Yes. Lin Ming nodded solemnly. Achieving the divine sea realm was probably just the first step to step into the divine realm. If he couldn't even take this step, how could he pursue the ultimate in martial arts? Okay, go out and call Jua in. Yes. After Lin Ming went out, he called Mu Qianxue in. Mu Qianxue stayed inside for a stick of incense. After that, Lin Ming heard Mu Qianxue's light footsteps, and she was about to come out. However, the footsteps lingered at the door of the bamboo house and seemed to hesitate for a long time before slowly pushing the door open. Lin Ming looked over and saw that Mu Qianxue's face was slightly red and her expression was a little embarrassed. I thought you had already left. Mu Qianxue said a little awkwardly. Lin Ming was slightly startled, but he understood that Mu Qianxue didn't know how to face him now, so he said tactfully, I'm going to pack up and go to the South China Sea. South China Sea? Mu Qianxue was a little absent-minded for a moment. She had learned from Mu Qianxue that Lin Ming was going to the South China Sea. Of course, she was unwilling to do so, but she also knew that she couldn't convince Lin Ming. With a sigh, Mu Qianxue said silently, take care. If you go to the South China Sea, at least, write a letter every once in a while to report your safety. Mu Qianxue hesitated for a long time, and finally bit her lip, and said these words. Lin Ming nodded, I will. 10 days later, Nangsha Island. Nangsha Island is a large island in the South China Sea, covering 4 or 5,000 miles. There are 2 treasures on Nangsha Island. One is the middle grade Zinyu stone mine, and the other is the spirit plant forest. Needless to say, this middle grade Zinyu stone mine is also very valuable to the 4th grade sect. As for the spiritual plant forest, due to the ground veins, it is rich in precious medicines of various years, and its value is no less than that of the true essence stone veins. Nangsha Island has always been the territory of Shenhuang Island. Originally, it was far away from the South China Sea demon realm, and was relatively safe. However, in recent months, the war situation has fluctuated, and the flames of war have spread here. Nangsha Island has become the front line of the battlefield. On this day, a young man wearing a bamboo hat and black clothes landed on Nangsha Island riding an ordinary divine wind eagle. This person has an upright figure and ordinary appearance. His cultivation is in the late stage of the acquired realm. He carries a 9-foot-long weapon on his back. The weapon is wrapped with cloth strips. Judging from the bulging half-moon blade at one end of the weapon, this weapon is likely to be a halberd. This young man is Lin Ming after the disguise. Below didn't know which ancient ruins or cave he found the set of disguise techniques. Its content is extremely exquisite. Once used, it can completely imitate another person's appearance, temperament, and even the difference in breath and body odor that only dogs can distinguish. Many 4th grade sects have many advanced skills, but they don't have this kind of disguise technique. Even if there are some, they are much worse than Below's. With this set of disguise, even a mid-stage Zuundan strongman may not be able to see through Lin Ming's disguise. This greatly reduces the danger level of Lin Ming's trip. Chapter 440 Wartime Alliance. After asking for directions and comparing the map in his hand, he finally determined the location. With one hand, he pressed down the bamboo hat on his head and walked straight to a town. In the town, there was a very conspicuous building, more than 20 feet high. There was a plaque hanging in front of the door, which read, South China Sea Wartime Alliance. This is an organization established in the past 6 months. After all, the South China Sea demon realm is a huge force that barely reaches the level of a 5th grade sect. In addition, it has organized some scattered islands in the depths of the South China Sea. Its power is extremely large. Even if Shenhuang Island unites some sects in the 5-element realm, it is still difficult to fight against the South China Sea demon realm. The main reason is that the sects in the 5-element realm only passively cooperate with Shenhuang Island. It is unrealistic to really expect them to be the main force of the war. Shenhuang Island still has to rely on itself. However, after a year of fighting, the outer disciples were seriously injured, and the inner disciples were also consumed. Under such circumstances, Shenhuang Island had to seek an alliance again. The South China Sea Wartime Alliance came into being. This alliance was jointly established by Shenhuang Island and a warrior alliance with a large influence in the Southern Sky region. It recruited free warriors from the entire Southern Sky region and even several nearby regions to join the battlefield in the South China Sea. Ximian stones were paid according to military merits or exchanged for other rewards. 60 to 70% of these free warriors were from non-sects or second-grade sects, and some were warriors from other large sects who came out to train. The rewards offered by Shenhuang Island were quite rich. Many free warriors joined the battlefield in the South China Sea for these rewards, accumulated military merits, and exchanged for items. Lin Ming planned to disguise himself as one of them. His identity was too sensitive. Not to mention that he was the most talented person in Shenhuang Island. The fact that he killed the demon realm Saint Lei Mu Bei alone was enough for the South China Sea demon realm to hunt him down with all its strength. Lei Mu Bei was the saint's son cultivated by the South China Sea demon realm with all its strength. He was the most talented person in the South China Sea demon realm and had the direct bloodline of the Nether Emperor. Such a person was killed by Lin Ming directly. The hatred can be imagined. It can be said that once Lin Ming's identity is exposed, it may attract all the nearby Zuandan masters to come here. In this case, Lin Ming naturally has to be careful. This time he went to the South China Sea demon realm and announced to the public that he was in seclusion to comprehend the Suzaku Forbidden God record. Only Mu Fengxian, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Qianxue knew that he had actually come to the South China Sea battlefield, disguised as a free warrior and with a weapon, changed from a gun to a halberd. Such an identity is the least likely to attract attention. Entering this small town, there are densely packed buildings on both sides of the street. These buildings are all brand new and seem to have been built in the last few months. There are simple stone houses, tall halls, and many streets used for market towns. Many people set up stalls on both sides of the street. Most of these stall owners are warriors, and their cultivation is not low. The condensation vein stage is considered a low-level warrior, and the postnatal stage accounts for the majority, and there are even many innate warriors. Of course, the things sold by innate warriors are mostly expensive. These innate warriors stall owners have high standards, and they are too lazy to pay attention to warriors who are not of the same level. The items on the stalls were varied, including elixirs, poisons, talismans, jade slips of exercises, treasures, etc. There was no doubt that most of these items were spoils of war from the battlefield. After these free warriors killed the enemy on the battlefield, in addition to gaining military merit, they also had another great way to make money, which was to plunder the enemy's belongings. This was an unexpected fortune, and as for what they could get, it depended on their luck. So on the battlefield, you could even see some dead bodies being stripped naked. In this case, most of the time, the soft armor on the other side was good, but when it was torn off, the clothes were also torn to pieces. It was really sad that a warrior who was extremely glorious among mortals ended up with a naked corpse in the wilderness. Lin Ming walked along the way and took a quick look at these stalls. There were indeed many good things. Of course, this was for low-level warriors, and naturally it had no appeal to Lin Ming. War is an opportunity to make a fortune. Military merit plus the property obtained from killing and robbing people may make a poor warrior rich overnight. It is no wonder that so many free warriors have joined the Wartime Alliance in the past 6 months. In addition to high-level warriors, there are also many low-level warriors in this town. Their cultivation is only in the stage of training organs and training flesh. These people are just here to provide services. Places like this with a large flow of people, and all the people passing by are rich, are naturally easy to prosper in business, such as restaurants, inns, tea houses, and even brothels. The battlefield is a place with great pressure. Every day, they are in life and death, and their spirits are highly tense. When they return to the base camp, there are many warriors who choose to go to the brothel to vent their emotions. The business of the two brothels in the town is very prosperous. Lin Ming walked to the main hall of the Wartime Alliance without any hurry, and did not attract anyone's attention. The cultivation of the late postnatal period concealed the aura of the whole body, and his appearance was ordinary. In this town full of postnatal period warriors, there was nothing special about him. Walking into the hall, the dome was more than 20 feet high, and the interior space was extremely vast. At this time, there were already more than a dozen people gathered in the hall. Like Lin Ming, they had just joined the wartime alliance. There were many tea houses around the hall. Many soldiers sat on the chairs chatting and drinking. Some of them pointed at the dozen people in the hall, with some sympathy and pity on their faces. As soon as Lin Ming entered the door, a bearded innate warrior looked at Lin Ming lazily and asked, "Are you here to join the war?" "Yes." "Name?" Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "Huangji." The name Huangji sounded like a code name. On the battlefield, many people use code names. First, it is easy to remember, and second, many people are unwilling to reveal their real names. The Xianshan man didn't care. He took out a registration form from under the table, slapped it on the table, and pushed it to Lin Ming, saying, "Fill it out, and hand it in. We will test your strength in a while, and then assign you to a squad." In the South China Sea War, the battles were basically fought in squads. There were various professions in the squads, and they also looked after each other. Otherwise, if one person fought alone and was seriously injured, there would be no one to take care of him, and the survival rate would be too low. Lin Ming filled out the form and was taken to the square behind the hall. It was grey and nothing could be seen. In the center of the square, more than a dozen free warriors were already waiting here. Their cultivation was all acquired, waiting for the next strength test. More than a dozen people, both men and women, old and young, saw Lin Ming joining in. Most of them had no expression on their faces. Some were meditating, and some were a little nervous. Although these people had been warriors for many years, it was their first time to participate in such a large-scale battle. Lin Ming glanced around, and on the surface he remained calm, but in his heart he sneered. The postnatal warriors around him could not feel anything, but Lin Ming found that they were trapped in an illusion array. Outside the illusion array, there were 4 innate warriors who were pointing and commenting on them. Because of the cover of the illusion array, they did not have any scruples in their words. Among these 4 people, 2 were in the late innate stage, and the other 2 were in the middle innate stage. "Brother Zhao, what do you think of these people who came this time?" A man who looked to be in his 40s, with a cultivation level of the middle innate stage, asked an older man beside him. He was in his 40s and his cultivation level was only the middle innate stage. In a 4th grade sect, he was only a lower level among the outer disciples. If he did not encounter a heaven-defying opportunity in this life, it would be impossible for him to step into the Zuandan realm. The man called Senior Brother Zhao had a tuft of beard, a narrow face, and deep eyes. He stroked his beard and glanced at the test subjects present, saying indifferently, "Just cannon fodder. War is a good way to make money, but you have to live to enjoy it. I think 80% to 90% of these people will die. Free warriors. How strong do you expect them to be? Except for a few who came from large sects, some of the others are just civilian warriors, with rubbish inheritance, scarce resources, and poor foundation. Of course, they can't compare with sect warriors. Well, among these dozen people, I think, only that woman and the guy carrying a war halberd are so-so, and they can probably match the level of a second-rate warrior from a 4th grade sect." Senior Brother Zhao pointed at Lin Ming and another woman with one hand. Obviously, he was talking about these 2. Lin Ming heard every word of the conversation between the 4 people. He just smiled and didn't care. These people were not from Shenhuang Island, but from the Warrior Alliance. The Warrior Alliance, located in Taixuanzhou, Nanxianiu, is a loose organization. Some forces or individuals, when encountering some troubles, will come to the Warrior Alliance to issue tasks, which will be transferred to the warriors in the alliance by the Warrior Alliance. The Warrior Alliance will extract a 5-cent commission for each task. In addition, the Warrior Alliance also provides a trading platform, and will regularly distribute benefits to the strong in the alliance. Joining the Warrior Alliance does not conflict with joining a sect. The warriors in front of them are the outer disciples from the Taixuan Palace. After waiting for another hour, when 20 people were gathered, the man surnamed Zhao stood up lazily and removed the illusion array. The surrounding scene suddenly changed, the grey mist dissipated, and a hall appeared in front of everyone. 4 men stood side by side in front of the hall, looking down at the 23 warriors present. The sudden change made these people startled, and they obviously did not expect that they were in an illusion array. Alright, the 20 of you come up and start testing your strength. First of all, let me make it clear that the mortality rate of participating in this war is very high, so you better think about it. It's not too late to quit. The man surnamed Zhao looked around at everyone. His gaze lingered on Lin Ming and the woman for a while, and then he spoke slowly. Chapter 441 First Class Combat Soldier. Having come here, naturally no one would quit. The man surnamed Zhao nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you can enter the 10,000 killings formation. Your strength level will be judged according to the points, and then you will be assigned to a team with corresponding strength. I advise you to exert all your strength and join a team with high combat power. It is easier to gain military merit and survive. Come over now, one by one. You, come first. The man surnamed Zhao randomly pointed to a person, and while he was talking, a man next to him opened the 10,000 killings formation. The 10,000 killings formation was on the square behind them. Most of the people present had seen the 10,000 killings formation. This is the illusion killing formation commonly used in the southern sky region to test the strength of warriors. Average points of more than 100,000 are first level warriors, 50,000 are second level warriors, and 20,000 are third level warriors. As for those with less than 20,000 points, I advise you to go home. Going to the battlefield is also sending you to death. People with less than 20,000 points are only equivalent to the weakest acquired warriors. Such people will be completely defeated by the disciples of the condensation vein stage of the 3rd grade sect, and they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. After the first disciple entered the 10,000 killings formation, the warrior who was timing the time began to light incense. When the incense burned out, the warrior's face turned pale, and he withdrew from the 10,000 killings formation. 36,000 points, a level 3 soldier. The man surnamed Zhao announced expressionlessly. Hearing this score, the man being tested was slightly stunned, as if he could not accept it. Many free warriors are always very confident, because they have not come into contact with many masters of the same level. Otherwise, they would not come to the South China Sea battlefield with a very high mortality rate. But when the test results came out, there was only a level 3 soldier, which was inevitably a big blow. Next, the man surnamed Zhao glanced at the man lightly and continued. The second disciple entered, but only half an incense stick of time. He came out. 28,000 points, a level 3 soldier. 33,000 points, a level 3 soldier. 40,000 points, a level 3 soldier. 19,000 points, unqualified. 10 disciples were tested in a row, but none of them exceeded 50,000 points. All of them were level 3 soldiers, and one failed. The unqualified disciple was hit hard and left in disgrace. Zhao's expression remained calm. He had expected such a situation. He pointed at the woman in the team that he had previously favored and said, "You, come up and try it." The woman was dressed in green, with a slender figure and ordinary appearance. After the woman entered the 10,000 killing formation, the people behind Zhao lit incense. This time, the incense burned particularly long. After the first incense was burned out, the second incense was also burned out. It was not until the third incense was half gone that the woman snorted and left the 10,000 killing formation. 96,000 points, a second level combat soldier. As soon as these words came out, the disciples present were amazed. They had never expected that this ordinary looking woman in green would be so strong. 96,000 points, more than double the score of the strongest person besides her. The woman's expression did not fluctuate at all, and she seemed to be unconcerned about the result. Next, you, come up. Zhao pointed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming walked up to the 10,000 killings formation calmly, and turned around to ask, "Brother, can you tell me how the scores are calculated?" "Why are you asking this? Just do your best," the man surnamed Zhao said impatiently. "I just want to know, so that I can have an idea when I fight." The man surnamed Zhao looked at Lin Ming unhappily and replied coldly, killing a peak postnatal stage is 10,000 points, a late postnatal stage is 2,000 points, and a middle postnatal stage is 300 points. I understand, Lin Ming said, and entered the 10,000 killings formation. A white light flashed, and 7 or 8 warriors appeared in front of Lin Ming, with cultivation ranging from the middle postnatal stage to the peak postnatal stage. It's probably the weakest level among the warriors of the same level, about the same strength, as when I participated in the Kixu and Valor's main sect martial arts competition just now. Lin Ming casually pulled out a long halberd from the virtual weapons around him, with a calm expression. He asked about the score, because he was afraid that killing too many would attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Who? 3 or 4 warriors rushed up. Lin Ming swept his halberd, and all 3 or 4 warriors were cut in half, bursting into a ball of blood rain. An instant kill without suspense. Then, a peak postnatal warrior rushed up, and Lin Ming was too lazy to change his moves. With a sweep of his halberd, the peak postnatal warrior was also cut in half. With Lin Ming's strength, facing these low-level warriors, it was simply a massacre. Outside the 10,000 killings formation, the incense burned slowly. The man surnamed Zhao crossed his arms over his chest, pinching the mustache under his chin with his index finger and thumb. With a playful smile on his face, he was waiting for Lin Ming's results. The first incense burned out, and the second incense was lit. This incense only burned a little bit, and at this moment, a flash of light appeared, and Lin Ming withdrew from the 10,000 killings formation. Huh? So fast? The man surnamed Zhao was a little stunned. He originally thought that with Lin Ming's strength, it would be absolutely no problem to stay for 2 or 3 incense sticks. However, when he looked at the score, the man surnamed Zhao smiled. This kid is really good. The 3 warriors around him didn't pay much attention to Lin Ming at first, until the man surnamed Zhao read out the score, 100,000 and 1,000 points, first level combat soldier. Wow, all the warriors in the audience looked at Lin Ming. First level combat soldier, stronger than the powerful woman before. Most of these people have entered the 10,000 killing formation, and know the difficulty of getting 100,000 points. This kid is not bad, comparable to me, when I was young. The man surnamed Zhao touched his chin and praised. More than an incense stick of time, he may have held back. He held back. He has this strength in the late stage of the acquired realm, catching up with the top level of the outer disciples of the 4th grade sect. He really has a future, provided that he can survive the battlefield in the South China Sea. Lin Ming walked away with a calm expression. He had calculated the 100,000 points in advance for the title of first level combat soldier. During the war, the Alliance used squads as combat units. War intelligence, including the location of the enemy, was also distributed to the squads. Joining a squad was much more convenient. In this case, Lin Ming would of course try to join a high-level squad so that he could get familiar with the battlefield faster and get more important intelligence. As for the delay of more than an incense stick of time, it was completely intentional on Lin Ming's part. He actually only took a dozen breaths to reach 100,000 points, and this was because the enemies in the 10,000 killing formation refreshed too slowly. For the rest of the time, Lin Ming deliberately dawdled so as not to come out too early and be too shocking. Lin Ming returned to the team. The warriors around him looked at Lin Ming with awe. The woman looked at Lin Ming a few more times before she fell silent. After Lin Ming, the remaining warriors also finished their strength tests. The highest score was only 45,000 points. All of them were level 3 soldiers. Level 3 soldiers were almost the lowest level in the battlefield of the South China Sea Demon Realm. You two, follow me. The man surnamed Zhao pointed at Lin Ming and the woman before. The other 18 free warriors watched Lin Ming and his companion leave, their eyes full of emotion and jealousy. The gap was too big. Now I will take you to join the combat team. Join a strong team. When you encounter danger, your safety can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. However, sometimes, the enemies faced by a strong team will be stronger. You can choose for yourself. The man surnamed Zhao said as he pushed open a door. Behind the door was a noisy tavern. The whole tavern was grey in color, with colorful zinnia and stone lamps hanging on the ceiling. On the stage in the center of the tavern, a woman with very little cloth on her body was dancing a hot dance that Lin Ming had never seen before. Compared with the traditional martial arts of the Southern Sky region, this dance was almost wantonly showing off the sexy parts of a woman's body, causing the warriors below to scream. "Hey, it's pretty, isn't it?" Zhao pouted at Lin Ming, revealing a smile that all men understand. The dance from the demon realm is really interesting. The demon realm has also brought some good things. Haha. Zhao laughed wantonly, ignoring the disgusted look of the woman beside him. Everyone, stop for a moment. There are two newcomers. One is a first level soldier with 101,000 points, and the other is a quasi first level soldier with 96,000 points. Which team needs them? Just tell me. The noisy tavern quieted down, and the girl dancing on the stage also stopped dancing. The reveling warriors followed Zhao's voice and turned their eyes to Lin Ming and the girl, looking them up and down. Unlike what Lin Ming expected, there were no many people scrambling for them. It seems that a first level soldier with 101,000 points is not very valuable, or the teams present are all top teams, and don't look down on the one with 101,000 points. Lin Ming thought so, and remained calm on the surface. "Boy, how about joining us?" After a few breaths of silence, a big man shouted, holding a large pot of wine in his hand. When his big hand shook, a lot of wine spilled outside. Lin Ming looked over and saw that the big man's cultivation was at the peak of the acquired realm. His true essence was extremely condensed. He was obviously a master among the strong men of the same level. There are 3 innate masters in our team. Among them, our captain is in the middle stage of the innate realm. The other 5 members are also first-class soldiers who have been through many battles. Their cultivation is at the peak of the acquired realm, and some are even half a step into the innate realm. We are one of the top teams in the wartime alliance. If you join our team, you will have the best chance to accumulate military merit. To be honest, if we hadn't lost one person a few days ago, we generally wouldn't want warriors in the late stage of the acquired realm. Many senior teams are reluctant to take in new recruits. A new recruit often lacks combat experience. When faced with a life and death crisis, he will lose his composure and become a burden. In a war, where life and death are only a matter of seconds, the consequences of having a burden in the team can be imagined. In his opinion, Lin Ming was still very immature. He was at the bottom of their team. It was hard to say how he would perform in the future. Chapter 442. The hunt begins. After the big man said this, the man surnamed Zhao said to Lin Ming, "What this man said is true. They are indeed one of the top teams in the wartime alliance. It would be a good idea for you to join them." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and did not answer immediately. The big man saw Lin Ming's concerns. "Come with me to the team's lounge first. If you can join directly. But let me be frank. We can help you in the initial battle, but you should not always count on the help of other team members. If after a few battles, you still can't adapt to such a life and death battle, don't blame me for kicking you out of the team. Our team doesn't keep burdens, otherwise in a life and death battle, one person's mistake may drag down the entire team." "Of course." Lin Ming responded calmly. "I would like to ask this senior brother, how is your team's intelligence channel? When two armies are fighting, intelligence is of course the most important. All top teams can enjoy first-hand intelligence information, and we also have a team member with strong perception who is responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering." "I understand. I'll join your team. Please take care of me, senior brother." "Oh." The big man looked at Lin Ming in surprise, as if this kid cares a lot about intelligence. But he didn't think it was too strange, and said directly, "I'll take you to meet the other team members." The big man put down the wine pot and took Lin Ming out of the tavern. After passing through several corridors, the big man entered a small courtyard. The courtyard was not large, but the interior was very elegant. In the courtyard, a woman in purple clothes was meditating and regulating her breath. Around the woman, there was a circle of purple air, and there was a faint electric light flowing. She should be a thunder warrior. The woman had a peach face, a slim figure, and a cold temperament. When Lin Ming came, she just raised her delicate head and glanced at him lightly, nodded, and continued to meditate. Not far from the woman, 2 young men who looked exactly the same were playing chess. They were actually a pair of twins. Their cultivation was at the peak of the acquired realm. Hey, there's a newcomer again. Seeing the big man leading Lin Ming in, the twins put down the chessboard and greeted him. Well, introduce yourself. The bearded big man turned his head and glanced at Lin Ming. Huangji, late postnatal period, 101,000 points in the Wansha formation assessment. First class combat soldier, 101,000 points. Not bad. Haha, you have a future. My name is King Mu, and this is my brother, King Lin. King Mu, King Lin, these are probably nicknames. Lin Ming could feel a faint fluctuation of wood energy from the twins, and guessed that they should be wood-type warriors. This kind of warrior can have the ability to heal with some special skills. They are very popular teammates in the battlefield team. With a powerful healing warrior, life security will be greatly improved. This is our deputy captain, you can call her Ziyu. King Mu said, pointing to the purple-clothed woman. The woman has the cultivation of the peak of the initial innate period. Senior sister Ziyu. Lin Ming called out. Ziyu smiled slightly, and her reaction was very calm. The name of our team is the Fire Axe Team, which is also the name of the captain. It belongs to the 3rd Squadron of the Wartime Alliance. Huangji, you will be the 9th member of the team in the future. We will go to the battlefield in a few days. Huangji, don't let me down. The bearded man laughed and said. Lin Ming also smiled slightly. I'll try my best. Haha, don't be too nervous. The big man patted Lin Ming on the shoulder. By the way, Huangji, what is your main attribute? Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and said, thunder. Thunder and fire dual element physiques are extremely rare, so Lin Ming naturally would not expose it. He could only choose one of thunder and fire. If he used fire, he would inevitably have to use some martial arts such as phoenix wings flying in the sky and 10,000 fires burning the prairie. These are all moves in the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, which can easily cause others to associate with the Shenhuang Island, so Lin Ming simply used thunder. Although there are very few thunder element warriors in Shenhuang province, there are too many in the 5 element domain in Qianxue Palace. Even if they use thunder spirits, they will not attract any attention. Thunder? You have the same attribute as Ziyu, so you can ask Ziyu to teach you. Ziyu is from the Zixuan sect of Qianxue province, and the thunder element techniques she practices are very good. The Qianxue province mentioned by the bearded big man is the area under the jurisdiction of Qianxue Palace. The 3 4th grade sects in the southern sky domain are Shenhuang Island, Taixuan Palace, and Jikeng sect. There are as many as 19 3rd grade sects under the command of Shenhuang Island. After the annihilation of Lanyu sect, there are still 18 left. Taixuan Palace also has 3rd grade sects under its command. The Zixuan sect mentioned by the bearded man is one of them. Ziyu said calmly, you can discuss the problem of thunder control with me. Lin Ming nodded perfunctorily. Okay, go to your lounge. We will go to the battlefield in a few days. These days, take care of your condition. The bearded man threw a small sign to Lin Ming with the room number written on it. Lin Ming glanced at the room number and saw 9 written on it. Thank you. By the way, can you lend me a map of the enemy's forces? Lin Ming joined the team largely for intelligence. Nangsha Island is vast, thousands of miles long and short. The location of the enemies in the South Sea Demon Realm is difficult to determine. If Lin Ming looks for enemies to kill everywhere like a headless fly, not only will it be extremely inefficient, but he will also encounter great danger. Power distribution map? The bearded man was slightly puzzled, but still said readily, okay, King Lin, take out a jade slip of the power distribution map. All the information of military intelligence is engraved on the jade slip. Of course, the information in it is always a little behind, and there will be some discrepancies with the real intelligence. Lin Ming took the jade slip and immersed his perception in it. He found that there was a huge map in the jade slip. On the map, there were many red and blue dots, and the dots were large and small. What are these dots? Lin Ming asked. It is the major forces in the South China Sea Demon Realm, and our power distribution. You can get detailed information by immersing your perception in it. Lin Ming did as he was told and found that the information contained in it was extremely detailed. Each stronghold had a corresponding strength description, including the information of the masters in it, the possible team size, the formations it has, and the strength of its formations. Lin Ming looked at it carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This is it. The third stronghold, the team led by the mid-stage Xianshan master, the sentry at the southern end of the Xinyu stone mine of Nangsha Island. Lin Ming slowly locked his attention on a small red dot on the jade map. I should be able to kill the mid-stage Xianshan master. Since this is my first time on the battlefield, I will start with the mid-stage Xianshan enemy, to get familiar with the situation. When I have enough experience, I will deal with the masters of the ultimate Xianshan. Facing the masters of the ultimate Xianshan, Lin Ming still has some concerns. Among the masters of the ultimate Xianshan, Baoyang Shengxiu's strength can only be considered average. If he encounters a master of the core disciple level of a large sect, Lin Ming has no idea. If he is unlucky and encounters Mu Qianxue, who is comparable to the powerful Zuandan masters, Lin Ming may have to use the escape talisman. The first target is the middle stage of the Xianshan to ensure success. The strength of a warrior basically increases in multiples as his cultivation improves. In this way, the gap will become larger as time goes by. Lin Ming made up his mind to start tonight. The bearded man said that the battle would start in a few days, but Lin Ming did not plan to wait so long. He came to the South China Sea battlefield just to kill the more powerful warriors he killed. By practicing the Great Wilderness Halberd art, the stronger he became. The more powerful the Great Wilderness Halberd art would be. After memorizing the information on the jade slip, Lin Ming returned to his room alone and began to prepare for the trip. At night, the moon was high in the sky. At the southern end of the True Essence stone mine, there was a remote town. The town was surrounded by simple wooden fences, and the houses in it were all dilapidated. This was left by refugees, who fled after the invasion of the South China Sea Demon Realm. Because the warriors of the South China Sea Demon Realm had troll blood, they did not regard humans as their own kind, so the war between the two was a racial war. Once they fought, it was very common to kill everyone, and even civilians would not be left behind. This war in the South China Sea was a huge disaster for the native residents of the islands. Shenhuang Island mobilized a lot of ships to transport refugees. However, the distance between the islands in the South China Sea was far, and it was very dangerous to go out to sea by boat. It was very common to encounter marine beasts or big waves, and the boats and people were swallowed up together. In this war, civilians suffered heavy casualties. Under the grey-blue sky, a black shadow swept over like a ghost and gently landed on a big tree. This black shadow was Lin Ming. Lin Ming had excellent eyesight. With the help of the moonlight, he could clearly see that there were dark caves on the hillside more than 10 miles away. This was the residence of the warriors of the South China Sea Demon Realm. Generally, the warriors of Shenhuang State were used to setting up tents when they went out, and if they were permanent, they would build simple wooden houses. The warriors of the South China Sea Demon Realm liked to live in caves. The data shows that this group of warriors from the South Sea Demon Realm were still here 7 days ago. There are still a lot of Xinyu and stone veins that can be mined here. They should not leave so early. Lin Ming slowed down when he approached these caves. Soon he saw two ferocious beasts that looked like hungry wolves and were nearly 10 feet tall patrolling back and forth outside the cave. Their dark green eyes were like lanterns. Under their sharp fangs, they drooped their scarlet tongues, drooling and making woo roars from time to time. These are the warning beasts commonly used by the South Sea Demon Realm. Their sense of smell and hearing are very sensitive. If Lin Ming had not used the concealment method left by Billuo, he would have been easily discovered by these two beasts. With them here, I can't be wrong. After all, it's not a wasted trip. Lin Ming's mouth curved into an arc. The power outage has caused the update to be so late. Sorry, I recommend a work, an urban novel, Genius Evil Doctor, author Kanjian, book number 2,629,792, chapter 443 Blood Drinking Seal. The entrance of the cave was more than 2 people tall. In the cave, 4 or 5 warriors from the South Sea Demon Realm were chatting together. Chief, in the past 3 months, we have mined thousands of medium-grade true essence stones here. In addition to the military merits accumulated by killing so many enemies, the leader should be able to be promoted to a 3-star demon general after returning. At that time, we brothers can also become successful. The warrior who spoke was 9 feet tall and looked like a human, but his skin was slightly blue. Haha, with the leader's talent, it will be a matter of time before he is promoted to a 1-star demon general in the future. Another warrior from the South Sea Demon Realm took over the conversation and said with a wanton smile. Among the crowd, the person called the leader, who was in the middle stage of the innate cultivation, looked no different from a human, with a delicate face and somewhat sickly pale skin. At first glance, he looked like a teenage human boy with a temperament similar to Lin Ming, and most likely a descendant of the Nether Emperor. Hearing the flattery of several of his men, the young man laughed and said, "Strength is the foundation. Titles such as 1-star generals are just empty names. My biggest gain in this South China Sea war is not military merit or true essence stones, but practicing the demon killing art to the 3rd level. On the battlefield, there is always killing, and killing techniques such as the demon killing art are the easiest to improve. What the leader said is that strength is the most important. In this war, our killing skills have improved a lot. Humph. The humans in the southern sky region wiped out our tribe 3,000 years ago. Now it's time to pay the blood debt with blood, huh?" The young man's face changed when he said this, and his perception spread out. Only 2 light sounds of crack, crack were heard, and the 2 wolfhounds outside the cave were killed directly without a hum. Enemy attack. The face of the demon boy changed drastically, and the nerves of the 6 surrounding demon warriors also suddenly tensed up. Escape. With the shout of the magic boy, there was a boom, and the whole cave suddenly exploded. The rocks collapsed, and a terrible shock wave broke a huge gap in the mountain. A large amount of rubble rolled down. 7 magic warriors escaped in a panic. One of them was covered in blood, and one of his arms was broken. Before he could react, a bloodlight shot straight at him like a long rainbow. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. Puff. The long halberd pierced into the dantian of the magic warrior. The crescent blade twisted, and the dantian exploded. The warrior died on the spot. At the moment when the warrior fell, an incredible scene happened. The warrior's body suddenly collapsed and turned into countless flesh and blood. In this endless blood rain, a red lightning, like a small red snake, wandered around. A trace of blood-colored air emanated from the flesh and blood, condensed on the red lightning, and flew back to the hands of a young man in black. The young man in black was Lin Ming, and the red lightning was the blood-destroying evil thunder. Lin Ming raised his fingertips, and a stream of red light separated from the blood-destroying evil thunder, swelling around Lin Ming's fingertips. After a few breaths, it condensed into a scarlet strange rune. There was a faint pattern on the rune, emitting waves of blood. This is the blood drinking seal described in the Great Wilderness Halberd art. Lin Ming bent his finger, and the blood drinking seal sank into Lin Ming's body. Suddenly, a cold and icy breath spread throughout his body. A murderous thought emerged in Lin Ming's heart, and then his momentum changed slightly, becoming more fierce and murderous. The way of killing in the Great Wilderness Halberd art is to take the blood of each person killed to condense into the blood drinking seal. The stronger the person killed, the stronger the blood drinking seal condensed. Lin Ming just killed a peak warrior of the acquired realm, but he couldn't even condense the weakest blood drinking seal. This kind of blood drinking seal is very weak in both attack and defense. The blood drinking seal can be continuously integrated. After killing millions or tens of millions of creatures, the blood of the killing can be condensed into millions or tens of millions of blood drinking seals, which can be integrated into more powerful blood drinking seals. As more and more killings are carried out, the power of the Great Wilderness Halberd art will become stronger and stronger. If it can be condensed into thousands of high-level blood-drinking seals, then the heavens and the earth can be freely roamed. This is the killing method of the Great Wilderness Halberd art. Originally, Lin Ming was not a person of the magic way, and it was quite difficult to condense the blood-drinking seal. However, this problem was solved because of the blood-extinguishing evil thunder. With the blood-extinguishing evil thunder absorbing the essence and blood, a blood-drinking seal can be condensed in almost the blink of an eye. Looking at the blood seal condensed in Lin Ming's hand, the face of the young man in the demon realm was extremely ugly. Magic path technique. Human warriors actually practice magic path techniques. The face of the young man in the demon realm was gloomy, with only the late stage of the acquired cultivation. You actually killed your way to my base alone. You are so confident. While the young man in the demon realm was speaking, several of his men had adjusted themselves from the panic just now, and drew their weapons. Lin Ming glanced at the 6 warriors present with an expressionless face, 1 in the middle stage of the innate realm, 1 in the early stage of the innate realm, and 4 in the peak of the acquired realm. With 6 people, I should be able to condense 2 one-line blood-drinking seals. Leader, kill this kid, refine him into a corpse guard, and avenge old 7. Another innate warrior in the team pointed his spear directly at Lin Ming, with a burning murderous intent in his eyes. The weapons of the magic warriors are mostly spears and halberds. Be careful, this guy's not simple, the demon realm boy warned. He dared to charge their base alone, so he must have something to rely on. However, he did not think that the other party could possibly deal with the 6 of them at the same time with his late acquired cultivation. Die. The long spear of the early innate stage raised up and rushed towards Lin Ming. The demon realm boy grinned and rushed forward. His weapon was a 10-foot long spear with a blood-red blade, exuding a strong bloody smell. Kill. Kill. The 6 people attacked Lin Ming together. In a war that was truly for the purpose of killing, there would naturally be no idiotic behavior that emphasized fair duels. As soon as they attacked, they would go all out to kill the enemy. For a moment, 6 kinds of weapons attacked Lin Ming. These warriors were full of murderous intent. As soon as they attacked, they were all elite warriors who had experienced the battlefield for a long time. A prairie fire. Whoosh! Thousands of flames swept up and directly swept away the demon realm boy. Lin Ming swept his long halberd, and there was a sound of bang bang bang. The blood mist exploded. The 3 postnatal peak warriors turned into a bloody rain. A small red snake swam around the 3 piles of flesh and blood. All the blood turned into strands of red light, and was absorbed by the blood-destroying evil thunder. 6th brother. 3rd brother. The warriors using the long halberds had red eyes. It was just a round of fighting. 6 people attacked together, but 3 people were killed in an instant. Go to hell. The demon realm warrior chopped down at Lin Ming with his halberd, but the face of the demon realm boy changed. He had realized one thing. The young man in front of him was definitely a demon. 2nd brother, don't go. The demon realm boy only shouted half of his words, but it was too late. Lin Ming thrust his halberd forward, colliding head-on with the innate warrior. The marrow-quenching true essence suddenly burst out, and the innate warrior only felt his arm shake, his knuckles burst, and the weapon in his hand was directly shaken away. Puff! A purple light flashed, and the long halberd with blazing lightning pierced the warrior's body. The long halberd twisted, and the dantian shattered. 2nd brother. The young man in the demon realm saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot. He and the dead demon realm warrior had been partners for many years, and were as close as brothers. He gritted his teeth, and turned around, and fled without saying a word. The only remaining postnatal peak warrior saw this scene, and also turned around and fled, choosing the opposite direction of the demon realm boy. Smart move, but unfortunately, it's too late. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and 2 streams of light, 1 red and 1 purple, shot out. The red one was the blood drink seal that had just condensed, and the purple one was the evil god steel needle. Puff! The red blood drinking seal caught up with the peak warrior at an extremely fast speed, and drilled into his body like a poisonous snake. The warrior's body shook, and his pupils suddenly lost focus. The blood drinking seal had already penetrated into his blood vessels, circulated around, and sucked all the blood and energy in his body. After a few breaths, the warrior's body suddenly shrank, and the blood drinking seal shot out from his body. The red lines between the runes became much clearer. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and the blood drinking seal sank into his body. At the same time, the evil god steel needle also caught up with the demon realm boy. Go to hell. The demon realm boy had disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. He turned around and stabbed the evil god steel needle with a spear. Bang! The spear tip pierced the evil god steel needle, and the highly compressed thunder force suddenly burst out. In the terrifying shockwave turbulence, the demon realm boy's body flew backwards, his throat felt sweet, and he directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The evil god steel needle did not give the demon boy any chance, and sank directly into his forehead. The demon boy trembled and stared blankly at the void in front of him. His eyes flashed with a strong unwillingness and despair. His meridians were broken by the manic thunder force. After a breath, the boy's body suddenly collapsed and exploded into a ball of blood rain. The blood-destroying evil thunder gathered a little bit of blood and returned to Lin Ming's fingertips. In just 10 breaths, 6 demon warriors, including one in the middle stage of the innate realm, and one in the early stage of the innate realm, were all killed. If these people had decided to flee separately from the beginning, Lin Ming could kill at most 3 or 4 of them, but they looked down on Lin Ming because of his low cultivation. When they reacted and fled separately, it was too late. My cultivation provides me with the best disguise. Lin Ming looked at the 2 scarlet blood drinking seals in his hands, and a slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Now there are only 2 blood drinking seals, and the power cannot be shown. When there are tens of thousands of blood drinking seals and they are released together, its power will be extremely terrifying. Chapter 444 Fire Axe. Numerous blood drinking seals condensed on the blood halberd, combined with the halberd tactics, can form a perfect combat system that integrates attack and defense. When the blood drinking seals condense to a certain degree, they can condense into a substantial killing field around them. People with weak minds will be crushed by the killing field as soon as they step into it. Even people with strong wills will be more or less affected. Recalling the description of Great Wilderness halberd tactics, Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh at Lei Mubei's opportunity. The blood-killing evil thunder, combined with the ancient magic scroll, plus the replica of the Great Wilderness blood halberd, the 3 treasures complement each other. If he continues to practice like this, he will definitely be able to practice the first few levels of Great Wilderness halberd tactics. In this way, there will be great hope for him to impact the powerful emperor in the future. It's a pity that he met himself. The ancient magic scroll was originally a fragment of Great Wilderness halberd tactics, and the Great Wilderness blood halberd was a weapon once used by the demon emperor. The blood-killing evil thunder is a top-grade thunder spirit that extracts blood essence. Lei Mubei's practice can be said to have taken advantage of the time and place, but even so, he ended up like this. This is the difficulty and cruelty of the road of martial arts. Xian'an continent has many decisive geniuses who are qualified to challenge the title of emperor. However, over the years, there are very few who can truly enter the divine sea realm. Lin Ming looked at the time. It was not yet 3 o'clock. There was a red dot on the jade slip, which was very close to here. He could also deal with it on the way. Thinking of this, Lin Ming used his body skills to go straight to the destination. The next morning, a tall man in red armor strode into the resting courtyard of the Fire Axe squad. As this man walked, he naturally exuded a strong aura, as if the surrounding fire energy seemed to be driven by his walking. Captain. The bearded man was originally chatting with the twin brothers, and when he saw the red-armored man coming in, he immediately stood up and greeted him. Yeah. The red-armored man nodded gently. He was the captain of the Fire Axe squad. Fire Axe was in the middle stage of the Xianxian realm. He was the absolute core of the Fire Axe squad. He was the best in the team in terms of combat experience, command ability and personal strength. He had absolute prestige in the team. The other members of the team all respected Fire Axe from the bottom of their hearts. Ziyu, who heard the voice, also opened the door of her room and smiled at the red-armored man. Captain, how was the battle? We encountered a team led by 2 mid-stage Xianxian warriors and killed 3 peak postnatal warriors. Except for Mo Liang who was slightly injured, we did not lose any. The red-armored man said calmly. 2 mid-stage Xianxian warriors? Ziyu was shocked. Haha. The captain is the captain. 1 against 2. The bearded man laughed and said. 10 days ago, Fire Axe took a transportation mission. Because it was not difficult, he led half of the team and the other half rested. Unexpectedly, he encountered a team led by 2 mid-stage Xianxian warriors. On Nangxia Island, Zuandan warriors are extinct, and Xianxian warriors are the strongest. Huofu's cultivation is in the middle Xianxian stage, and he is one of the stronger warriors of the same level. He is considered a first-class master on Nangxia Island. However, even so, it is not easy for Huofu to kill warriors of the same level. In this battle, he only killed 3 warriors at the peak of the acquired stage, and the other 2 warriors in the middle Xianxian stage still escaped. Huofu took out 3 jade cards from the Zumi ring and threw them on the table casually. The 3 jade cards were stained with blood. The bearded man picked up the 3 jade cards excitedly. These are the military merit cards of the wartime alliance. After killing an enemy, before the true essence in the opponent's danshan has time to dissipate, use the jade card to soak the opponent's blood, and you can record a military merit card, and you can directly see the opponent's cultivation from the military merit card. Another 300 military merits. Haha, I've earned it. I've earned it. Shenhuang Island has released some very good fire related skills, and even top level human grade fire essences. Captain, you can exchange them if you accumulate more military merits. With human grade fire essences, your strength will definitely be able to kill warriors in the late Xiantian period. By then, who in Nangsha Island will be a match for our team? Haha. Fire Axe, who rarely smiled, also showed a bit of joy on his face after hearing what the bearded man said. He really needed a human grade fire essence. He had longed for this kind of power. Don't talk too much. Some guys in the South Sea Demon Realm are very strong, such as Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare. Even if I absorb human grade fire essences, I'm far from their opponents. Fire Axe suddenly mentioned these three people, and the bearded man shrank his neck and stopped talking. It was obvious that he was very afraid of these three people. In the past 6 months, the strongest people in the South Sea Demon Realm on Nangsha Island are Zugu, Viper, and Mengemo. They are collectively known as the three giants of the demon realm of Nangsha Island. The three are all murderous stars. If any team encounters them, they may be wiped out. Huofu laughed and said, I have absorbed the upper grade fire essence of the human level. At most, I can defeat a warrior in the late stage of the innate realm. And it is only a defeat. It is difficult to kill. Warriors of the same level have little difference in strength. It is easy to defeat, but difficult to kill. After all, if the opponent is determined to escape, it is difficult to stop him. Okay, let's discuss the battle plan for 3 days, and call all the team members out. The Fire Axe team has a total of 9 members. The captain is Huofu, a mid-stage innate warrior and the combat core of the team. The deputy captain is Xiaoyu, who has a cultivation level of the early stage of the innate realm, and is good at controlling thunder. His combat power should not be underestimated. King Mu and King Lin, a pair of twins, are mainly responsible for healing. The bearded man has no attributes, and uses a sledgehammer. He has a cultivation level of the peak of the acquired realm. The 8 old members sat around the table, and Lin Ming sat at the end. This is the new kid. Among the 8 veteran team members, there was a woman who had reached the level of half-step innate. She was petite and pretty. What caught people's attention was that her hands were as white as porcelain, and her nails were long and sharp. Obviously, these seemingly beautiful hands were deadly weapons. My name is Huangji, attribute, thunder. Lin Ming introduced himself briefly. Huangji. What an interesting nickname. The woman habitually trimmed her nails and laughed. My name is Liang, and my profession is a pharmacist. This is Mo Liang, who has outstanding perception and is responsible for the team's reconnaissance. Liang pointed to a young man next to him, and the young man smiled shyly. Several members that Lin Ming was not familiar with introduced themselves one by one, and Lin Ming also wrote down their names one by one. Okay, let's take a look at the current distribution of the enemy's forces. Huofu said, spreading a map on the table. On the map, all places where warriors from the South China Sea Demon Realm gathered were marked with red circles. Here, here, and here. These 3 places are the core of the South Sea Demon Realm warriors, and are also where the 3 giants of the Demon Realm, Bloodbone, Viper, and Dream Demon, gather. We must try to avoid them in our combat area. The strength of these 3 people, any one of them, our combined strength of the entire team cannot resist. Fire Axe said this only for Lin Ming to hear. The other team members already knew it. Now on Nangsha Island, the number of warriors in our wartime alliance is twice that of the South Sea Demon Realm, but the quality is not as good. This is also the result of the South Sea Demon Realm warriors being small in number, but scattered widely, occupying a large area of mineral resources, while we are many in number, but gathered together, afraid of being defeated one by one. Our combat target in 3 days is here, Fire Axe said, and clicked on a place on the map. Seeing this mark, Lin Ming suddenly showed a strange look on his face. This place was exactly the base he visited last night. The leader inside was a pale-faced Demon Realm boy. Lin Ming had killed all the Demon Realm warriors inside. How could it be such a coincidence? Of course, Fire Axe didn't know this, and continued, we are slightly stronger than them. It shouldn't be a problem to defeat them. The key is how many people we can kill. A team of 7 or 8 members, if they find themselves outmatched and flee separately, there will be very few people they can kill. This is also the reason why many Demon Realm warrior teams, relying on their strong team strength, blatantly penetrate into the hinterland of Nangxia Island to plunder mineral resources. If you can't win, just run away. Losing a few late stage and peak stage warriors is still affordable. The Fire Axe team chose this stronghold because it was too deep. Lin Ming chose it for this reason, so the two chose to go together. The captain of this demon team should be in the middle stage of Xianshan, and his strength is only slightly weaker than mine. As long as he is determined to escape, no one can stop him. It is not realistic to kill him, but he has a warrior in the early stage of Xianshan under him. Our main target this time is him. If we can catch this big fish, we can accumulate another 1000 military merits. The Wartime Alliance stipulates that, if you kill a peak postnatal warrior, you will accumulate 100 military merits, and if you kill a half-step postnatal warrior, you will accumulate 200 military merits. A warrior in the early stage of Xianshan will accumulate 1000 military merits. From the military merits, we can see the huge gap between the postnatal and postnatal. It is not easy to kill a Xianshan warrior in Nangxia Island. 1000 military merits. I can't wait. The bearded man excitedly cracked his knuckles, making a crackling sound. Most of the people who are willing to come to the South China Sea battlefield are warlike. Only Lin Ming was speechless. It seemed that he would have to make a wasted trip, but he couldn't open his mouth to remind him of anything. It was impossible for him to know such things. I have submitted the battle plan. If everyone has no objection, we will set out in 3 days. When Huofu said this, there was a flash of fire in front of him, and a sound transmission talisman came out of nowhere. After hearing the content inside, Huofu was stunned. What's going on? Ziyu asked puzzledly. Their captain was calm most of the time and rarely showed such an expression. Huofu smiled bitterly and shook his head. The plan is cancelled. What's wrong? The battle plan was rejected. No, it's this Demon Realm team that has been destroyed. Thanks to AAA 999 AAA, the leader, for being in the red twice last month and this month. Thank you very much. Also, please give me a few monthly tickets. The number of votes today is really terrible. I will still try to update 3 times today. Give me some motivation. Chapter 445 Spiritual Plant Forest. Destroyed? Ziyu was stunned. Yes, 7 bodies were found. Some of them were already bloody and bruised. It should be that the whole army was wiped out. Not only this team, but also the team next to them was killed, with 6 people dead. If nothing unexpected happened, it was also wiped out. The 2 teams seemed to be killed by the same team, and the deaths were similar. When Huofu said this, he felt unbelievable. If they encountered a strong enemy and found that they were no match for the enemy, they would not be wiped out if they fled separately, unless the strength gap was too big. For example, a team led by 2 or 3 late-stage Xianshan masters could do this. Counting the teams on Nangxia Island, there were only 2 teams that could kill 2 teams from the South Sea Demon Realm in a row overnight, and wiped out the enemy completely. If it was these 2 teams, they would not have needed to hide it. Who did it? Didn't anyone take the credit? Phantom asked. Huofu shook his head. If someone took the credit, there would be nothing to be confused about. At this time, in the command center of the Wartime Alliance, an old man was holding the latest intelligence and thinking about something. This old man is one of the leaders of the Combat Alliance on Nangxia Island. In fact, the strength of these leaders is not that strong. Most of them are composed of some old men with limited talents but rich experience. Are you wondering about the news we got this morning? A slightly calm voice sounded. The speaker was a middle-aged warrior with the late Xianshan cultivation. Well, the other party only killed people, but did not receive military merits. They should be masters with good backgrounds, so they don't think highly of our military merit rewards. Maybe it's a passing Xianshan supreme strongman who got excited and took action once. The battlefield of the South China Sea is very vast. Nangxia Island, which only has a medium-grade sinew and stone vein, is not a very important strategic location on the battlefield of the South China Sea. Neither Shenhuang Island nor the South China Sea Demon Realm has deployed their main forces here. But what I'm surprised about is that, from the intelligence we've obtained, the technique used by the person who attacked is probably not the orthodox martial arts. The essence and blood of these dead magic warriors have been sucked dry. Oh. The middle-aged warrior was a little surprised. Is it an internal fight? It's hard to say. It's not surprising that some of the free warriors in the Wartime Alliance practice magic techniques. In the Southern Sky region, the strength has always been respected in terms of techniques. Although the magic techniques are considered not orthodox, there are still many sects that practice them. For example, the Hehuan sect of the Seven Mysterious Valley practices magic martial arts. There are no boring defenders who want to kill someone just because someone or a certain sect practices magic techniques. No matter who this person is, he is a friend, not an enemy. Our battle plan remains the same. Let's see what happens next. 3 days later, Lin Ming went on his first expedition with the Fire Axe squad. Including the captain Fire Axe, a total of 9 people boarded a small spirit boat and flew to the spirit plant forest under the cover of night. In the vast forest at night, a small spiritual boat looked very inconspicuous. The battle plan this time is to intercept the transport team of the South Sea Demon Realm. The battle time is probably from midnight to tomorrow before sunrise. Fire Axe said, while checking the time. War is ultimately for plundering resources. The 2 major resources of Nangsha Island are the True Yuan Stone Mine and the Spirit Plant Forest. When the South Sea Demon Realm captured Nangsha Island, it would naturally plunder a large amount of resources and transport them back. The Wartime Alliance received news that some herb collecting teams in the Spirit Plant Forest would transport the spiritual plants accumulated during this period of time tonight. So Fire Axe took on this interception mission. Is the news reliable? It should be reliable. It was sent by Yin. The Yin mentioned by Fire Axe is an undercover sent by the Wartime Alliance to the South Sea Demon Realm. Yin is just a code name. Except for a few senior figures of the Wartime Alliance, no one knows who Yin is, and they don't even know whether he is a pure human or a member of the South Sea Demon Realm. Of course, in the Wartime Alliance, it is inevitable that there are undercovers from the South Sea Demon Realm. In a war, intelligence work is extremely important, otherwise a team will become blind. For such a large Nangsha Island, there is no way to find out the enemy's movements. We are about to arrive. Let's land and don't attract attention. Fire Axe said. Okay. The one who was responsible for driving the spirit boat was Mo Liang. He controlled the spirit boat to descend and soon landed in the forest. Lin Ming stood by the window and saw the scene of the spirit plant forest in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but take a breath. This forest is too big. Lin Ming said that the spirit plant forest is big, not because of its large area, but because the trees growing in it are too terrifying. Each big tree is generally as thick as dozens of people hugging, hundreds of feet high, and straight into the sky. The dense branches and leaves spread out like a city in the sky. The vines hanging from the branches are as thick as water tanks. Any leaf is several feet wide and can be used as a boat on the water. In such an unusually tall forest, the 5-meter wide spirit boat was actually moving nimbly like a fish swimming among the water plants. Every time he encountered a tree branch or vine blocking him, Mo Liang could control the spirit boat to cleverly bypass it, which made people have to admire his superb driving skills. Huang Ji, this is your first time in the spirit plant forest. Let me introduce the situation here to you. Huofu waved to Lin Ming. Only 1/5 of this spirit plant forest is on land, and the rest is in the ocean. The trees here are terrifyingly large. There are many high-level beasts among them, and there are even beasts with strength comparable to the innate extreme strong. So strong? Lin Ming was stunned. He was naturally not afraid of the innate extreme beasts, but ordinary teams could not resist them. Haha, don't worry, brother Huang Ji, there are only a few of the strongest beasts. We all know their habits and naturally have some ways to avoid them. The bearded man laughed and said, thinking that Lin Ming was nervous when he heard about the innate extreme beasts. Lin Ming nodded. The beasts had limited intelligence. As long as they understood their habits, it would be easy to avoid them. Yes, if we really encountered a top-level beast, our team would have no choice but to flee. Not to mention us. Even if the 3 giants of the demon realm encountered it, it would be very difficult. Fire Axe said with a smile. There are about 7 or 8 permanent teams of the South Sea Demon Realm in this spiritual plant forest. They are all strong, but the distance between them is very far. As long as we fight quickly, we won't attract encirclement and suppression. The reason why the South Sea battlefield uses teams as combat units instead of large-scale legion battles is to plunder resources. Teams can be like locusts. They can quickly gather resources when they are dispersed. Large-scale group battles are only used when they capture the base camp of a sect. It is meaningless to use them at other times. What warriors want is resources, not territory. The consumption of resources by a sect is very astonishing. Even a small sect like the 7 Mysterious Valley has dozens or hundreds of innate masters, not to mention a 5th grade sect like the South Sea Demon Realm. What's more, the South Sea Demon Realm has many affiliated small sects. All added up, it is a huge force. With so many warriors, it is naturally stretched to the limit to rely on the resources in the depths of the South Sea. That's why there are so many combat teams distributed throughout Nangsha Island. All elite combat teams will be centered on innate masters. Innate masters are definitely the main force of this large-scale war. Although Zuundan warriors are powerful, they are rare in number and can only fight a decisive battle. Usually they just play a deterrent role. Approaching the battle site, the speed of the spirit boat began to slow down. Mo Liang released his perception and began to explore the surrounding environment. A warrior with strong perception is very important to a team. This is the eyes and ears of the team. If the perception is not as good as the enemy will discover it first and then be attacked by surprise. The battle will fall into an absolute passive position, which may directly lead to the failure of the battle. Captain, there should be no ambush nearby, Mo Liang said. On Nangsha Island, every attack is in danger of being ambushed, but the Fire Axe squad is an elite team, and the general small ambush can still be dealt with. The spirit boat finally landed. Mo Liang was the first to jump off the spirit boat and carefully investigate the surroundings. Lin Ming was calm. In fact, he had already sensed that there was a relatively strong energy fluctuation more than 10 miles away. Judging from the aura, it was definitely a warrior from the South Sea Demon Realm. It was also very likely the Demon Realm team that was transporting and collecting medicinal materials as described in the intelligence this time. In the dark forest, more than a dozen hungry wolves the size of calves were staring with dark green eyes, patrolling back and forth, and from time to time they bared their teeth and made low growls, which made people tremble. Among this group of hungry wolves, 8 warriors wearing black armor, holding uniform spears, fought on the side, and in the open space in front of them, more than 20 boys and girls were carrying medicine baskets and busy collecting medicine. The medicine was placed in the medicine basket to preserve the activity of the medicine to the greatest extent. If it was placed in the Zumi ring, it would die soon. The small world of the Zumi ring could not accommodate living things. This medicinal field was discovered a few days ago. Although the medicine is not fully mature and cannot achieve the best effect, there is no time to care about these things during a war. If you don't collect them, they will only be left to the enemy. Hurry up, hurry up. The leader of the 8 black armored warriors shouted loudly. These boys and girls who are collecting herbs are all slaves from the South China Sea Demon Realm. Most of them are in the 1st and 2nd levels of the body refining period. They can withstand heavy physical work, but they have no resistance. They are the best candidates for slaves. After being shouted at by the black armored warriors, these boys and girls quickly lowered their heads and worked harder to collect herbs, fearing that they would be punished for not collecting enough. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Corpse Guard. Seeing the increasing amount of herbs in the slave medicine baskets, a man in black armor laughed and said, "Brother, we made a lot of money this time. These herbs are more than we imagined. We can get a lot of military merit when we go back, and we brothers can stay a little. Then your status in the family will be greatly improved. Yes, after half a year in this shitty place, I finally have a chance to make a name for myself. This time when I go back, I finally don't have to look at the faces of those old immortal elders anymore." Several men in black armor talked excitedly. They came from a third-grade martial arts family under the South China Sea Demon Realm. The South China Sea Demon Realm covers countless large and small islands, among which there are even many alien races, with dozens of third-grade small sects and third-grade martial arts families. Some third-grade sects are even more powerful than Peacock Mountain and close to the level of fourth-grade sects. The larger the scale of the war between the South China Sea Demon Realm and the Shenhuang Island, the wider the scope of the war. These small sects in the South China Sea Demon Realm also participated in it, wanting to get a piece of the pie. This also led to more and more innate warriors gathering in the South China Sea battlefield. A large number of combat teams started fighting. Some teams did not even have a set of organizations. They were completely spontaneously organized by the people, hoping to make a fortune in the chaos. For those low-level warriors, just picking up some rags discarded by the strong would be enough for them to eat and drink for several years. In the dense dark jungle, 7 or 8 miles away from the team of demon warriors, Mu Liang suddenly stopped and said, "I found them. There are 7 to 10 strong ones, and there are some weak life fluctuations. They should be herbalists." Generally speaking, the people with the strongest perception in the team are the ones with the highest strength, but the Fire Axe team is an exception. Mu Liang is very talented in this aspect, and although the Fire Axe is strong, perception is a weakness. Well done. Prepare for the surprise attack. Xiao, Hejian and I will hold back the innate masters among them. The rest of us will focus on killing the acquired peak masters first. The fighting method will remain the same as before. Huangji, this is your first time to fight. You don't have to attack right away. Just wait for the opportunity to strike. Fire Axe looked at Lin Ming and said, "Generally, new soldiers will inevitably be nervous when they go to the battlefield for the first time, which will lead to poor performance. Even the veterans in the team were burdened when they went to the battlefield. This time, Lin Ming was brought here just to let him adapt. He was not expected to make a move. Haha, are you a little nervous? It's okay. I was not as good as you when I went to the battlefield for the first time." The bearded man patted Lin Ming's shoulder heavily. Lin Ming smiled and said, "Not bad. Prepare for battle." With Fire Axe's order, everyone drew their weapons and said, "Charge." Whoosh. 9 people rushed out together. 7 or 8 miles away was not really a distance under the full speed attack of the masters. Enemy attack. The face of the leader of the 8 black armored warriors changed. Prepare to fight. Crack, crack, crack. 8 spears turned to the Fire Axe squad at the same time, and at this time, the Fire Axe captain had already taken the lead and killed Mountain Splitting Axe. Boom. The red flames exploded like a volcanic eruption, and the Fire Axe chopped down with an axe, and the power exploded to the extreme. This is the way of fighting of the Fire Axe, without any skills, sweeping everything with absolute power. Dang. The leading black armored warrior held up his spear to block the attack of the Fire Axe, but the power of the Fire Axe was too strong. The powerful impact made the black armored warrior take a step back and sink directly into the soil. Die. The Fire Axe chopped again. The black armored warrior waved his spear and fought again, but was directly shaken away and retreated more than 10 feet away. At this time, Black Sword, Ziyu and others rushed over. Black Sword was the 3rd innate warrior in the Fire Axe team. He had just entered the innate realm and used a heavy black iron sword. Ziyu did not use any weapons. Her hands flashed with purple lightning arcs, and her whole body was wrapped in a blazing electric net. Just one contact made a black armored warrior numb all over. The power of thunder poured into the opponent's meridians and caused great damage. Ziyu pressed her bare hand on the opponent's brow. "Woman, your opponent is me." As the murderer Sora rose wantonly, a black spear pierced Ziyu's chest, forcing Ziyu to retreat several steps. The person who made the move was another innate master in the black armor team. The black armor team only had 2 innate warriors, 1 less than the Fire Axe team. This made Black Sword unstoppable. Ah! With a scream, the weakest black armored warrior was pierced through the abdomen by Black Sword. The long sword twisted and shattered his dantian, and he died on the spot. Of the 8 black armored warriors, 1 died in the sneak attack, leaving only 7. The Fire Axe squad had 9 members, including an innate master. The difference in strength was already very obvious. The bearded man and others from the Fire Axe squad had already blocked the retreat of the black armored warriors. Even if they couldn't keep all of them here, they would kill most of them. Do you really think we are fish on the chopping board? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the leading black armored warrior flashed a ferocious smile on his face, as if he was not surprised by the sneak attack. To carry out a mission on Nangsha Island is to walk on the edge of life and death, and may be surrounded and ambushed at any time. Every soldier must be prepared to fight at any time, and even be aware of death at any time. Rats of the Wartime Alliance, since you are here today, you should all stay here. A hand reached into the Zumi ring, pulled out 2 huge wooden boxes, and threw them on the ground. They turned out to be 2 coffins. The coffin hit the ground, shaking violently, and there was a continuous rustling sound inside, as if the zombies in the coffin were scratching the coffin lid with their nails. Corpse guards. Huofu's face changed. Among the magic techniques, using corpses to refine corpse guards is one of the most notorious. Today, you will all die. A crazy smile flashed across the face of the black armored warrior. The coffin lid shook more and more violently, and 2 groups of black mist rose from the coffin and condensed into 2 skinny ghost claws. The nails were completely black and sharp like knives. The hands were full of hideous bone spurs, and between the bone spurs, there were pustules. After the ghost claws stretched out, they tore open the lid of the coffin, and 2 zombies covered with pustules and bone spurs stood up straight from the coffin. The dry eyelids flipped up, revealing 2 scarlet eyes, which were particularly dazzling in the middle of the night. Lin Ming was moved when he saw this. So that's how it is. The puppets made by the puppet sect of the 7 mysterious valors are the corpse guards in the magic arts. Using corpses to make puppets is actually corpse guards. Mugabuayu even transformed part of his body into corpse guards. No wonder Mugabuayu grew into such a terrifying appearance. Corpse guards at the peak of the initial stage of the innate realm. Huofu's face darkened. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's innate realm combat power surpassed 1. Ziyu, you deal with the corpse guards. Your lightning power has a restraining effect on corpse guards. Although the battle situation has changed greatly, Huofu still has a calm face. Huangji, you are also a thunder warrior, long range assistance, don't get close. Huofu sighed in his heart, I didn't expect such a fierce battle at the beginning. This war is a cruel test for Huangji. It's hard to say whether he can hold on. Attack. Huofu shouted, holding a battle axe, and rushing towards the leader of the black armored warriors. The true energy of his whole body is running to the extreme. If he can kill the opponent in one go, this battle will be won. Boom boom boom. Huofu and the black armored warrior fought fiercely. Huofu's strength was slightly stronger, but it was impossible to defeat the opponent in a short time. Ziyu frowned slightly and whispered to Lin Ming, follow me closely, don't leave the protection range of my electric net, otherwise, I can't be distracted to save you. Ziyu said, and rushed towards the 2 corpse guards. The purple electric net around her body covered a wider area, leaving Lin Ming a place to stay. Lin Ming followed him calmly. Although they had only been in contact for a few days, these teammates were still very good to him. Several other members of the Fire Axe team also fought fiercely with the Black Armor Warrior. Black Sword faced the Black Armor Warrior of the innate stage. Although his strength was slightly inferior, he would not be defeated in a short time. The others also fought evenly, and the one under the greatest pressure was Ziyu. Because the Black Armor team had an extra innate level combat force, Ziyu had to fight 1 against 2 in order to protect the team. Even though the power of thunder had a great restraining effect on Corpse Key, fighting 1 against 2 was still stretched. In front of Lin Ming, Ziyu drew out a blue soft sword, and blue-purple electric light flashed like a brilliant flower blooming in the middle of the night. Swish. Ziyu chopped the corpse guard's claws with a sword, and the power of thunder burned the corpse key, emitting wisps of green smoke. Ziyu frowned, unable to cut it. The corpse guard at the peak of the initial innate stage also had top-grade metal implanted in his body, and his whole body was comparable to a treasure. Ziyu's thunderbolt power can only burn away the corpse key on the corpse guards, but it is difficult to completely destroy them. Ah! The corpse guards roared hoarsely. One corpse guard was forced back by Ziyu, and the other rushed up, grabbing Ziyu's chest with its cold claws. Ziyu shouted, and purple lightning burst out from her body. On her sword, a large blue bird condensed. Thunder Sword. The 3-foot soft sword, carrying the blue bird, chopped heavily on the corpse guard. The corpse guard was covered by the blue bird, and a trace of blue flame emerged. It was violently shaken, and was shaken away. However, at this moment, another corpse guard had already rushed to Ziyu's front. The black claws, the nails were more than 1 foot long, emitting a dark black light. Once caught, there would be 5 blood holes. Ziyu's face changed. In a hurry, she had no time to retract her sword, so she could only kick the corpse guard. Flesh and blood body, facing the claws of the corpse guard. Once they collide, Ziyu will definitely be injured. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped, and with a flick of his finger, 2 purple electric lights shot directly into the corpse guard's eyes. Lin Ming deliberately suppressed the power, but even so, the thunder power containing the will of the evil god Lei Ling was definitely not something that the corpse guard's fragile eyes could resist. The corpse guard's body shook, and its claws slowed down a bit. At this moment, Ziyu had already kicked the corpse guard heavily in the face, kicking it out directly. Chapter 447 Beheading. Boom. Ziyu kicked the corpse guard away, looking back at Lin Ming in disbelief. Ziyu was very sensitive to changes in lightning energy. Just now, it was clearly the young man's lightning strike that delayed the corpse guard's attack. The energy of the lightning strike was not strong, only 1/10 of the lightning power she released herself, but such a weak lightning power was extremely condensed and sharp, shooting at the corpse guard's eyes, completely disrupting its attack. Such accurate control, including accurate judgment of the battlefield, made Ziyu unbelievable. Is this a new soldier? Huang Ji, you. Ziyu didn't know what to say for a while. Senior sister Ziyu, they are coming again. Lin Ming said calmly. The power he just exerted was not strong, but it was just used skillfully, and it would not arouse any suspicion. Ziyu gritted her teeth, suppressed the doubts in her heart, and turned to fight the corpse guards. One of the 2 corpse guards was hit hard by Ziyu, and the other was injured in the eye by Lin Ming's electric shock, but neither was seriously injured. Seeing the 2 corpse guards rushing up bravely, Lin Ming sighed secretly. Ziyu was only from a small sect after all, and the quality of the lightning spirits she absorbed was very low, which made her attack power not high enough. Even though Lin Ming had created a good attack opportunity just now, Ziyu still could not seriously injure the corpse guards. This battle could not be dragged on for long, and a breakthrough must be found, otherwise the members of the Fire Axe squad would be injured. These days, the members of the Fire Axe squad treated Lin Ming well, and Lin Ming did not want them to suffer any losses. Swish, swish. Ziyu swung out 2 swords in a row. Inspired by Lin Ming, this time, Ziyu's attack target was the eyes of the corpse guards. However, things were not as simple as Ziyu thought. The lightning shot into the eyes of the corpse guards, which did injure them, but the corpse guards' attacks still fell on Ziyu mercilessly. In fact, the corpse guards did not rely on their eyes to distinguish the enemy, but they relied on sensing the enemy's anger. Even without eyes, they could still accurately lock the enemy's position. Ziyu fought the corpse guards twice, and retreated several steps. She was horrified. What Lin Ming did just now seemed very simple, but how come this was the result when he attacked? Lin Ming said, Senior Sister Ziyu, I will integrate the power of thunder into your body, and cooperate with you in attacking. Maybe it will have a certain effect. There was no other way. Ziyu's attack power was too weak. If she dragged on, she would be exhausted by the 2 corpse guards. Lin Ming also used this method to improve Ziyu's attack power. Okay, you help me. Ziyu looked at Lin Ming deeply. She had already determined that this junior brother was definitely not simple. With a shake of the long sword in her hand, the electric net that was originally scattered around Ziyu suddenly shrank, only protecting her body. Lin Ming was excluded from the electric net. Ziyu also understood that Lin Ming probably didn't need her own electric net to protect him at all. What she did just now was purely unnecessary. If she gathered the power of thunder, her own attack power could be improved a little. Roar. The 2 corpse guards rushed towards Ziyu at the same time. After several battles, they were already charred, and their corpse key was almost burned. However, their bodies, which were as hard as treasures, were not so easy to destroy. Thunder Sword. A dazzling blue bird condensed on Ziyu's long sword. At the same time, Lin Ming placed one hand on Ziyu's back, and the thunder power containing the will of the purple dragon god thunder continuously gathered into Ziyu's body. Although Lin Ming suppressed his power, so that the thunder power injected into Ziyu's body was very small, but in terms of purity, it was far from being comparable to the low-level thunder spirits in Ziyu's body. If Ziyu's thunder power was a sword, the thunder power injected by Lin Ming was like sharpening Ziyu's sword, using the best steel on the blade. At that moment, the blue bird released by Ziyu seemed to have a soul. With a shrill cry, the corpse guard who was the first to bear the brunt was directly pierced by the blue bird. Zzzz. The electric snakes danced wildly, and the corpse guard's body shook violently. The place where the blue bird pierced its abdomen shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crack. Ziyu swung her sword back, and chopped the corpse guard away. Puffs of green smoke came out of the corpse guard. When Ziyu was surprised. In that moment, she clearly felt the purity of Lin Ming's thunder power, which was definitely not something a warrior from a small sect could possess. Could he be a genius warrior who came out from a big sect to train? In the chaos of war, Ziyu could not have any wild thoughts. Although the first corpse guard was severely injured and lost its combat ability, the second corpse guard rushed towards Ziyu at this time. Ziyu had just used the thunder sword, and she could not use it a second time in a short period of time. She released purple arcs of electricity all over her body, trapping the corpse guard in it. During this gap, Lin Ming took a look at the other people's fighting situation. There were 7 black armored warriors against their fire axe team of 9 people, except for Lin Ming and Ziyu fighting against 2 corpse guards. The remaining people were just enough to deal with 1 black armored warrior. Fire axe was suppressing the opponent's leader. Although the black sword was weaker, it was not dangerous. However, when he saw King Mu, King Lin, and Ma Liang, Lin Ming frowned slightly. The 3 of them were warriors with special abilities. Their real frontal combat ability was relatively weak. Fighting was already dangerous. Damn, these guys are really hard to deal with. The bearded man was a little furious after forcing a black armored warrior to retreat with a sword. It was unknown what material the armor on these warriors was made of. The defense was super strong and could withstand the aftermath of his sword energy. Bit, quickly pack up and help Ma Liang. This kid can't hold on any longer. The true essence transmission of phantom sounded in the ears of the bearded man. The bearded man took a look and saw that Ma Liang had turned pale because of the repeated head-on collisions with the opponent's spears. It was obvious that his true energy was disturbed by the opponent. If this goes on, Ma Liang and the others will definitely not be able to hold on for long. Gritting his teeth, the bearded man shouted loudly, and his muscles swelled up. The thick-backed knife in his hand opened and closed, obviously using a secret method. Die. The bearded man forced the black armored warrior in front of him to retreat with a knife, and rushed towards the battle group of King Mu, King Lin, and Ma Liang. King Mu, King Lin, Ma Liang. Come to me. Bang bang bang. The big knife and the spear intersected, sparks flew, and the bearded man was extremely powerful. With his own strength, he shared the pressure of King Mu, King Lin and others. The 3 black armored warriors retreated at the same time. Humph, looking for death. He thought he was invincible after using berserk. Since this guy wants to die so much, let's concentrate our strength to kill him first. Kill. 3 spears rushed towards the bearded man together. These black armored warriors were all veterans. Their spears were as cunning as poisonous snakes. The bearded man chopped off one of his spears, but at the same time 2 spears stabbed at his heart and anshan. Be careful. King Mu shouted. He didn't have much fighting power left at this time. Fuck you. The bearded man held his thick-backed sword horizontally, stepped forward suddenly, and slashed at the 2 black armored warriors. Bit. Ma Liang's face changed. He had the sharpest perception. In a flash, he instantly judged that the hasty sword sent by the beard could definitely not stop the simultaneous attack of the 2 black armored warriors. This scene naturally fell into Lin Ming's eyes. At the critical moment, Lin Ming's eyes condensed, and 2 black vortices appeared in his pupils out of thin air. The reincarnation martial spirit. Boom. The chaotic reincarnation illusions like a tide poured into the spiritual sea of the 2 black armored warriors. They only felt their heads shaken, and their pupils instantly lost focus. Die. The bearded man slashed down with his sword, but it swung the spear away and cut off the heads of the two men. Puff, puff. Two heads flew high, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The two black armored warriors were actually beheaded by the bearded man with one sword. King Mu and King Lin were stunned. Even the bearded man looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief and stood there blankly. Although he was careless, he was not so bad as to be unable to distinguish the strength between himself and the enemy. The sword just now was launched with all his strength. Fighting against two spears, it was definitely more dangerous than nothing. How could this happen? What's going on? The bearded man muttered to himself. It seemed that the other party deliberately let them win. However, Imo Liang looked at the expressions of the two black armored warriors after they died, thinking, if someone cut their necks quickly with a knife, the expression on their heads should be one of fear and unwillingness, but the pupils of these two heads were sluggish and their eyes were dull. It felt like they had suffered something terrible before the bearded man's long knife fell. Could it be that they were practicing magic and had gone astray and it broke out at the critical moment? This was too coincidental. Damn it, has my frenzy improved again? The bearded man couldn't think of a reason, so he had to attribute it to this aspect. Who cares? Let's kill these bastards first. The bearded man swung his big knife and rushed into the battle again. In the fierce battle, the leader of the black armored warriors occasionally released his perception and distractedly explored the surrounding situation. He was immediately horrified. Two of his men had died, and one of the corpse guards had also been killed. How could this be possible? Their team's combat effectiveness was definitely stronger than their opponents. They had one more innate combat power. How could they lose? How could they lose? Give up everything and run for their lives. He was confident that he could definitely escape with his own strength, but his men couldn't. At most, another Xianshan warrior could escape with him, and the others might be killed here. These people were all his direct descendants, and they were good helpers who could follow him back to the family to build meritorious careers in the future. Most of them would break through the Xianshan in the future. Needless to say, the casualties of the personnel, those medicines would not be available. Part of the military merit would be deducted. He was unwilling. He had fought through life and death for half a year in the war on Nangsha Island, and fought so many times to get the opportunity to ascend to heaven today. How could this happen? Chapter 448, The Devil Emperor's Notes. Boom. Blazing lightning illuminated the entire night sky, and the second corpse guard was also killed by Ziyu's sword. Seeing this scene, the heart of the black armored leader completely cooled down. He had to retreat, otherwise he would die in the battle. Separate and evacuate. The black armored leader gave this order with difficulty and swung his spear violently, forcing the fire axe to retreat, and then turned and ran. The other warriors also turned and fled. How could the fire axe squad let them escape easily? Phantom, Huzi, Black Sword and others immediately attacked desperately. Several black armored warriors were entangled for a while and couldn't get away at all. Swish. Purple thunder flashed, and Ziyu swung his sword, directly severely injuring a black armored warrior. If he was severely injured at this time, he would be waiting to die. Lin Ming also ejected several small arcs of electricity, and the two black armored warriors were immediately electrocuted and numb all over. The bearded man laughed. Huangji, good job. The thick back knife swung down, and a head flew high. Damn it. The black armored leader's heart was bleeding when he heard the screams coming from behind him, but he could do nothing. He didn't dare to slow down his pace. Fire Axe was chasing after him. Haha, it's fun. The last black armored warrior at the peak of the acquired realm was killed by Phantom and the bearded man. Even another innate warrior in the black armored team was killed by Black Sword and Purple Rain. The entire black armored team, except for the black armored leader, was killed. Fire Axe failed to stop the leader of the black armored warriors. In this spiritual plant forest, if they chased too deep, they might encounter some danger. Record military merits. Let's go. As Fire Axe gave the order, the bearded man and others took out their military merit cards and began to record military merits. Where are these people? Phantom pointed to the slaves who were already trembling with fear at the edge of the battlefield. These slaves were about 20 years old, and some were even only 14 or 15 years old. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all had slender bodies and beautiful eyebrows. Let them be. They are a tribe of forest fairies, born to be slaves. Huofu sighed when he said this. A race that was born to be slaves is really sad. Forest fairies? Lin Ming was slightly startled. After leaving Xinhuangzhou, Lin Ming found more and more that Xianan continent was vast and complex. They have some demon blood. Both men and women in the tribe are beautiful. They were plundered by the South Sea demon realm and kept in captivity. Those with poor qualifications became slaves, and those with good qualifications were used for them to practice magic skills and nourish their body. Lin Ming's heart trembled when he heard this. Being kept in captivity like livestock, this kind of fate is really sad. Collect the herbs, get on the spirit boat. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The herbs in these spirit plant forests are naturally good things, and of course they cannot be missed. On the spirit boat, the bearded man looked at the 7 military medals and piles of medicinal herbs, and laughed. Brother, we made a fortune this time. Yeah, a great harvest. Fire Axe couldn't hide his smile. We left in a hurry just now, and I didn't have time to ask. Our strength should be inferior to the opponent. How did you win? Fire Axe had been concentrating on fighting with the opponent's leader. When masters fight, distraction is a taboo. He didn't pay attention to the battlefield at all. Who's he killed the most? Ask him. Phantom spread her hands. She only killed one black armored warrior from beginning to end. Who's he? Scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. I don't know. I just chopped them with a knife, and they were all dead. Huh. Fire Axe frowned. How could this be possible? Those black armored warriors are very strong. Then Ziyu, how did you win? Huofu noticed that Ziyu killed 2 corpse guards at the peak of the initial stage of Xianshan by herself. Although the power of thunder can restrain zombies, it is not so obvious. Huofu was originally very satisfied, just hoping that Ziyu could hold back 2 corpse guards. This, thanks to Huangji. Ziyu smiled and turned to Lin Ming. Huangji first attacked the corpse guard's eyes to save me once, and then integrated the power of thunder into my body, greatly enhancing the power of my martial arts. Huangji is a genius from a big sect, right? The thunder spirit in your body is stronger than mine. As soon as Ziyu said this, everyone present was a little surprised. The thunder spirit in Huangji's body is stronger than Ziyu's. Ziyu's thunder spirit is a relatively inferior level among the upper grade human level, so Lin Ming's should be at least the top level of the upper grade human level, even close to the earth level. Thunder spirits are more precious than fire spirits. It is impossible for a warrior without any background to get such thunder spirits. Even if they come from a big family or a big sect, if they don't have enough talent, the sect will not waste resources on them. So there is only one possibility. Lin Ming should be a top genius from a big sect. This kind of genius, in the late acquired stage, definitely has the combat power of half a step into the innate stage, and may even be able to protect himself in front of an innate master. Thinking of this, a group of people looked at Lin Ming eagerly. In a cruel war, adding a new powerful companion to the team means an extra chance of survival, and it sounds like Lin Ming has a lot of room for growth. Huangji, you have participated in a life and death battle before, otherwise, you shouldn't be so calm, and your moves are more accurate than mine. Ziyu was talking about the fact that Lin Ming's 2 small thunderbolts injured the corpse guard's eyes. The move seemed simple, but Ziyu was unable to do it. Yes, I have indeed experienced it. Haha, you should have told me earlier. I was worried for nothing. I thought you were a rookie who had never seen a real battle. The bearded man patted Lin Ming's shoulder heavily. Generally, warriors trained by the sects have experienced many battles, but they rarely have the opportunity to fight life and death. After all, in peacetime, there will be no geniuses of the same level for you to kill. A group of people returned to the base happily. This battle was a great victory. No one of their own was lost, and they also obtained a large amount of spoils and military merits. However, what they did not know was that the 7 black armored warriors they killed this time were listed on a list, and after several rounds, they were sent to an isolated island in the South China Sea demon realm. Of course, this list is just an insignificant one in a thick stack of lists. A pair of hands with long black nails slapped heavily on the list. In 10 days, the Southern Sky region, the 5-element region, including us, have lost a total of about 80 innate warriors and more than 400 acquired warriors. The owner of these hands is a handsome middle-aged man who speaks with a feminine air. If you only listen to his voice, it is difficult to tell whether he is a man or a woman. Why are you still not satisfied with this number? A slightly lazy voice sounded. In front of the feminine man sat a charming beauty. She was wearing a black dress made of unknown material with a metallic luster. The collar stood up very high, and the neckline extended down to the lower abdomen, revealing half of her plump and white breasts, which made people imagine, at her neck, there was a small red snake coiled. If it hadn't spit out its core from time to time, people would really think that the red snake was a necklace. This woman is the leader of the western sect of the South Sea Demon region. Although she looks sexy and charming, she is actually cruel and ruthless, and kills people without blinking an eye. This number is indeed a little small, but it's okay. After all, we are not ready. Take your time. There is no rush. The enchanting woman giggled, her laughter as clear as a silver bell. You should also hurry up and prepare. If you keep dragging it on, maybe that old guy Mu Qianxue will find out something wrong. Humph, Mu Qianxue only died once, and what she knows is very limited. Look at her forming cliques and factions everywhere over the past year or so, preparing for the South China Sea War, and even organizing some wartime alliance at all costs. Does she really think that our South China Sea Demon realm values the little resources and female cultivators on her island? You don't mean what you say. The enchanting woman laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. Do you dare to say that you are not tempted by the two prides of Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan? Those two women. The feminine man licked his lips. I really want them, but they are not worth me paying such a high price. Besides, their cultivation is still a little low. It will be fun to pick them after they break through the Zuandan. But then again, Mu Qianxue, the old fool, has really helped me a lot by preparing for the war with all her heart and soul. The warriors attracted by the wartime alliance are the best fertilizer. Mu Qianxue is not foolish. You will suffer if you underestimate her. If we hadn't entered the ancient secret realm of the South China Sea last time, not only did we get the ancient magic scroll, but also the jade slips left by the demon emperor. How could we know so many secrets? When the enchanting woman said this, the feminine man suddenly looked gloomy. When the enchanting woman mentioned the ancient magic scroll, the feminine man thought of his apprentice Xuanji. Xuanji was his apprentice, and also his great-grandson. After entering the ancient secret realm and obtaining the ancient magic scroll and the jade slips left by the demon emperor, the feminine man practiced the ancient magic scroll to the 3rd level in one breath. After having enough cultivation, he barely copied the 1st level of the ancient magic scroll and gave it to Xuanji to practice. The feminine man has 3,000 beauties in his harem. In his lifespan of more than 1,000 years, he has countless sons, grandsons, and even more great-grandsons. However, Xuanji is different. He inherited the perfect troll bloodline. His own talent is close to the 8th grade, and he has a very high degree of compatibility with the thunder energy. He practiced the halberd method of the ancient magic scroll. Only in the early stage of the acquired period, he has the combat power comparable to the early stage of the innate master. It can be said that he is the most outstanding genius in the South China Sea Demon realm in the past 500 years. The feminine man has been personally teaching Xuanji, wanting to cultivate Xuanji into a great sea of gods and reproduce the glory of the South China Sea Demon realm 3,000 years ago. Flowers in a greenhouse naturally cannot withstand wind and rain. When Xuanji was 15 or 16 years old, he was sent out by the feminine man to experience, and Xuanji did not disappoint him. During the experience, he independently obtained the blood-destroying evil thunder, and his cultivation broke through the acquired period, and his strength went further. However, he didn't expect that he would eventually fall in the hands of a young man named Lin Ming. Let the feminine man's efforts for more than 10 years go to waste. How could he not hate it? Chapter 449, The Power of the Halberd. 2 months later, in a dense forest grassland at the edge of the spiritual plant forest. This is a stronghold that was newly established 10 days ago in the South Sea Demon realm. The edge of the spiritual plant forest is relatively safe. The moon is bright in the sky, the stars are shining, and in the forest, the voices of several men talking can be heard. This damn blood demon is making people uneasy. I don't know who he is. He makes us change camps every 3 or 4 days. The speaker is a man in black armor, wearing black armor, and holding a spear. Black armor and spears are common combat equipment for warriors in the South Sea Demon realm. The blood demon mentioned by the black armor man is a mysterious killer that has frightened the warriors of the South Sea Demon realm in the past few months. This person is vicious and sucks the blood of people every time he kills, so he is called the blood demon. Another black armored warrior shook his head and said, "There's nothing to complain about. This is how war is." Our 3 lords, Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare, still killed so many of the warriors from the southern sky region that they dared not show their heads. Now they are all hiding in the Wartime Alliance headquarters and dare not come out. The blood demon has repeatedly attacked, so the 3 giants of the South China Sea Demon realm will naturally not sit idly by. They also attacked and killed people from the Wartime Alliance. The Wartime Alliance has a large number of warriors, but their strength is uneven. A large number of level 2 and level 3 combat soldiers are just cannon fodder under the 3 giants of the South China Sea Demon realm. I wonder how strong Zubu, Viper and Mengmo are compared to the blood demon. It's hard to say. The blood demon is very powerful and extremely mysterious. It's not even clear whether he is one person or multiple people. It would be great if the sect had an elder named Zuundan to come to Nangxia Island to get rid of the blood demon. The black armored warrior just said it casually. The battlefield on Nangxia Island was not that important. It was just a vein of true essence stone and a forest of spiritual plants. Taking over Nangxia Island would not help the entire battle situation. What's more, even if an elder named Zuundan came, it would not be easy to find the blood demon in a territory of thousands of miles. Hey, it's meaningless to count on those Zuundan elders. I don't know what those old guys are thinking. The battle line has been staying near Zusha Island and Nangxia Island for half a year, and they haven't advanced at all. If this continues, it will just pile up lives on the battlefield. Shenhuang Island and Nanhei Demon Realm have learned to be smart. They rarely use their own disciples, and use disciples from other small sects as cannon fodder. The black armored warrior who spoke earlier said carelessly, with complaints and dissatisfaction in his words. While speaking, he casually dragged a forest fairy girl into the tent. Then, the sound of tearing clothes and the girl's painful wails rang out in the tent. The black armored man in the lead frowned. "Old 7, restrain yourself. Play with women back to the base camp. Hey, this is my only hobby. You are so stubborn every day that you don't relax and want to kill me. Besides, even if the blood demon really comes, our team is not so easy to deal with. Captain, you are in the late innate stage, plus we." The man in the tent stopped talking here. Puff. The man's head rolled down, blood gushed out like a fountain, all sprayed on the face of the fairy girl. Ah. The girl screamed in fear. "Old 7. The leader of the black armored warriors was horrified and rushed into the tent. He saw old 7's head rolling on the ground like a ball, and his body was still stiff, his hands still grabbing the girl's clothes, and the girl was trembling. Ah. As the black armored man just rushed into the tent, 2 more screams rang out outside the tent. 2 more peak level South Sea Demon Realm warriors were killed. Damn it. The black armored man, with his true energy bursting out, drew out his spear and rushed out. He saw his 2 brothers' bodies burst open, and 2 blood-colored runes flew out of their bodies. It was obviously the strange blood rune that tore his brothers' bodies apart. Blood demon. The black-armored man's eyes were full of madness. Those below the Xiantian level, disperse. The black-armored man gave this wise order, but it was meaningless. For the peak of the acquired level, half a step into the Xiantian level, a blood symbol was enough to kill. Their speed was not as fast as the blood symbol. The blood symbol flew, blood splashed, and in just 2 breaths, all the people below the Xiantian level in the team were killed or injured. Brother, he's there. A black shadow appeared in the forest, holding a nearly 10-foot long war halberd, standing in the shadow of the woods, half of his face hidden in the darkness, and the other half covered with a layer of cold mercury like moonlight, looking like a killing god. 12 blood-drinking seals flew back and rotated around the halberd blade. The blood-drinking seal is essentially energy, and is a basis for all the moves in the Great Wilderness Halberd art to be performed. The stronger the blood-drink seal is, the more powerful the Great Wilderness Halberd art will be. The Great Wilderness Halberd art contains not only moves, but also skills. Otherwise, just mastering the moves can only make you the best among warriors of the same level, but it is meaningless when you encounter absolute power suppression. The halberd art, that only achieves the ultimate in moves, cannot be called the top halberd art at all. The 12 blood drink seals on the halberd now are all the results of Lin Ming's 2 months of training. In the past 2 months, Lin Ming has rarely fought with the Fire Axe Squad. The main role of the Fire Axe Squad for him is just to provide intelligence. Faced with the sudden arrival of the Blood Demon, the Black Armored Man panicked. In a hurry, he didn't even pay attention to Lin Ming's cultivation. He only noticed that Lin Ming killed all the Black Armored warriors below the Xiantian level in just 2 breaths. This was more powerful than he imagined. He originally thought that with his cultivation level of just entering the late Xiantian, he would be able to fight with the team, but now it seems that it is completely a fantasy. Escape separately. Lin Ming had already rushed over when the Black Armored leader gave the order. Of the remaining 3 innate masters, Lin Ming chose the weakest one, who was only in the early stage of innateness. Samsara martial intention. Just as the innate warrior in the early stage was about to escape, he felt a shock in his spiritual sea, and countless chaotic scenes poured in, and he could no longer move his feet. The long halberd was swung down, and the head was thrown high. At this time, another innate warrior in the middle stage had already escaped 50 steps away. Humilian halberd. Lin Ming swung out with a halberd, and 12 blood drinking seals rotated on the halberd blade, forming a red vortex. Through the blood drinking seal, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. The innate warrior flying in the air only felt an invisible force acting on his body, greatly reducing his speed. What is going on? The warrior was shocked. The space became sticky, and he was like a flying insect trapped in a spider web. No matter how he flew, he couldn't fly fast. Not only this Black Armored warrior, but also the Black Armored leader. At this time, they could no longer think about the reason. A murderous intent had already locked onto them. The Black Armored warrior in the early stage of the innate turned around and saw Lin Ming stabbing at him with a halberd. The halberd was very slow, so he waved his spear to block it. However, in an instant, the halberd seemed to have traveled through space and instantly appeared in front of the Black Armored warrior. Puff. Blood spurted out, and the Black Armored warrior looked at the halberd stuck in his chest in disbelief. This feeling of speed and slowness seemed to make him more crazy than the fatal pain in his chest. How could this be? This was the last thought of the Black Armored warrior. Lin Ming twisted the halberd in his hand and directly crushed the Black Armored warrior's heart. Second brother. The Black Armored leader's eyes turned red. His body was always suppressed by a sticky force, and he couldn't fly fast at all. He watched his brother die in front of his eyes. Go to hell. The Black Armored leader knew that he couldn't escape. In desperation, he desperately urged his true energy and waved his spear to sweep towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming rushed forward with his halberd, and the blood-drinking seal danced on the halberd blade. Puff. The spear and halberd collided. The blood-drinking seal attached to the spear. At that moment, the Black Armored leader felt as if his spear was made of iron and could not be pulled out at all. Die. Lin Ming swept his halberd across, and the Black Armored leader screamed wildly, threw away the spear in his hand, and retreated violently. Whoosh! The blood-drinking seal was retracted from the spear and attached to the halberd. Lin Ming thrust out with his halberd, and the Black Armored leader felt that the space around him was instantly tightened and collapsed, and he could no longer avoid the halberd. The Black Armored leader screamed in despair and punched Lin Ming fiercely with both fists. How could a flesh and blood body fight against a weapon head-on? Moreover, Lin Ming's halberd also contained the strange blood-drinking seal. Bang! The Black Armored leader's fists exploded, and the halberd pierced his head and directly strangled his soul. The blood-extinguishing evil thunder shot out and sank into the body of the Black Armored leader. After a moment of silence, the Black Armored leader's body suddenly shook, and a cloud of blood mist sprayed out, condensing into the 13th blood-drinking seal in the air. At the same time, the blood essence of the warriors killed by Lin Ming before was also sucked out by the blood-extinguishing evil thunder one by one, turning into streams of pure energy to nourish the other 12 blood-drinking seals. Looking at the 13 blood-drinking seals floating around him, Lin Ming waved his hand and directly put away all the blood-drinking seals. I'm only at the most basic stage of the Great Wilderness halberd art. The 13 blood drinking seals are almost there. I can't control anymore. The lethality of the Great Wilderness Halberd art is much stronger than the Suzaku Forbidden God record. Otherwise, I have to deal with so many enemies at the same time. They are determined to escape separately. If I don't have the Hunio and Halberd, I can't stop them at all. The lethality of the Great Wilderness Halberd art is stronger than the Suzaku Forbidden God record, but it does not mean that the Great Wilderness Halberd art is more advanced than the Suzaku Forbidden God record. This is mainly because the Great Wilderness Halberd art originally tends to be a killing move and is not outstanding in terms of cultivation, while the Suzaku Forbidden God record is mainly used to nourish the Danshin and break through the realm. Among them, killing moves such as Phoenix Wings flying in the sky and 10,000 fires are just incidental, and the two have different focuses. Chapter 450 Bloodspring. The outstanding part of the Great Wilderness Halberd art lies in its killing moves. As for the ancient magic scroll that Lei Mu Bei practiced at the beginning, it is only the part of the practice in the Great Wilderness Halberd art. In terms of practice, the Great Wilderness Halberd art is far inferior to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. However, using the practice of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record to operate the killing moves of the Great Wilderness Halberd art still has some mismatches. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Although the practice he learned was top-notch, it was a bit mixed, and inevitably there were some mismatches. However, Lin Ming was not worried. He learned the Great Wilderness Halberd art just for the moves, and when the moves reached the extreme, it was the law. For example, the Hunio and Halberd that Lin Ming used just now, including the killing move that caused time confusion, were all similar to the use of the law. However, with Lin Ming's comprehension and cultivation, he was not yet at the level of comprehending the law. He could only rely on energy, that is, the blood drinking seal, to achieve an effect similar to the law. Even so, the power is amazing. If it weren't for the Great Wilderness Halberd art, Lin Ming could only kill 2 innate warriors at most. If there were more, they would run away. I don't know how long this war will last, and I don't know how Miss Mu and Xingxuan are doing. Lin Ming thought so, looked at the intelligence jade slip, and began to look for the next target. On an island 3,000 miles away from Shenhuang Island, Qin Xingxuan was sitting cross-legged on the futon in the training room. Around her, the fire energy condensed into a red vortex, which continuously gathered into her body. After 10 drops of Suzaku blood tempering, Qin Xingxuan already had the qualifications to practice the core skills of the Suzaku Forbidden God record. In addition, Qin Xingxuan's talent was originally at the middle level of the 6th grade. If she didn't make rapid progress in her practice, she would also make rapid progress. In just a few months, Qin Xingxuan's cultivation was close to the middle stage of the condensed veins. This was because Qin Xingxuan had just started practicing the Suzaku Forbidden God record, and the accumulation of fire energy was slow. If she had practiced for a longer time, and at a higher level, she might have broken through now. Miss Qin, how do you feel? Mu Qianxue smiled as she walked into the training room. She glanced at the vortex of fire energy around Qin Xingxuan, revealing a somewhat satisfied look. Although Qin Xingxuan's rank was only the lowest level maid disciple of Shenhuang Island, she didn't need to do chores and wait on people. She was given the title of maid disciple just to relieve the pressure of public opinion. After all, with Qin Xingxuan's status and talent, it was too easy to cause criticism for her to get 10 drops of Suzaku blood. 1 drop of Suzaku blood was related to the lifespan and future of a warrior. Who wouldn't be jealous? Qin Xingxuan usually followed Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue answered questions about the practice method, and a special maid disciple took care of her daily life. Her training speed was 2 to 3 times that of when she was in the 7 Profound Valley. Sister Pastor. Seeing Mu Qianxue, Qin Xingxuan stood up. Even after 2 months of getting along, she still felt a little restrained when facing Mu Qianxue. Miss Qin, Lin Ming has sent a letter. Mu Qianxue said with a smile. When the two met each other, they maintained respect. Ah! Qin Xingxuan exclaimed in surprise, and was delighted. Mu Qianxue laughed, took out a paper letter from the Zumi ring, and handed it to Qin Xingxuan. In the past 2 months, Lin Ming sent 3 letters at once, to Mu Yuhuang, Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingxuan respectively. Qin Xingxuan's letter only said some trivial matters. Of course, the content of the letter was not important. It was enough to know that Lin Ming was safe. As time passed, Lin Ming killed more and more Demon Realm warriors. His cultivation was still in the late stage of the acquired realm, but his combat ability was advancing by leaps and bounds. He still had 13 blood drink seals, but the lines were more condensed, and the lethality was more powerful. As Lin Ming killed more and more people, the name of the Blood Demon also became well known in Nangsha Island, and his popularity was even greater than that of the 3 giants of the Demon Realm. Generally, when the 3 giants of the Demon Realm killed people, there would often be omissions. After all, if 3 or 5 innate masters fled separately, it would be difficult to kill them all, even if they were twice as fast as the other party. However, under the hands of the Blood Demon, almost no one was left alive. Being attacked by him, basically the whole army was annihilated. There was even one time when 2 Demon Realm teams gathered together. Although they were not top teams, the number of people gathered together was as many as 15, including 5 innate warriors, 1 in the middle stage of innate, and 4 in the early stage of innate. Even this size of team, after encountering the Blood Demon, was all killed, and no one escaped. After the news spread, the warriors on Nangsha Island were shocked. All 15 people were killed, and their bodies lost all their blood and essence. Many of them were killed 1,000 steps away. Obviously, they were ready to escape. However, the terrible thing was that when the 5 innate warriors fled separately, none of them escaped. What kind of strength does it take to do this? Even when 5 innate warriors gathered together, none of them survived. Except for the Demon Realm team of the 3 giants, no team was confident that they could survive under the hands of the Blood Demon. Since then, the Demon Realm warriors rarely left the base camp 100 miles away. The deterrent power of the Blood Demon alone was stronger than all the teams in the entire wartime alliance. It sounds exaggerated, but it is true. In the past month, the number of Demon Realm warriors who died at the hands of the Blood Demon is more than the total number of warriors killed by all other wartime alliance teams. You know, in normal encounters, although the fighting is lively, not many people die. If half of them die, it is considered an extremely tragic battle. However, when encountering the Blood Demon, it means that the whole army is annihilated, and there is no chance to escape. It is too desperate. This also makes the team of the South Sea Demon Realm not have the courage to face the Blood Demon. In the deep night, in a hidden cave in the spiritual plant forest of Nangsha Island, Lin Ming quietly sneaked into it and grabbed a dozen zoom earrings from his pocket. With a thought, all the messy things inside were poured out. Because they have been in war, these Demon Realm warriors are also extremely wealthy. Of course, this is for ordinary innate warriors. For Lin Ming, these things are not very attractive. However, if all of them are converted into Zenuan stones, it will be a huge fortune. Although Lin Ming does not use Zenuan stones much now, he may need them sometime in the future. It is better to save some wealth for a safer future. There are more than 3,000 middle-grade Zenuan stones, and a large number of treasures and elixirs. The most are some ghost banners, magic talismans, magic blood and other things. These things are only used by magic warriors, and they are not very useful to me. The Great Wilderness halberd art that Lin Ming practices must be refined with fresh blood essence. These blood essences that have been stored for a long time are meaningless. Lin Ming hastily classified these things, and the Zenuan stones were stored separately. The valuable ones were stored in one Zumi ring, and the worthless ones were stored in another. After putting away all the things, Lin Ming unfolded his body skills, and returned to his residence. Huangji, are you out practicing again? The bearded man casually greeted him. If it was to other people, the bearded man would definitely say some nonsense such as practicing is not as good as actual combat. However, facing Lin Ming, the bearded man never made irresponsible remarks. Over the past few months, Lin Ming's strength has been witnessed by all. Not only in the spiritual plant forest, but also in the later battles with the Fire Axe Squad, Lin Ming has repeatedly made remarkable achievements. Once, it was all thanks to Lin Ming's timely action that Phantom and the bearded man were saved from being beheaded. Lin Ming's personal combat power and insight into the battlefield are both first class. It is really a happy thing to have such a teammate. Unfortunately, however, Lin Ming has few opportunities to act with the team, and he always goes out to practice alone. Captain, I think the real strength of the Desolate Halberd is more than this. The bearded man poured himself a large glass of wine and said as he drank, "Well, Huang Ji is hiding very deeply. He should have the strength to defeat an early innate master independently, and he may even be stronger than Ziyu. However, Huang Ji is very low-key. You can tell from his strength test at the time. He only scored 100,000 points, which is just enough to meet the standard of a first-level combat soldier. He should be a direct disciple of some big sect, or a close disciple of some master. He is not interested in the items exchanged for military merit at all." Speaking of not being interested in military merit, the person who has done it to the extreme is that blood demon. These days, he has killed countless demon realm warriors. The accumulated military merit is terrifying. The demon realm warriors on Nangsha Island dared not show their heads because of his killing. Blood demon should be a genius from some sect with the highest innate level. A Zuundan warrior would not be so boring. Well, he should be. Even though Lin Ming and Blood Demon arrived at Nangsha Island almost at the same time, no one doubted that Lin Ming was the Blood Demon. After all, Lin Ming's cultivation was real. Huo Fu and others would never believe that a warrior in the late acquired stage would have such a perverted combat power as the Blood Demon. At this time, in the base camp of the South Sea Demon Realm, a skinny warrior who looked like a zombie was holding a wine glass. In the glass was a bright red liquid. A faint bloody smell emanated from the liquid. This was a glass of blood. In front of the skinny warrior, a pale-skinned man was sitting, resting his eyes. Recently, many warriors have left Nangsha Island. It has become unprofitable here because of the Blood Demon. Because of Lin Ming's existence, many warrior teams did not dare to act alone, so naturally they could get less money. After drinking the blood, the skinny warrior licked his lips. "I really want to meet this Blood Demon, but this guy seems to be avoiding us on purpose. Otherwise, if he had the guts, he would have come to kill us long ago, given our transparent intelligence. To put it bluntly, he is still afraid of us. He may not be afraid of us, but he may not be sure of killing us. Haven't you noticed that the Blood Demon never leaves anyone alive? He seems to have some secret that he is afraid of being discovered. The second update will be very late. If it's past 12 o'clock, don't wait. The plot has been sorted out. Starting tomorrow, the update will be earlier, so it won't be so late. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.